and political concessions enabling India to take a long step towards self-government, that Britain would apply to India the principles of democracy for which she and the Allies were claiming to be fighting the war. After the war, the nationalists further developed their foreign policy in the direction of opposition to political and economic imperialism and cooperation of all nations in the cause of world peace. As part of this policy, at its Delhi session in 1919, the Congress demanded India's representation at the peace conference through its elected representatives. Indians also continued to voice their sympathy for the freedom fighters of other countries. The Irish and Egyptian people and the government of Turkey were extended active support. At its Calcutta session in 1920, the Congress asked the people not to join the army to fight in West Asia. In May 1921, Gandhiji declared that the Indian people would oppose any attack on Afghanistan. The Congress branded the mandate system of the League of Nations as a cover for imperialist greed. In 1921, the Congress congratulated the Burmese people on their struggle for freedom. Burma was at that time a part of India, but the Congress announced that Free India favored Burma's independence from India. Gandhiji wrote in this context in 1922, "I have never been able to take pride in the fact that Burma has been made part of British India. It never was and never should be." Gandhiji wrote in this context in 1922, "I have never been able to take pride in the fact that Burma has been made part of British India. It never was and never should be." The Burmese have a civilization of their own. 5 In 1924, the Congress asked the Indian settlers in Burma to demand no separate rights at the cost of the Burmese people. In 1925, the Northern March of the Chinese Nationalist Army began under Sun Yat-sen's leadership, and the foreign powers got ready to intervene. The Congress immediately expressed a strong bond of sympathy with the Chinese people in their struggle for national unity and against the common enemy, and protested against the dispatch of Indian troops to China. In 1925, Gandhiji described the use of Indian soldiers to shoot the innocent Chinese students as a humiliating and degrading spectacle. It demonstrates also most forcibly that India is being kept under subjection, not merely for the exploitation of India herself, but that it enables Great Britain to exploit the great and ancient Chinese nation. 6. In January 1927, Srinivasa Iyengar moved an adjournment motion in the Central Legislative Assembly to protest against Indian troops being used to suppress the Chinese people. The strong Indian feelings on the question were repeatedly expressed by the Congress during 1927, including at its Madras session. The Madras Congress advised Indians not to go to China to fight or work against the Chinese people who were fellow fighters in the struggle against imperialism. It also asked for the withdrawal of Indian troops from Mesopotamia and Iran and all other foreign countries. In 1928, the Congress assured the people of Egypt, Syria, Palestine, Iraq, and Afghanistan of its full support in their national liberation struggles. Sentiments of the solidarity of the Indian people with the colonial people and the awareness of India's role as the gendarme of British imperialism the world over were summed up by Dr. M.A. Ansari in his presidential address at the Congress session of 1927. "The history of this philanthropic burglary on the part of Europe is written in blood and suffering from Congo to Canton. Once India is free, the whole edifice of imperialism will collapse, as she is the keystone of the arch of imperialism." 7. Star Operator. In 1926-27, Jawaharlal Nehru traveled to Europe and came into contact with left-wing European political workers and thinkers. This had an abiding impact on his political development, including in the field of foreign affairs. This was, of course, not the first time that major Indian political leaders had made an effort to establish links with, and get the support of, the anti-imperialist sections of British and European public opinion. Dadabhai Naoroji was a close friend of the socialist H.M. Hinman. He attended the Hague session of the International Socialist Congress in August 1904 and, after describing imperialism as a species of barbarism, declared that the Indian people had lost all faith in British political parties and parliament, and looked for cooperation only to the British working class. Lajpat Rai also established close relations with American socialists during his stay in the U.S. from 1914 to 18. In 1917, he opposed U.S. participation in the World War because of the war's imperialistic character. Gandhiji also developed close relations with outstanding European figures such as Tolstoy and Romain Rolland. The highlight of Jawaharlal's European visit was his participation as a representative of the Congress in the International Congress Against Colonial Oppression and Imperialism held in Brussels in February 1927. The basic objective of the conference was to bring together the colonial people of Africa, Asia, and Latin America struggling against imperialism, and the working people of the capitalist countries fighting against capitalism. Nehru was elected one of the honorary presidents of the conference, along with Albert Einstein, Romain Rolland, Madame Sun Yat-sen, and George Lansbury. In his speeches and statements at the conferences, Nehru emphasized the close connection between colonialism and capitalism and the deep commitment of Indian nationalism to internationalism and to anti-colonial struggles the world over. A major point of departure from previous Indian approaches was his understanding of the significance of U.S. imperialism as a result of his discussions with Latin American delegates. In this confidential report on the conference to the Congress Working Committee, he wrote, "Most of us, especially from Asia, were wholly ignorant of the problems of South America and of how the rising imperialism of the United States with its tremendous resources and its immunity from outside attack, is gradually taking a stranglehold of Central and South America. But we are not likely to remain ignorant much longer, for the great problem of the near future will be American imperialism, even more than British imperialism. 8th, the Brussels Conference decided to found the League Against Imperialism and for National Independence. Nehru was elected to the Executive Council of the League. The Congress also affiliated to the League as an associated member. At its Calcutta session, the Congress declared that the Indian struggle was a part of the worldwide struggle against imperialism. It also decided to open a foreign department to develop contacts with other peoples and movements fighting against imperialism. Nor was this understanding confined to Nehru and other leftists. Gandhiji, for example, wrote to Nehru in September 1933, "We must recognize that our nationalism must not be inconsistent with progressive internationalism. I can, therefore, go the whole length with you and say that we should range ourselves with the progressive forces of the world." 9. Star Operator. A very active phase of nationalist foreign policy began in 1936. From then onwards, there was hardly an important event in the world to which the Congress and its leaders did not react. Fascism had already triumphed in Italy, Germany, and Japan, and was raising its ugly head in other parts of the capitalist world. The Congress condemned it as the most extreme form of imperialism and racialism. It fully recognized that the future of India was closely interlinked with the coming struggle between fascism and the forces of freedom, socialism, and democracy. It extended full support to the people of Ethiopia, Spain, China, and Czechoslovakia in their struggle against fascist aggression. The nationalist approach to world problems was clearly enunciated by Jawaharlal Nehru, the chief Congress spokesperson on world affairs, in his presidential address to the Lucknow Congress in 1936. Nehru analyzed the world situation in detail and focused on the Indian struggle in the context of the coming world struggle against fascism. Our struggle was but part of a far wider struggle for freedom, and the forces that moved us were moving people all over the world into action. Capitalism, in its difficulties, took to fascism what its imperialist counterpart had long been in the subject colonial countries. Fascism and imperialism thus stood out as the two faces of the now decaying capitalism. And again, thus we see the world divided up into two vast groups today, the imperialist and fascist on one side, the socialist and nationalist on the other. Inevitably, we take our stand with the progressive forces of the world which are ranged against fascism and imperialism. 10. Nehru went back to these themes again and again in the later years. The frontiers of our struggle lie not only in our own country, but in Spain and China also, he wrote in January 1939.11. Gandhiji, too, gave expression to strong anti-fascist feelings. He condemned Hitler for the genocide of the Jews and for propounding a new religion of exclusive and militant nationalism in the name of which any inhumanity becomes an act of humanity. If there ever could be a justifiable war in the name of and for humanity, he wrote, a war against Germany, to prevent the wanton persecution of a whole race, would be completely justified. 12. When Ethiopia was attacked by fascist Italy in early 1936, the Congress declared the Ethiopian people's struggle to be part of all exploited people's struggle for freedom. The Congress declared May 9th to be Ethiopia Day, on which demonstrations and meetings were held all over India expressing sympathy and solidarity with the Ethiopians. On his way back from Europe, Jawaharlal refused to meet Mussolini, despite his repeated invitations, lest the meeting was used for fascist propaganda. The Congress expressed strong support for Spanish Republicans engaged in a life and death struggle with fascist Franco in the Spanish Civil War. In his presidential address to the Faysburg Congress in December 1936, Nehru emphasized that the struggle going on in Spain was not merely between Republicans and Franco or even fascism and democracy, but between forces of progress and reaction throughout the world. In Spain today, he declared, our battles are being fought, and we watch this struggle not merely with the sympathy of friendly outsiders, but with the painful anxiety of those who are themselves involved in it. 13. In June 1938, he visited Spain accompanied by Krishna Menon, visited the battlefront and spent 5 days in Barcelona, which was under constant bombardment. On October 13, 1938, Gandhiji sent a message to Juan Negrin, Prime Minister of Spain, my whole heart goes out to you in sympathy. May true freedom be the outcome of your agony. 14. In late 1938, Hitler began his diplomatic and political aggression against Czechoslovakia, leading to its betrayal by Britain and France at Munich. The Congress Working Committee, meeting in Nehru's absence, passed a resolution viewing with grave concern the unabashed attempt that is being made by Germany to deprive Czechoslovakia of its independence or to reduce it to impotence, and sending its profound sympathy to the brave people of Czechoslovakia. 15. Gandhiji wrote in the Harijan, let the Czechs know that the Working Committee wrung itself with pain while their doom was being decided. Speaking for himself, Gandhiji wrote that the plight of the Czechs moved me to the point of physical and mental distress. 16. Nehru, then in Europe, refused to visit Germany as a state guest and went to Prague instead. He was angry with the British government for encouraging Germany. In a letter to the Manchester Guardian he wrote, recent developments in Czechoslovakia and the way the British government, directly and through its mediators, had balked and threatened the Czech government at every turn has produced a feeling of nausea in me. 17. He was disgusted with the Munich Agreement, and in an article in the National Herald of October 5, 1938, he described it as the rape of Czechoslovakia by Germany, with England and France holding her forcibly down. 18. His interpretation of this betrayal of Czechoslovakia was that Britain and France wanted to isolate the Soviet Union and maintain fascism in Europe as a counterpoise to it. At Tripuri, in early 1939, the Congress passed a resolution dissociating itself entirely from the British foreign policy, which has consistently aided the fascist powers and helped the destruction of the democratic countries. In 1937, Japan launched an attack on China. The Congress passed a resolution condemning Japan and calling upon the Indian people to boycott Japanese goods as a mark of their sympathy with the Chinese people. At its Harapura session in early 1938, the Congress reiterated this call while condemning the aggression of a brutal imperialism in China and horrors and frightfulness that have accompanied it. It warned that the invasion of China was fraught with the gravest consequences for the future of the world peace and of freedom in Asia. As an expression of its solidarity with the Chinese people, June 12 was celebrated throughout India as China Day. The Congress also sent a medical mission, headed by Dr. M. Atal, to work with the Chinese armed forces. One of its members, Dr. Kotnis, was to lay down his life working with the 8th Route Army under Mao Zedong's command. The complexity, the humanist approach, and anti-imperialist content of the Indian nationalist foreign policy were brought out in the approach to the problem of Palestine. While Arabs were fighting against British imperialism in Palestine, many of the Jews, hunted and killed in Nazi Germany and discriminated against and oppressed all over Europe, were trying to carve out under Zionist leadership a homeland in Palestine with British support. Indians sympathized with the persecuted Jews, victims of Nazi genocide, but they criticized their efforts to deprive the Arabs of their due. They supported the Arabs and urged the Jews to reach an agreement with the Arabs directly. The Congress observed September 27, 1936 as Palestine Day. In October 1937, the Congress protested against the reign of terror in Palestine and the proposal to partition it and assured the Arabs of the solidarity of the Indian people. In September 1938, it again condemned the partition decision, urged the British to leave the Jews and Arabs to amicably settle the issues between them, and appealed to the Jews not to take shelter behind British imperialism. Gandhiji reiterated all these views in December 1938 in an important editorial in the Harijan on the plight of the Jews in Europe. "My sympathies are all with the Jews," he wrote. "But it would also be wrong and inhuman to impose the Jews on the Arabs. It would be crime against humanity to reduce the proud Arabs." Appealing to the Jews to reason with the Arabs and discard the help of the British bayonet, he pointed out that, as it is, they are co-sharers with the British in despoiling a people who have done no wrong to them. 19. Nehru gave expression to similar views on the Palestinian question from 1936 to 1939. A major aspect of the nationalists' world outlook, especially of the youth, was the admiration and immense goodwill for the Soviet Union. Nearly all the major Indian political leaders of the time, for example, Lokmanya Tilak, Lajpat Rai, Bipin Chandra, had reacted favorably to the Russian Revolution during 1917–18, seeing in it the success of an oppressed people. During the 1920s, the rising socialist and communist groups and young intellectuals were attracted by the Soviet Union, its egalitarianism, socialist idealism, anti-imperialism, and the five-year plan, and were full of admiration for the socialist homeland. In November 1927, Jawaharlal and Motilal visited the Soviet Union. On his return, Jawaharlal wrote a series of articles for The Hindu which were also published in book form. His reaction was very positive and idealistic and was reflected in the lines he put on the title page of the book: "Bliss was it in that dawn to be alive, but to be young was very heaven." In 1928, and after Nehru repeatedly praised the Soviet Union as the greatest opponent of imperialism, this admiration for the Soviet Union was to deepen as he came more and more under the influence of Marxism. At Lucknow in 1936, he said that though he was pained and disagreed with much that was happening in the Soviet Union, he looked upon that great and fascinating unfolding of a new order and a new civilization as the most promising feature of our dismal age. In fact, if the future is full of hope, it is largely because of Soviet Russia. The mass trials and purges of Stalin's opponents in the 1930s repelled him, but he still retained his faith in the Soviet regime, especially as, in his view, it stood as the one real effective bulwark against fascism in Europe and Asia. 21. Other Congress leaders, for example, C.R. Das and Gandhiji, were also friendly to the Soviet Union but were put off by what they believed to be the communist emphasis on the role of violence. This was particularly true of Gandhiji. But he, too, gradually began to change his appraisal. In a discussion with students of Gujarat Vidyapith in late 1928, Gandhiji, on one hand, praised the Bolshevik ideal of the abolition of the institution of private property and, on the other, condemned the Bolsheviks for accomplishing it through violence. While predicting the downfall of the Bolshevik regime, he said, if it continued to base itself on violence, There is no questioning the fact that the Bolshevik ideal has behind it the purest sacrifice of countless men and women who have given up their all for its sake, and an ideal that is sanctified by the sacrifices of such master spirits as Lenin cannot go in vain. The noble example of their renunciation will be emblazoned forever and quicken and purify the ideal as time passes. 22. Goodwill, admiration, and support for the Soviet Union were to acquire major proportions during the 1930s as the Communist Party, the Congress Socialist Party, the Kisan Savas, and trade unions developed and in their propaganda and agitation cited the Soviet Union as an example of what workers' and peasants' power could achieve. Star Operator. War clouds had begun to gather again around the world since the late 1920s. The Congress had declared at its Madras session in 1927 that India could not be a party to an imperialist war and in no case should India be made to join a war without the consent of its people. This declaration was to become one of the foundations of nationalist foreign policy in the later years and was repeated time and again. The rise of fascism and the threat it posed to peace, democracy, and socialism and to the independence of nations transformed the situation to a certain extent. As pointed out earlier, the Indian national leadership was firmly opposed to fascism and the fascist drive towards war and conquest. At the same time, it was afraid that Britain would go to war, when it did, not in defense of peace and democracy but to protect its imperialist interests. India could not support an imperialist war. Moreover, imperialism itself was a major cause of war. Imperialism must disappear if the fascist threat was to be successfully met, and lasting peace could be established only if the domination and exploitation of one nation by another was ended. The character of the war in which Britain participated would be determined by its attitude towards India's freedom. For enslaved India could not fight for the freedom of others. India could and would actively support an anti-fascist war provided its independence was immediately recognized. On the other hand, the Congress repeatedly declared, during 1936–39, it would resist every effort to use Indian men, money and resources in a war to serve British imperialism. Summing up the nationalist position, Nehru wrote on April 18, 1939, "For us in India our path is clear. It is one of complete opposition to the fascists. It is also one of opposition to imperialism. We are not going to line up under Chamberlainism. We are not going to throw our resources in defense of empire. But we would gladly offer those very resources for the defense of democracy, the democracy of a free India lined up with other free countries." 23. This position was reiterated by the Congress Working Committee meeting in the second week of August 1939, virtually on the eve of war. Because of this commitment to nonviolence, Gandhiji had a basic difference with this approach. But he agreed to go along. The Congress position was to be sorely tested in the coming 3 years. 31. The rise and growth of communalism. Before we discuss the growth of communalism in modern India, it is perhaps useful to define the term and point to certain basic fallacies regarding it. Communalism is basically an ideology with which we have lived so long that it appears to be a simple, easily understood notion. But this is perhaps not so. Communalism or communal ideology consists of 3 basic elements or stages, one following the other. First, it is the belief that people who follow the same religion have common secular interests, that is, common political, economic, social, and cultural interests. This is the first bedrock of communal ideology. From this arises the notion of socio-political communities based on religion. It is these religion-based communities, and not classes, nationalities, linguistic cultural groups, nations, or such politico-territorial units as provinces or states, that are seen as the fundamental units of Indian society. The Indian people, it is believed, can act socially and politically and protect their collective or corporate or non-individual interests only as members of these religion-based communities. These different communities are alleged to have their own leaders. Those who talk of being national, regional, or class leaders are merely masquerading. Beneath the mask, they are only leaders of their own communities. The best they can do is to unite as communal leaders and then serve the wider category of the nation or country. The second element of communal ideology rests on the notion that in a multi-religious society like India, the secular interests, that is the social, cultural, economic, and political interests, of the followers of one religion are dissimilar and divergent from the interests of the followers of another religion. The third stage of communalism is reached when the interests of the followers of different religions or of different communities are seen to be mutually incompatible, antagonistic, and hostile. Thus, the communalist asserts the stage that Hindus and Muslims cannot have common secular interests, that their secular interests are bound to be opposed to each other. Communalism is, therefore, basically and above all an ideology on which communal politics is based. Communal violence is a conjunctural consequence of communal ideology. Similarly, Hindu, Muslim, Sikh, or Christian communalisms are not very different from each other. They belong to a single species. They are varieties of the same communal ideology. Communal ideology in a person, party, or movement starts with the first stage. Many nationalists fell prey to it or thought within its digits even while rejecting the 2 other elements of communalism, that is, the notion of the mutual divergence or hostility of the interests of different religion-based communities. These were the persons who saw themselves as nationalist Hindus, nationalist Muslims, nationalist Sikhs, etc., and not as simple nationalists. The second stage of communalism may be described as liberal communalism or, in the words of some, moderate communalism. The liberal communalist was basically a believer in and practitioner of communal politics, but he still upheld certain liberal, democratic, humanist, and nationalist values. Even while holding that India consisted of distinct religion-based communities, with their own separate and special interests which sometimes came into conflict with each other, he continued to believe and profess publicly that these different communal interests could be gradually accommodated and brought into harmony within the overall, developing national interests and India built as a nation. Most of the communalists before 1937, the Hindu Mahasabha, the Muslim League, the Ali Brothers after 1925, M.A. Jinnah, Madan Mohan Malviya, Lajpat Rai, and N.C. Kelkar after 1922, functioned within a liberal communal framework. Extreme communalism, or communalism functioning broadly within a fascist syndrome, formed the third or last stage of communalism. Extreme communalism was based on fear and hatred, and had a tendency to use violence of language, deed, or behavior, the language of war and enmity against political opponents. It was at this stage that the communalists declared that Muslims, Muslim culture, and Islam and Hindus, Hindu culture, and Hinduism were in danger of being suppressed and exterminated. It was also at this stage that both the Muslim and Hindu communalists put forward the theory that Muslims and Hindus constituted separate nations whose mutual antagonism was permanent and irresolvable. The Muslim League and the Hindu Mahasabha after 1937 and the Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh, RSS, increasingly veered towards extreme or fascistic communalism. Though the three stages of communalism were different from one another, they also interacted and provided a certain continuum. Its first element or stage fed liberal and extreme communalism and made it difficult to carry on a struggle against them. Similarly, the liberal communalist found it difficult to prevent the ideological transition to extreme communalism. We may take note of several other connected aspects. While a communalist talked of or believed in defending his community's interests, in real life no such interests existed outside the field of religion. The economic and political interests of Hindus, Muslims, and others were the same. In that sense, they did not even constitute separate communities. As Hindus or Muslims, they did not have a separate political economic life or interests on an all-India or even regional basis. They were divided from fellow Hindus or Muslims by region, language, culture, class, caste, social status, social practices, food and dress habits, etc. And united on these aspects with followers of other religions. An upper-class Muslim had far more in common, even culturally, with an upper-class Hindu than with a lower-class Muslim. Similarly, a Punjabi Hindu stood closer culturally to a Punjabi Muslim than to a Bengali Hindu, and, of course, the same was true of a Bengali Muslim in relation to a Bengali Hindu and a Punjabi Muslim. The unreal communal division, thus, obscured the real division of the Indian people into linguistic cultural regions and social classes as well as their real, emerging and growing unity into a nation. If communal interests did not exist, then communalism was not a partial or one-sided or sectional view of the social reality, it was its wrong or unscientific view. It has been suggested on occasions that a communalist, being narrow-minded, looks after his own community's interests. But if no such interests existed, then he could not be serving his community's or co-religionists' interests either. He could not be the representative of his community. In the name of serving his community's interests, he served knowingly or unknowingly some other interests. He, therefore, either deceived others or unconsciously deceived himself. Thus, communal assumptions, communal logic, and communal answers were wrong. What the communalist projected as problems were not the real problems, and what the communalist said was the answer was not the real answer. Sometimes, communalism is seen as something that has survived from the past, as something that the medieval period has bequeathed to the present or at least as having roots in the medieval period. But while communalism uses, and is based on, many elements of ancient and medieval ideologies, basically it is a modern technology and political trend that expresses the social urges and serves the political needs of modern social groups, classes, and forces. Its social roots as also its social, political, and economic objectives lie very much in the modern period of Indian history. It was brought into existence and sustained by contemporary socio-economic structure. Star operator. Communalism emerged as a consequence of the emergence of modern politics, which marked a sharp break with the politics of the ancient or medieval or pre-1857 periods. Communalism, as also other modern views such as nationalism and socialism, could emerge as politics and as ideology only after politics based on the people, politics of popular participation and mobilization, politics based on the creation and mobilization of public opinion had come into existence. In pre-modern politics, people were either ignored in upper-class-based politics or were compelled to rebel outside the political system and, in case of success, their leaders incorporated into the old ruling classes. This was recognized by many perceptive Indians. Jawaharlal Nehru, for example, noted in 1936, "One must never forget that communalism in India is a latter-day phenomenon which has grown up before our eyes." Nor was there anything unique about communalism in the Indian context. It was not an inevitable or inherent product of India's peculiar historical and social development. It was the result of conditions which have in other societies produced similar phenomena and ideologies such as fascism, anti-Semitism, racism, Catholic-Protestant conflict in Northern Ireland, or Christian-Muslim conflict in Lebanon. The communal consciousness arose as a result of the transformation of Indian society under the impact of colonialism and the need to struggle against it. The growing economic, political, and administrative unification of regions and the country, the process of making India into a nation, the developing contradiction between colonialism and the Indian people, and the formation of modern social classes and strata called for new ways of seeing one's common interests. They made it necessary to have wider links and loyalties among the people and to form new identities. This also followed from the birth of new politics during the last half of the 19th century. The new politics was based on the politicization and mobilization of an ever-increasing number of the Indian people. The process of grasping the new, emerging political reality and social relations, and the adoption of new uniting principles, new social and political identities with the aid of new ideas and concepts was bound to be a difficult and gradual process. The process required the spread of modern ideas of nationalism, cultural linguistic development, and class struggle. But wherever their growth was slow and partial, people inevitably used the old, familiar pre-modern categories of self-identity such as caste, locality, region, race, religion, sect, and occupation to grasp the new reality, to make wider connections, and to evolve new identities and ideologies. Similar developments have occurred all over the world in similar circumstances. But often such old, inadequate, and false ideas and identities gradually give way to the new, historically necessary ideas and identities of nation, nationality, and class. This also occurred on a large scale in India, but not uniformly among all the Indian people. In particular, religious consciousness was transformed into communal consciousness in some parts of the country and among some sections of the people. This was because there were some factors in the Indian situation which favored its growth. It served the needs of certain sections of society and certain social and political forces. The question is, why did communalism succeed in growing during the 20th century? What aspects of the Indian situation favored this process? Which social classes and political forces did it serve? Why did it become such a pervasive part of Indian reality? Though it was not inherent or inevitable in the situation, it was not a mere conspiracy of power-hungry politicians and crafty administrators either. It had socio-economic and political roots. There was a social situation which was funneling it and without which it could not have survived for long. Star operator. Above all, communalism was one of the byproducts of the colonial character of Indian economy, of colonial underdevelopment, of the incapacity of colonialism to develop the Indian economy. The resulting economic stagnation and its impact on the lives of the Indian people, especially the middle classes, produced conditions which were conducive to division and antagonism within Indian society as also to its radical transformation. Throughout the 20th century, in the absence of modern industrial development and the development of education, health, and other social and cultural services, unemployment was an acute problem in India, especially for the educated middle and lower middle classes who could not fall back on land and whose socio-economic conditions suffered constant deterioration. These economic opportunities declined further during the Great Depression after 1928, when large-scale unemployment prevailed. In this social situation, the nationalist and other popular movements worked for the long-term solution to the people's problems by fighting for the overthrow of colonialism and radical social transformation. In fact, the middle classes formed the backbone both of the militant national movement from 1905 to 1947 and the left-wing parties and groups since the 1920s. Unfortunately, there were some who lacked a wider social vision and political understanding and looked to their narrow immediate interests and short-term solutions to their personal or sectional problems such as communal, caste, or provincial reservation in jobs or in municipal committees, legislatures, and so on. Because of economic stagnation, there was intense competition among individuals for government jobs, in professions like law and medicine, and in business for customers and markets. In an attempt to get a larger share of existing economic opportunities, middle-class individuals freely used all the means at their disposal: educational qualifications, personal merit, as also nepotism, bribery, and so on. At the same time, to give their struggle a wider base, they also used other group identities such as caste, province, and religion to enhance their capacity to compete. Thus, some individuals from the middle classes could, and did, benefit in the short run from communalism, especially in the field of government employment. This gave a certain aura of validity to communal politics. The communalist could impose his interpretation of reality on middle-class individuals because it did have a basis, however partial, perverted, and short-term, in the social existence and social experience of the middle classes. Gradually, the spread of education to well-off peasants and small landlords extended the boundaries of the job-seeking middle class to the rural areas. The newly educated rural youth could not be sustained by land whether as landlords or peasants, especially as agriculture was totally stagnant because of the colonial impact. They flocked on the towns and cities for opening in government jobs and professions and tried to save themselves by fighting for jobs through the system of communal reservations and nominations. This development gradually widened the social base of communalism to cover the rural upper strata of peasants and landlords. Thus, the crisis of the colonial economy constantly generated two opposing sets of ideologies and political tendencies among the middle classes. When anti-imperialist revolution and social change appeared on the agenda, the middle classes enthusiastically joined the national and other popular movements. They then readily advocated the cause and demands of the entire society, from the capitalists to the peasants and workers. Individual ambitions were then sunk in the wider social vision. But when prospects of revolutionary change receded, when the anti-imperialist struggle entered a more passive phase, many belonging to the middle classes shifted to short-term solutions of their personal problems, to politics based on communalism and other similar ideologies. Thus, with the same social causation, large sections of the middle classes in several parts of the country constantly oscillated between anti-imperialism and communalism or communal-type politics. But there was a crucial difference in the two cases. In the first case, their own social interests merged with the interests of general social development, and their politics formed a part of the broader anti-imperialist struggle. In the second case, they functioned as a narrow and selfish interest group, accepted the socio-political status quo, and objectively served colonialism. To sum up this aspect, communalism was deeply rooted in and was an expression of the interests and aspirations of the middle classes in a social situation in which opportunities for them were grossly inadequate. The communal question was, therefore, a middle-class question par excellence. The main appeal of communalism and its main social base also lay among the middle classes. It is, however, important to remember that a large number of middle-class individuals remained, on the whole, free of communalism, even in the 1930s and 1940s. This was, in particular, true of most of the intellectuals, whether Hindu, Muslim, or Sikh. In fact, the typical Indian intellectual of the 1930s tended to be both secular and broadly left-wing. Star operator. There was another aspect of the colonial economy that favored communal politics. In the absence of openings in industry, commerce, education, and other social services, and the cultural and entertainment fields, the government service was the main avenue of employment for the middle classes. Much of the employment for teachers, doctors, and engineers was also under government control. As late as 1951, while 1.2 million persons were covered by the Factory Acts, 3.3 million got employment in government service. And communal politics could be used to put pressure on the government to reserve and allocate its jobs as also seats in professional colleges on communal and caste lines. Consequently, communal politics till 1937 was organized around government jobs, educational concessions, and the like, as also political positions, seats in legislative councils, municipal bodies, etc., which enabled control over these and other economic opportunities. It may also be noted that though the communalists spoke in the name of their communities, the reservations, guarantees, and other rights they demanded were virtually confined to these two aspects. They did not take up any issues which were of interest to the masses. Star operator. At another plane, communalism often distorted or misinterpreted social tension and class conflict between the exploiters and the exploited belonging to different religions as communal conflict. While the discontent and clash of interests was real and was due to non-religious or non-communal factors, because of backward political consciousness it found a distorted expression in communal conflict. As C.G. Shaw has put it, under the pressure of communal propaganda, the masses are unable to locate the real causes of their exploitation, oppression, and suffering and imagine a fictitious communal source of their origin, to what made such communal and later casteist distortion possible was a specific feature of Indian social development. In several parts of the country, the religious distinction coincided with social and class distinctions. Here most often the exploiting sections, landlords, merchants, and moneylenders, were upper caste Hindus, while the poor and exploited were Muslims or lower caste Hindus. Consequently, propaganda by the Muslim communalists that Hindus were exploiting Muslims or by the Hindu communalists that Muslims were threatening Hindu property or economic interests could succeed even while wholly incorrect. Thus, for example, the struggle between tenant and landlord in East Bengal and Malabar and the peasant debtor and the merchant moneylender in Punjab could be portrayed by the communalists as a struggle between Muslims and Hindus. Similarly, the landlord-moneylender oppression was represented as the oppression of Muslims by Hindus, and the attack by the rural poor on the rural rich as an attack by Muslims on Hindus. For example, one aspect of the growth of communalism in Punjab was the effort of the big Muslim landlords to protect their economic and social position by using communalism to turn the anger of their Muslim tenants against Hindu traders and moneylenders, and the use of communalism by the latter to protect their threatened class interests by raising the cry of Hindu interests in danger. In reality, the struggle of the peasants for their emancipation was inevitable. The question was what type of ideological political content it would acquire. Both the communalists and the colonial administrators stressed the communal as against the class aspects of agrarian exploitation and oppression. Thus, they held that the Muslim peasants and debtors were being exploited not as peasants and debtors, but because they were Muslims. In many cases, a communal form is given to the social conflict not by the participants, but by the observer, the official, the journalist, the politician, and, finally, the historian, all of whom provide a post facto communal explanation for the conflict because of their own conscious or unconscious outlook. It is also important to note that agrarian conflicts did not assume a communal color until the 20th century and the rise of communalism, and that too not in most cases. In the Pabna agrarian riots of 1873, both Hindu and Muslim tenants fought zamindars together. Similarly, as brought out in earlier chapters, most of the agrarian struggles after 1919 stayed clear of communal channels. The peasants and workers and the radical intelligentsia succeeded in creating powerful secular peasants and workers' movements and organizations which became important constituents of the anti-imperialist struggle. It is important to note in this context that Hindu zamindars in Bengal had acquired control over land not because they were Hindus, but as a result of the historical process of the spread of Islamic religion in Bengal among the lower castes and classes. Hindu zamindars and businessmen acquired economic dominance over landed capital in Bengal at the beginning of the 18th century during the rule of Murshid Uli Khan, religiously the most devout of Aurangzeb's officials and followers. Under his rule, more than 75% of the zamindars and most of the talukdars were Hindus. The permanent settlement of 1793 further strengthened the trend by eliminating on a large scale both the old Hindu and Muslim zamindar families and replacing them with new men of commerce who were Hindus. Similarly, the predominance of Hindus among bankers, traders, and moneylenders in northern India dated to the medieval period. The dominance these strata acquired over rural society under British rule was the result not of their being Hindu, but of the important economic role they acquired in the colonial system of exploitation. In other words, colonial history guaranteed the growth and economic domination of merchant moneylenders. Medieval history had guaranteed that they would be mostly Hindus. Communalism represented, at another level, a struggle between two upper classes or strata for power, privileges, and economic gains. Belonging to different religions or castes, these classes or strata used communalism to mobilize the popular support of their co-religionists in their mutual struggles. This was, for example, the case in western Punjab where the Muslim landlords opposed the Hindu moneylenders and in East Bengal where the Muslim jotdars, small landlords, opposed the Hindu zamindars. Star operator. Above all, communalism developed as a weapon of economically and politically reactionary social classes and political forces, and semi-feudal landlords and ex-bureaucrats, whom Dr. K.M. Ashraf has called the Jagirdari classes, three merchants and moneylenders, and the colonial state. Communal leaders and parties were, in general, allied with these classes and forces. The social, economic, and political vested interests deliberately encouraged or unconsciously adopted communalism because of its capacity to distort and divert popular struggles, to prevent the masses from understanding the socio-economic and political forces responsible for their social condition, to prevent unity on national and class lines, and to turn them away from their real national and socio-economic interests and issues and mass movements around them. Communalism also enabled the upper classes and the colonial rulers to unite with sections of the middle classes and to utilize the latter's politics to serve their own ends. Star operator. British rule and its policy of divide and rule bore special responsibility for the growth of communalism in modern India, though it is also true that it could succeed only because of internal social and political conditions. The fact was that the state, with its immense power, could promote either national integration or all kinds of divisive forces. The colonial state chose the latter course. It used communalism to counter and weaken the growing national movement and the welding of the Indian people into a nation. Communalism was presented by the colonial rulers as the problem of the defense of minorities. Hindu-Muslim disunity, and the need to protect the minorities from domination and suppression by the majority, was increasingly offered as the main justification for the maintenance of British rule, especially as theories of civilizing mission, white man's burden, welfare of the ruled, etc. got increasingly discredited. Communalism was, of course, not the only constituent of the policy of divide and rule. Every existing division of Indian society was encouraged to prevent the emerging unity of the Indian people. An effort was made to set region against region, province against province, caste against caste, language against language, reformers against the orthodox, the moderate against the militant, leftist against rightist, and even class against class. It was, of course, the communal division which survived to the end and proved the most serviceable. In fact, near the end, it was to become the main prop of colonialism, and colonial authorities were to stake their all on it. On the other hand, communalism could not have developed to such an extent as to divide the country if it did not have the powerful support of the colonial state. In this sense, communalism may be described as the channel through which the politics of the middle classes were placed at the service of colonialism and the Jagirdari classes. In fact, communalism was the route through which colonialism was able to extend its narrow social base to sections of workers, peasants, the middle classes, and the bourgeoisie whose interests were otherwise in contradiction with colonialism. What were the different ways and policies, or acts of omission and commission, through which the British encouraged and nurtured communalism? First, by consistently treating Hindus, Muslims, and Sikhs as separate communities and socio-political entities which had little in common. India, it was said, was neither a nation or a nation in the making, nor did it consist of nationalities or local societies, but consisted of structured, mutually exclusive, and antagonistic religion-based communities. Second, official favor and patronage were extended to the communalists. Third, the communal press and persons and agitations were shown extraordinary tolerance. Fourth, communal demands were readily accepted, thus politically strengthening communal organizations and their hold over the people. For example, while the Congress could get none of its demands accepted from 1885 to 1905, the Muslim communal demands were accepted in 1906 as soon as they were presented to the Viceroy. Similarly, in 1932, the Communal Award accepted all the major communal demands of the time. During World War II, the Muslim communalists were given a complete veto on any political advance. Fifth, the British readily accepted communal organizations and leaders as the real spokesperson for their communities, while the nationalist leaders were treated as representing a microscopic minority, the elite. Sixth, separate electorates served as an important instrument for the development of communal politics. Lastly, the colonial government encouraged communalism through a policy of non-action against it. Certain positive measures which the state alone could undertake were needed to check the growth of communalism. The failure to undertake them served as an indirect encouragement to communalism. The government refused to take action against the propagation of virulent communal ideas and communal hatred through the press, pamphlets, leaflets, literature, public platform, and rumors. This was in sharp contrast with the frequent suppression of the nationalist press, literature, civil servants, propaganda, and so on. On the contrary, the government freely rewarded communal leaders, intellectuals, and government servants with titles, positions of profit, high salaries, and so on. The British administrators also followed a policy of relative inactivity and irresponsibility in dealing with communal riots. When they occurred, they were not crushed energetically. The administration also seldom made proper preparations or took preventive measures to meet situations of communal tension, as they did in case of nationalist and other popular protest movements. To sum up, so long as the colonial state supported communalism, a solution to the communal problem was not easily possible while the colonial state remained, though, of course, the overthrow of the colonial state was only the necessary but not a sufficient condition for a successful struggle against communalism. Star operator. A strong contributory factor in the growth of communalism was the pronounced Hindu tinge in much of nationalist thought and propaganda in the beginning of the 20th century. Many of the extremists introduced a strong Hindu religious element in nationalist thought and propaganda. They tended to emphasize ancient Indian culture to the exclusion of medieval Indian culture. They tried to provide a Hindu ideological underpinning to Indian nationalism, or at least a Hindu idiom to its day-to-day political agitation. Thus, Tilak used the Ganesh Puja and the Shivaji festival to propagate nationalism, and the anti-partition of Bengal agitation was initiated with dips in the Ganges. What was much worse, Bipin Chandra Chatterjee and many other writers in Bengali, Hindi, Urdu, and other languages often referred to Muslims as foreigners in their novels, plays, poems, and stories, and tended to identify nationalism with Hindus. This type of literature, in which Muslim rulers and officials were often portrayed as tyrants, tended to produce resentment among literate Muslims and alienate them from the emerging national movement. Moreover, a vague Hindu aura pervaded much of the nationalist agitation because of the use of Hindu symbols, idioms, and myths. Of course, the nationalist movement remained, on the whole, basically secular in its approach and ideology, and young nationalist Muslims like M.A. Jinnah and Maulana Abul Kalam Azad had little difficulty in accepting it as such and in joining it. This secularism became sturdier when leaders like Gandhiji, C.R. Das, Motilal Nehru, Jawaharlal Nehru, Maulana Azad, Dr. M.A. Ansari, Subhas Bose, Sardar Patel, and Rajendra Prasad came to the helm. The Hindu tinge was not so much a cause of communalism as a cause of the nationalist failure to check the growth. It made it slightly more difficult to win over Muslims to the national movement. It enabled the government and Muslim communalists to use it to keep large sections of Muslims away from the nationalist movement and to instill among them the feeling that the success of the movement would mean Hindu supremacy in the country. This Hindu tinge also created ideological openings for Hindu communalism and made it difficult for the nationalist movement to eliminate Hindu communal political and ideological elements within its own ranks. It also helped the spread of a Muslim tinge among Muslim nationalists. Star operator. A communal and distorted unscientific view of Indian history, especially of its ancient and medieval periods, was a major instrument for the spread of communal consciousness as also a basic constituent of communal ideology. The teaching of Indian history in schools and colleges from a basically communal point of view made a major contribution to the rise and growth of communalism. For generations, almost from the beginning of the modern school system, communal interpretations of history of varying degrees of virulence were propagated, first by imperialist writers and then by others. So deep and widespread was the penetration of the communal view of history that even sturdy nationalists accepted, however unconsciously, some of its basic digits. All this was seen by many contemporary observers. Gandhiji, for example, wrote, "Communal harmony could not be permanently established in our country so long as highly distorted versions of history were being taught in her schools and colleges through the history textbooks." For over and above the textbooks, the communal view of history was spread widely through poetry, drama, historical novels and short stories, newspapers and popular magazines, pamphlets, and above all, orally through the public platform, classroom teaching, socialization through the family, and private discussion and conversation. A beginning was made in the early 19th century by the British historian James Mill, who described the ancient period of Indian history as the Hindu period and the medieval period as the Muslim period. Though he failed to characterize the modern period as the Christian period, other British and Indian historians followed him in this respect. Furthermore, though the Muslim masses were as poor, exploited, and oppressed as the Hindu masses, and there were Hindu zamindars, nobles, and rulers along with Muslim ones, these writers declared that all Muslims were rulers in medieval India and all Hindus were the ruled. Thus, the basic character of a polity in India was identified with the religion of the ruler. Later, the culture and society of various periods were also declared to be either Hindu or Muslim in character. The Hindu communalist readily adopted the imperialist view that medieval rulers in India were anti-Hindu, tyrannized Hindus, and converted them forcibly. All communalist, as also imperialist, historians saw medieval history as one long story of Hindu-Muslim conflict and believed that throughout the medieval period there existed distinct and separate Hindu and Muslim cultures. The Hindu communalists described the rule of medieval Muslim rulers as foreign rule because of their religion. The talk of 1,000 years of slavery and foreign rule was common rhetoric, sometimes even used by nationalists. Above all, the Hindu communal view of history relied on the myth that Indian society and culture had reached great, ideal heights in the ancient period from which they fell into permanent and continuous decay during the medieval period because of Muslim rule and domination. The basic contribution of the medieval period to the development of the Indian economy and technology, religion and philosophy, arts and literature and culture and society was denied. In turn, the Muslim communalists harked back to the golden age of Islamic achievement in West Asia and appealed to its heroes, myths, and cultural traditions. They propagated the notion that all Muslims were the rulers in medieval India, or at least the beneficiaries of the so-called Muslim rule. They tended to defend and glorify all Muslim rulers, including religious bigots like Aurangzeb. They also evolved their own version of the fall theory. While Hindus were allegedly in the ascendant during the 19th century, Muslims, it was said, fell or declined as a community throughout the 19th century after they lost political power. A major factor in the growth of communalism, according to some authors, was the religious pluralism, or the existence of several religions in India. This is not so. It is not true that communalism must arise inevitably in a multi-religious society. Religion was not an underlying or basic cause of communalism, whose removal was basic to tackling or solving the communal problem. Here we must distinguish between religion as a belief system, which people follow as part of their personal belief, and the ideology of a religion-based socio-political identity, that is, communalism. In other words, religion is not the cause of communalism. Even though communal cleavage is based by the communalist on differences in religion, this difference is then used to mask or disguise the social needs, aspirations, conflicts arising in non-religious fields. Religion comes into communalism to the extent that it serves politics arising in spheres other than religion. K.M. Ashraf put this aspect in an appropriate phrase when he described communalism as mazhab ki siyasi dukandari, political trade in religion. Communalism was not inspired by religion, nor was religion the object of communal politics, it was only its vehicle. Religion was, however, used as a mobilizing factor by the communalists. Communalism could become a popular movement after 1939, and in particular during 1945 to 47, only when it adopted the inflammable cry of religion in danger. Moreover, differing religious practices were the immediate cause of situations of communal tension and riots. We may also note that while religion was not responsible for communalism, religiosity was a major contributory factor. Religiosity may be defined as intense emotional commitment to matters of religion and the tendency to let religion and religious emotions intrude into non-religious or non-spiritual areas of life and beyond the individual's private and moral world. Religiosity was not communalism, but it opened a person to the appeal of communalism in the name of religion. Secularization did not, therefore, mean removing religion, but it did mean reducing religiosity or increasingly narrowing down the sphere of religion to the private life of the individual. 32. Communalism, the liberal phase. There was hardly any communalism in India before the last quarter of the 19th century. As is well known, Hindus and Muslims had fought shoulder to shoulder in the Revolt of 1857. The notion of Hindu-Muslim distinction at the non-religious plane, not to speak of the clash of interests of Hindus and Muslims, was by and large non-existent in the press during the 1860s. The identity that the North Indian newspapers emphasized was that of the Hindustanis, especially vis-a-vis European or British rulers. Even when some Muslim intellectuals began to notice that Muslims in some parts of the country were lagging behind Hindus in modern education and in government jobs, they blamed not Hindus but the government's anti-Muslim policy and the neglect of modern education by upper-class Muslims. Syed Ahmed Khan, undoubtedly one of the outstanding Indians of the 19th century, began his educational activities without any communal bias. The numerous scientific societies he founded in 1860s involved both Hindus and Muslims. The Aligarh College he specially founded to fight the bias against modern education among Muslims, received financial support from moneyed Hindus, and its faculty and students had a large Hindu component. Syed Ahmed loudly preached the commonness of Hindus and Muslims till the founding of the Congress in 1885. Thus, for example, he said in 1884, "Do you not inhabit this land? Are you not buried in it or cremated on it? Surely you live and die on the same land." Remember that Hindus and Muslims are religious terms. Otherwise, Hindus, Muslims, and Christians who live in this country are by virtue of this fact one nation or community. 1. Star operator. Ironically, communalism in India got its initial start in the 1880s when Syed Ahmed Khan counterposed it to the national movement initiated by the National Congress. In 1887, Dufferin, the viceroy, and A. Cole, then the lieutenant governor of UP, launched a frontal public attack on the National Congress once its anti-imperialist edge became clear. Syed Ahmed, believing that the Muslims' share in administrative posts and in profession could be increased only by professing and proving loyalty to the colonial rulers, decided to join in the attack. Furthermore, he felt that he needed the active support of big zamindars and the British officials for the Aligarh College. Initially, he made an attempt with the help of Shiva Prasad, Raja of Benga, and others to organize along caste, birth, class, and status lines the feudal, Jagirdari, and bureaucratic elements in opposition to the rising democratic national movement. However, this attempt failed to get off the ground. Syed Ahmed now set out to organize the Jagirdari elements among Muslims as Muslims or the Muslim community. He and his followers gradually laid down the foundation of all the basic themes of the communal ideology as it was to be propagated in the first half of the 20th century. A basic theme was that Hindus, because they were a majority, would dominate Muslims and totally override the interests of the smaller community, if representative democratic government was introduced or if British rule ended and power was transferred to Indians. Point 2. The British were needed to safeguard Muslims as a minority. In the Indian context, said Syed Ahmed, they were the best guardians of Muslim interests. Point 3. Muslims must, therefore, remain loyal and oppose the National Congress. The theme of a permanent clash of Hindu and Muslim interests was also brought forth. Giving up his earlier views, he now said that India could not be considered a nation. Point 4. He declared that the Congress was a Hindu body whose major objectives were against Muslim interest. Simultaneously, he criticized the Congress for basing itself on the principle of social equality among the lowly and the highly born. Point 5. Objecting to the Congress' demand for democratic elections, Syed Ahmed said that this would mean that Muslims would not be able to guard their interests, for it would be like a game of dice in which one man had 4 dice and the other only 1. 6. Any system of elections, he said, would put power into the hands of Bengalis or of Hindus of the Bengali type, which would lead to Muslims falling into a condition of utmost degradation and the ring of slavery being put on them by Hindus. Point 7. Syed Ahmed and his co-workers also demanded safeguards for Muslims in government jobs, legislative councils, and district boards and recognition of the historical role and political importance of Muslims so that their role in legislative councils should not be less than that of Hindus. At the same time, Syed Ahmed and his followers did not create a counter-command political organization because the British authorities at the time frowned upon any politicization of the Indian people. Syed Ahmed held that any agitational politics would tend to become anti-government and seditious and to create suspicion of disloyalty among the rulers. He therefore asked Muslims to shun all politics and remain politically passive, i.e., non-agitational, in their approach. Point 8. The colonial rulers were quick to see the inherent logic of communalism and the theory of the official protection of the minorities, and from the beginning actively promoted and supported communalism. The Muslim communalists continued to follow the politics of loyalty after Syed Ahmed's death. They openly sided with the government during the Swadeshi movement in Bengal during 1905-6 and condemned the Muslim supporters of the movement as vile traitors to Islam and as Congress touts. But the attempt to keep the growing Muslim intelligentsia politically passive or loyalist was not wholly successful. Badruddin Tayyabji presided over the Congress session in 1887, and the number of Muslim delegates to the Congress increased in the succeeding years. R.M. Sayani, A. Bimji, Mir Musharraf Hussain, Hamid Ali Khan, and numerous other Muslim intellectuals from Bombay, Bengal, and northern India joined the Congress. They pointed out that not even one of the Congress demands was communal or for Hindus only. The nationalist trend continued to spread among Muslims all over the country till the end of the 19th century. Abdul Rasul and a large number of other Bengali Muslim intellectuals gave active support to the Swadeshi agitation against the partition of Bengal. In fact, the nationalist trend remained dominant among Muslims in Bengal till the late 1920s. Once the Swadeshi movement brought mass politics to India, a large section of the Muslim intelligentsia could not be kept away from the Congress. The British government felt compelled to offer some constitutional concessions, and it became impossible to continue to follow the policy of political passivity. The communalists, as also their official supporters, felt that they had to enter the political arena. At the end of 1907, the All India Muslim League was founded by a group of big zamindars, ex-bureaucrats, and other upper-class Muslims like the Aga Khan, the Nawab of Dhaka and Nawab Mohsin ul Mulk, founded as a loyalist, Communal and conservative political organization, the League supported the partition of Bengal, raised the slogan of separate Muslim interests, demanded separate electorates and safeguards for Muslims in government services, and reiterated all the major themes of communal politics and ideology enunciated earlier by Syed Ahmed and his followers. Vikral Mulk, for example, said, "God forbid, if the British rule disappears from India, Hindus will lord over it, and we will be in constant danger of our life, property, and honor. The only way for the Muslims to escape this danger is to help in the continuance of the British rule." 9. He also expressed the fear of the minority losing its identity. One of the major objectives of the Muslim League was to keep the emerging intelligentsia among Muslims from joining the Congress. Its activities were directed against the National Congress and Hindus, and not against the colonial regime. Star operator. Simultaneously, Hindu communalism was also being born. From the 1870s, a section of Hindu zamindars, moneylenders, and middle-class professionals began to arouse anti-Muslim sentiments. Fully accepting the colonial view of Indian history, they talked of the tyrannical, Muslim rule in the medieval period and the liberating role of the British in saving Hindus from Muslim oppression. In UP and Bihar, they took up the question of Hindi and gave it a communal twist, declaring that Urdu was the language of Muslims and Hindi of Hindus. All over India, anti-cow slaughter propaganda was undertaken in the early 1890s, the campaign being primarily directed not against the British, but against Muslims. The British cantonments, for example, were left free to carry on cow slaughter on a large scale. Consequently, this agitation invariably took a communal turn, often resulting in communal riots. The anti-cow slaughter agitation died down by 1896, to be revived again in a more virulent form in the second decade of the 20th century. The Hindu communalists also carried on a regular agitation for a Hindu share of seats in legislatures and in government services. The Punjab Hindu Sabha was founded in 1909. Its leaders, UN Mukherjee and Lal Chand, were to lay down the foundations of Hindu communal ideology and politics. They directed their anger primarily against the National Congress for trying to unite Indians into a single nation and for sacrificing Hindu interests to appease Muslims. In his booklet, Self-Abnegation in Politics, Lal Chand described the Congress as the self-inflicted misfortune of Hindus. Hindus, he wrote, were moving towards extinction because of the poison imbibed for the last 25 years. They could be saved only if they were willing to purge the poison and get rid of the evil. He accused the Congress of making impossible demands on the government, leading to its justifiable anger against the Congress and Hindus. Instead, Hindus should try to neutralize the third party, the government, in their fight against Muslims. It was also essential that Hindus abandon and end the Congress. A Hindu, Lal Chand declared, should not only believe, but make it a part and parcel of his organism, of his life and of his conduct, that he is a Hindu first and an Indian after. 10. The first session of the All India Hindu Mahasabha was held in April 1915 under the presidentship of the Maharaja of Qasim Vazar. But it remained for many years a rather sickly child compared to the Muslim League. This was for several reasons. The broader social reason was the greater, and even dominant role of the zamindars, aristocrats and ex-bureaucrats among Muslims in general, and even among the Muslim middle classes. While among Parsis and Hindus, increasingly, it was the modern intelligentsia, with its emphasis on science, democracy, and nationalism, and the bourgeois elements in general, which rapidly acquired intellectual, social, economic, and political influence and hegemony. Among Muslims, the reactionary landlords and mullahs continued to exercise dominant influence or hegemony. Landlords and traditional religious priests, whether Hindu or Muslim, were conservative and supporters of established, colonial authority. But while among Hindus, they were gradually losing positions of leadership, they continued to dominate among Muslims. In this sense, the weak position of the middle class among Muslims and its social and ideological backwardness contributed to the growth of Muslim communalism. There were other reasons for the relative weakness of Hindu communalism. The colonial government gave Hindu communalism few concessions and little support, for it banked heavily on Muslim communalism and could not easily simultaneously placate both communalisms. Star operator. The colonial authorities and the communalists together evolved another powerful instrument for the spread and consolidation of communalism in separate electorates, which were introduced in the Morley-Minto reforms of 1907. Under this system, Muslim voters, and later Sikhs and others, were put in separate constituencies from which only Muslims could stand as candidates and for which only Muslims could vote. Separate electorates turned elections and legislative councils into arenas for communal conflicts. Since the voters were exclusively the followers of one religion, the candidates did not have to appeal to voters belonging to other religions. They could, therefore, make blatantly communal appeals, and voters and others who listened to these appeals were gradually trained to think and vote communally and in general to think in terms of communal power and progress and to express their socio-economic grievances in communal terms. The system of reservation of seats and weightage in legislatures, government services, educational institutions, etc. also had the same consequences. Star operator. A slight detour at the stage is perhaps necessary. When discussing the history of the origins and growth of communalism and communal organizations, one particular error is to be avoided. Often a communalist described, or even now ascribes in historical writings, the origins of one communalism to the existence of and as a reaction to the other communalism. Thus, by assigning the original blame to the other communalism, a sort of backdoor justification for one's own communalism is, or was, provided. Thus the Hindu, Muslim, or Sikh communalists justified their own communalism by arguing that they were reacting to the communalism initiated by others. In fact, to decide which communalism came first is like answering the question, which came first, the chicken or the egg? Once communalism arose and developed, its different variants fed and fattened on each other. The younger Muslim intellectuals were soon dissatisfied with the loyalist, anti-Hindu, and slavish mentality of the upper-class leadership of the Muslim League. They were increasingly drawn to modern and radical nationalist ideas. The militantly nationalist Our movement was founded at this time under the leadership of Maulana Muhammad Ali, Hakim Ajmal Khan, Hassan Imam, Maulana Zafar Ali Khan, and Mazar-ul-Haq. In their efforts, they got support from a section of orthodox ulama, scholars, especially those belonging to the Deoband school. Another orthodox scholar to be attracted to the national movement was the young Maulana Abul Kalam Azad, who was educated at the famous Al-Azhar University at Cairo and who propagated his rationalist and nationalist ideas in his newspaper Al-Hilal, which he brought out in 1912 at the age of 24. After an intense struggle, the nationalist young Muslims came to the fore in the Muslim League. They also became active in the Congress. In 1912, the brilliant Congress leader, M.A. Jinnah, was invited to join the League, which adopted self-government as one of its objectives. In the same year, the Aga Khan resigned as the president of the League. From 1912 to 1924, the young nationalists began to overshadow the loyalists in the League, which began to move nearer to the policies of the Congress. Unfortunately, their nationalism was flawed in so far as it was not fully secular, except with rare exceptions like Jinnah. It had a strong religious and pan-Islamic tinge. Instead of understanding and opposing the economic and political consequences of modern imperialism, they fought it on the ground that it threatened the caliph, khalifa, and the holy places. Quite often their appeal was to religious sentiments. This religious tinge or approach did not immediately clash with nationalism. Rather, it made its adherents anti-imperialist, and it encouraged the nationalist trend among urban Muslims. But in the long run it proved harmful as it inculcated and encouraged the habit of looking at political questions from a religious point of view. Star operator. The positive development within the Congress, discussed in an earlier chapter, and within the Muslim League soon led to broad political unity among the two, an important role in this being played by Lokmanya Tilak and M.A. Jinnah. The two organizations held their sessions at the end of 1916 at Lucknow, signed a pact known as the Lucknow Pact, and put forward common political demands before the government, including the demand for self-government for India after the war. The pact accepted separate electorates and the system of weightage and reservation of seats for the minorities in the legislatures. While a step forward in many respects, and it enthused the political Indian, the pact was also a step back. The Congress had accepted separate electorates and formally recognized communal politics. Above all, the pact was tacitly based on the assumption that India consisted of different communities with separate interests of their own. It, therefore, left the way open to the future resurgence of communalism in Indian politics. The nationalist movement and Hindu-Muslim unity took giant steps forward after World War I during the agitation against the Revolt acts and the Caliphate and the non-cooperation movements. As if to declare before the world the principle of Hindu-Muslim unity in political action, Swami Shraddhanand, a staunch Arya Samajist, was asked by Muslims to preach from the pulpit of the Jama Masjid at Delhi, while Dr. Saifuddin Kichlu, a Muslim, was given the keys to the Golden Temple, the Sikh shrine at Amritsar. The entire country resounded to the cry of Hindu-Muslim ki jai. The landlord communalists and ex-bureaucrats increasingly disassociated themselves from the Muslim League, while the League itself was overshadowed by the Caliphate Committee, as many of the League leaders, as also many of the old Congress leaders, found it difficult to keep pace with the politics of a mass movement. Even though the Caliphate was a religious issue, it resulted in raising the national, anti-imperialist consciousness of the Muslim masses and middle classes. Moreover, there was nothing wrong in the nationalist movement taking up a demand that affected Muslims only, just as the Akali movement affected the Sikhs only and the anti-untouchability campaign Hindus only. But there were also certain weaknesses involved. The nationalist leadership failed to some extent in raising the religious political consciousness of Muslims to the higher plane of secular political consciousness. The Caliphate leaders, for example, made appeals to religion and made full use of fatwas, opinion or decision on a point of Islamic law given by a religious person of standing, and other religious sanctions. Consequently, they strengthened the hold of orthodoxy and priesthood over the minds of men and women and encouraged the habit of looking at political questions from the religious point of view. By doing so and by emphasizing the notion of Muslim solidarity, they kept an opening for communal ideology and politics to grow at a later stage. Star operator. The non-cooperation movement was withdrawn in February 1922. As the people felt disillusioned and frustrated and the diarchy became operational, communalism reared its ugly head, and in the post-1922 years the country was repeatedly plunged into communal riots. Old communal organizations were revived and fresh ones founded. The Muslim League once again became active and was cleansed of radical and nationalist elements. The upper-class leaders with their open loyalism and frankly communal ideology once again came to the fore. The Hindu Mahasabha was revived in 1923 and openly began to cater to anti-Muslim sentiments. Its proclaimed objective became the maintenance, protection, and promotion of Hindu race, Hindu culture, and Hindu civilization for the advancement of Hindu Rashtra. The Hindu as well as Muslims communalists tried to inculcate the psychology of fear among Hindus and Muslims, the fear of being deprived, surpassed, threatened, dominated, suppressed, beaten down, and even exterminated. It was during these years that Sangathan and Shuddhi movements among Hindus and Tanzim and Tabligh movements among Muslims, working for communal consolidation and religious conversion, came up. The nationalists were openly reviled as apostates and as enemies of their own religion and co-religionists. A large number of nationalists were not able to withstand communal pressure and began to adopt communal or semi-communal positions. The Swarajists were split by communalism. A group known as responsivists offered cooperation to the government so that the so-called Hindu interests might be safeguarded. Lajpat Rai, Madan Mohan Malviya, and N.C. Kelkar joined the Hindu Mahasabha and argued for Hindu communal solidarity. The less responsible responsivists and Hindu Mahasabhites carried on a virulent campaign against secular congressmen. They accused Motilal Nehru of letting down Hindus, of being anti-Hindu and an Islam lover, of favoring cow slaughter, and of eating beef. Many old Khilafatists also now turned communal. The most dramatic shift was that of Maulanas Muhammad Ali and Kakat Ali, who now accused the Congress of trying to establish a Hindu government and Hindus of wanting to dominate and suppress Muslims. The most vicious expression of communalism were communal riots, which broke out in major North Indian cities during 1923-24. According to the Simon Commission report, nearly 112 major communal riots occurred between 1922 and 1927. Star operator. The nationalist leadership made strenuous efforts to oppose communal political forces, but was not able to evolve an effective line of action. What was the line of action that it adopted, and why did it fail? Its basic strategy was to try to bring about unity at the top with communal leaders through negotiations. This meant that either the Congress leaders acted as mediators or intermediaries between different communal groups, or they themselves tried to arrive at a compromise with Muslim communal leaders on questions of protection to and safeguards of the interests of the minorities in terms of reservation of seats in the legislatures and of jobs in the government. The most well-known of such efforts was made during 1928. As an answer to the challenge of the Simon Commission, Indian political leaders organized several all-India conferences to settle communal issues and draw up an agreed constitution for India. A large number of Muslim communal leaders met at Delhi in December 1927 and evolved four basic demands known as the Delhi Proposals. These proposals were: 1. Sindh should be made a separate province. 2. The Northwest Frontier Province should be treated constitutionally on the same footing as other provinces. 3. Muslims should have 33 1/3% representation in the central legislature. 4. In Punjab and Bengal, the proportion of representation should be in accordance with the population, thus guaranteeing a Muslim majority, and in other provinces, where Muslims were a minority, the existing reservation of seats for Muslims should continue. The Congress proposals came in the form of the Nehru Report drafted by an all-parties committee. The report was put up for approval before an all-party convention at Calcutta at the end of December 1928. Apart from other aspects, the Nehru Report recommended that India should be a federation on the basis of linguistic provinces and provincial autonomy, that elections be held on the basis of joint electorates, and that seats in central and provincial legislatures be reserved for religious minorities in proportion to their population. The report recommended the separation of Sindh from Bombay and constitutional reform in the Northwest Frontier Province. The report could not be approved unanimously at the Calcutta Convention. While there were wide differences among Muslims communalists, a section of the League and the Khilafatists were willing to accept joint electorates, and other proposals in the report provided 3 amendments, moved by M.A. Jinnah, were accepted. 2 of these were the same as the third and fourth demands in the Delhi proposals, the first and the second of these demands having been conceded by the Nehru Report. The third was a fresh demand that residuary powers should vest in the provinces. A large section of the League led by Muhammad Shafi and the Aga Khan and many other Muslim communal groups refused to agree to these amendments. They were not willing to give up separate electorates. The Hindu Mahasabha and the Sikh League raised vehement objections to the parts of the report dealing with Sindh, Northwest Frontier Province, Bengal, and Punjab. They also refused to accept the Jinnah amendments. The Congress leaders were not willing to accept the weak center that the Jinnah proposals envisioned. Most of the Muslim communalists now joined hands, and Jinnah too decided to fall in line. Declaring that the Nehru Report represented Hindu interests, he consolidated all the communal demands made by different communal organizations at different times into a single document, which came to be known as Jinnah's 14 Points. The 14 points basically consisted of the 4 Delhi proposals, the 3 Calcutta amendments, and demands for the continuation of separate electorates and reservation of seats for Muslims in government services and self-governing bodies. The 14 points were to form the basis of all future communal propaganda in the subsequent years. This strategy of trying to solve the communal problem through an agreement or pact with the Hindu, Muslim, and Sikh communal leaders proved a complete failure and suffered from certain inherent weaknesses. Above all, it meant that the Congress tacitly or by implication accepted, to a certain extent, the claim of the communal leaders that they were representatives of the communal interests of their respective communities, and, of course, that such communal interests and religious communities existed in real life. By negotiating with communal leaders, the Congress legitimized their politics and made them respectable. It also weakened its right, as well as the will, to carry on a hard political ideological campaign against communal parties and individuals. Constant negotiations with Muslim communal leaders weakened the position of secular, anti-imperialist Muslims and Muslim leaders like Azad, Ansari, and Asaf Ali. They also made it difficult to oppose and expose the communalism and semi-communalism of leaders like Madan Mohan Malviya, Lajpat Rai, and Maulana Muhammad Ali, who often worked within the Congress ranks. The strategy of negotiations at the top required generous concessions by the majority to the minority communalism on the question of jobs and seats in the legislatures. But communalism was quite strong among the Hindu middle classes, which too suffered from the consequences of colonial underdevelopment. The Congress leadership found it politically difficult to force concessions to Muslim communalism down the throat of Hindu and Sikh communalists. Thus, the failure to conciliate the Muslim communalists helped them gain strength, while any important concessions to them tended to produce a Hindu communal backlash. In any case, even if by a supreme effort in generosity and sagacity a compromise with communal leaders had been arrived at, it was likely to prove temporary, as was the case with the Lucknow Pact and to some extent the Nehru Report. Not one communal leader or group or party had enough authority over other communal groups and individuals to sign a lasting agreement. Concessions only whetted the appetite of the communalists. As soon as one group was appeased, a more extreme or recalcitrant leader or group emerged and pushed up the communal demands. Consequently, often the more reasonable leader or group felt his communal hold over the followers weakening and found it necessary to go back even on the earlier partial or fuller agreement. This is what repeatedly happened during 1928-29, and Jinnah's was a typical example. The fact was that so long as communal ideology flourished or the socio-political conditions favoring communal politics persisted, it was difficult to appease or conciliate communal leaders permanently or for any length of time. The real answer lay in an all-out opposition to communalism in all arenas, ideological, cultural, social, and political. Based on a scientific understanding of its ideology, its social and ideological sources and roots, its social base, and the reasons for its growth in the face of the nationalist work in favor of Hindu-Muslim unity, an intense political ideological struggle had to be waged against communalism and communal political forces. Moreover, it was necessary to take up the peasants' cause where their class struggle was being distorted into communal channels. All this was not done, despite the deep commitment to secularism of the bulk of the nationalist leadership from Dadabhai Naoroji to Gandhiji and Nehru. The need was to direct the debate with the communalists into hard, rational, analytical channels so that the latter were forced to fight on the terrain of reason and science and not of emotion and bias. Gandhiji and the Congress did make Hindu-Muslim unity one of the 3 basic items of the nationalist political platform. They also, at crucial moments, refused to appease the Hindu communalists. Gandhiji several times staked his life for the secular cause. But Gandhiji and the Congress provided no deeper analysis of the communal phenomenon. Star operator. Despite the intensified activities of communal parties and groups during the 1920s, communalism was not yet very pervasive in Indian society. Communal riots were largely confined to cities, and their number, keeping in view the size of the country, was not really large. The Hindu communalists commanded little support among the masses. The social base of the Muslim communalists was also quite narrow. The nationalist Muslims, who were part of the Congress, still represented a major political force. The rising trade union, peasant, and youth movements were fully secular. The reaction to the Simon Commission further revealed the weakness of communal forces when both the Muslim League and the Hindu Mahasabha got divided, some in favor of a boycott of the commission and others for cooperating with it. The anti-Simon Commission protest movement and then the Second Civil Disobedience movement from 1930 to 1934 swept the entire country and once again pushed the communalists as a whole into the background. Led by the Congress, Jamiatul Ulama Hind, Khudai Khidmatgars, and other organizations, thousands of Muslims went to jail. The national movement engulfed for the first time 2 new major areas with a Muslim majority, the Northwest Frontier Province and Kashmir. The communal leaders got a chance to come into the limelight during the roundtable conferences of the early 1930s. At these conferences, the communalists joined hands with the most reactionary sections of the British ruling classes. Both the Muslim and Hindu communalists made efforts to win the support of British authorities to defend their so-called communal interests. In 1932, at a meeting in the House of Commons, the Aga Khan, the poet Muhammad Iqbal, and the historian Shafat Ahmad Khan stressed the inherent impossibility of securing any merger of Hindu and Muslim, political, or indeed social interests and the impracticability of ever governing India through anything but a British agency. 11. Similarly, in 1933, presiding over the Hindu Mahasabha session, Bipin made a plea for cooperation between Hindus and the British government and said, "I feel an impulse in me that Hindus would willingly cooperate with Great Britain if their status and responsible position as the premier community in India is recognized in the political institutions of New India." 12. The communal parties and groups remained quite weak and narrow-based till 1937. Most of the Muslim, as also Hindu young intellectuals, workers and peasants joined the mainstreams of nationalism and socialism in the early 1930s. In Bengal, many joined the secular and radical Krishak Praja Party. Moreover, in 1932, in an effort to bolster the sagging Muslim communalism, the British government announced the Communal Award, which accepted virtually all the Muslim communal demands embodied in the Delhi Proposals of 1927 and Jinnah's 14 Points of 1929. The communal forces were faced with an entirely new situation. They could not carry on as before. The question was, where would they go from here? 33. Jinnah, Galwalkar and extreme communalism. Communalism remained at the second, liberal stage till 1937, when it increasingly started assuming a virulent, extremist or fascist form. The liberal communalist argued that India consisted of distinct religion-based communities, which had their own separate and special interests, which often came into mutual conflict. But he also accepted that the ultimate destiny of Indian politics was the merger of the different communities into a single nation. Thus, the liberal communalist demanded separate communal rights, safeguards, reservations, etc. within the broad concept of one Indian nation in the making. He accepted national unity as the ultimate goal, as also the concept of the ultimate common interests of Hindus, Muslims, Sikhs, and Christians. Liberal communalism had also a rather narrow social base. Politically, it was based mainly on the upper and middle classes. Star operator. Extreme communalism was based on the politics of hatred, fear psychosis, and irrationality. The motifs of domination and suppression, always present in communal propaganda as we have shown earlier, increasingly became the dominant theme of communal propaganda. A campaign of hatred against the followers of other religions was unleashed. The interests of Hindus and Muslims were now declared to be permanently in conflict. The communalists attacked the other communities with, in W.C. Smith's words, fervor, fear, contempt, and bitter hatred, in the extremist or fascist phase of communalism after 1937. Phrases like oppression, suppression, domination, being crushed, even physical extermination and extinction were used. The communalists increasingly operated on the principle, the bigger the lie the better. They poured venom on the National Congress and Gandhiji, and, in particular, they viciously attacked their co-religionists among the nationalists. Communalism also now, after 1937, increasingly acquired a popular base and began to mobilize popular mass opinion. It was now sought to be organized as a mass movement around aggressive, extremist communal politics among the urban lower middle classes. This also required an issue or a slogan which could arouse mass emotion. Because of the reactionary, upper-class base of communalism, an appeal to radical social issues could not be made. In other words, communalism could not base itself on a radical socio-economic or political or ideological program. Hence, inevitably, an appeal was made to religion and to irrational sentiments of fear and hatred. Liberal communalism was transformed into extremist communalism for several reasons. As a consequence of the growth of nationalism and in particular, of the civil disobedience movement of 1930 to 34, the Congress emerged as the dominant political force in the elections of 1937. Various political parties of landlords and other vested interests suffered a drastic decline. Moreover, as we have seen, the youth as also the workers and peasants were increasingly turning to the left, and the national movement as a whole was getting increasingly radicalized in its economic and political program and policies. The zamindars and landlords, the Jagirdari elements, finding that open defense of landlords' interests was no longer feasible, now, by and large, switched over to communalism for their class defense. This was not only true in UP and Bihar, but also in Punjab and Bengal. In Punjab, for example, the big landlords of West Punjab and the Muslim bureaucratic elite had supported the semi-communal, semi-casteist and loyalist Unionist Party. But they increasingly felt that the Unionist Party, being a provincial party, could no longer protect them from Congress radicalism, and so, during the years 1937 to 45, they gradually shifted their support to the Muslim League, which eagerly promised to protect their interests. Very similar was the case of Muslim zamindars and jotdars in Bengal. Hindu zamindars and landlords and merchants and moneylenders in northern and western India too began to shift towards Hindu communal parties and groups. To attract them, V.D. Savarkar, the Hindu Mahasabha president, began to condemn the selfish class tussle between landlords and tenants. Similarly, in Punjab, the Hindu communalists became even more active than before in defending moneylending and trading interests. Communalism also became, after 1937, the only political recourse of colonial authorities and their policy of divide and rule. This was because, by this time, nearly all the other divisions, antagonisms, and divisive devices promoted and fostered earlier by the colonial authorities had been overcome by the national movement, and had become politically non-viable from the colonial point of view. The non-Brahmin challenge in Maharashtra and South India had fizzled out. The scheduled castes and other backward castes could no longer be mobilized against the Congress except in stray pockets. The right and left wings of the Congress also refused to split. Interprovincial and interlingual rivalries had exhausted themselves much earlier, after the Congress accepted the validity of linguistic states and the cultural diversity of the Indian people. The effort to pit the zamindars and landlords against the national movement had also completely failed. The elections of 1937 showed that nearly all the major social and political groups of colonialism lay shattered. The communal card alone was available for playing against the national movement, and the rulers decided to use it to the limit, to stake all on it. They threw all the weight of the colonial state behind Muslim communalism, even though it was headed by a man, M.A. Jinnah, whom they disliked and feared for his sturdy independence and outspoken anti-colonialism. The outbreak of World War II, on September 1, 1939, further strengthened the reliance on the communal card. The Congress withdrew its ministries and demanded that the British make a declaration that India would get complete freedom after the war and transfer of effective government power immediately. For countering the nationalist demand and dividing Indian opinion, reliance was placed on the Muslim League, whose politics and demands were counterposed to the nationalist politics and demands. The League was recognized as the sole spokesperson for Muslims and given the power to veto any political settlement. India could not be given freedom, it was said, so long as Hindus and Muslims did not unite. But such unity was made impossible by the wholesale official backing of Muslim communalism. The Muslim League, in turn, agreed to collaborate with the colonial authorities and serve as their political instrument of its own reasons. The Hindu Mahasabha and other Hindu and Sikh communal organizations also offered to support the colonial government during the war. But the colonial authorities, while accepting their support, could no longer divide their loyalties. Their commitment to Muslim communalism was to remain total during the course of the war, and even after. Both the Muslim League and the Hindu Mahasabha had run the election campaign of 1937 on liberal communal lines. They had incorporated much of the nationalist program and many of the Congress policies, except those relating to agrarian issues, in their election manifestos. But they had fared poorly in the elections. The Muslim League, for example, won only 109 out of the 482 seats allotted to Muslims under separate electorates, securing only 4.8% of the total Muslim votes. The Hindu Mahasabha fared even worse. The communalists now realized that they would gradually wither away if they did not take to militant, mass-based politics. Hitherto, organized mass movements and cadre-based politics had been built by radical, anti-status quo nationalists. The conservatives had shied away from mass movements. In the 1930s, a successful right-wing model of mass politics, which would not frighten away the vested interests, became available in the form of the fascist movement. Both Hindu and Muslim communalists decided to follow this model. Moreover, the Congress had not yet acquired firm roots among all the masses, especially among the Muslim masses. Now was the time to take advantage of their political immaturity, before it was too late. Urgency was added to the need to shift to extreme Muslim communalism because the Congress decided to initiate, under Jawaharlal Nehru's guidance, a massive campaign to work among the Muslim masses, known as the Muslim Mass Contact Program. The logic of communalism also inexorably led to extreme communalism. The Congress had gone quite far in the late 1920s in accepting Muslim communal demands. In 1932, the Communal Award and then the Government of India Act of 1935 accepted nearly all the liberal communal demands. Nor did the National Congress oppose these concessions to the communalists. But such concessions would have no cast iron guarantee behind them once the foreign rulers disappeared from the scene and the country came to be ruled democratically. Moreover, what would the communalists do next? Since their demands had been accepted, they had either to dissolve their political organizations, give up communalism and commit political harakiri, or discover new demands. New threats to their communities, and inexorably and without necessarily a conscious design turned towards extreme communalism. Similarly, the Hindu communalists had failed to grow. Further, till 1937, the Congress had permitted both Hindu and Muslim liberal communalists to work within the Congress organization. Under Jawaharlal Nehru's and the left's pressure, the Congress was frontally attacking the communalists. Not only did it not accommodate them in the elections of 1934 and 1937, it moved towards expelling them from the Congress, and finally did so in 1938. The Hindu communalists were facing political extinction. They also had to find a new basis and a new program for their survival and growth. Star operator. The proposition that communalism has a logic of its own and, if not checked in its early stages, inevitably develops into its higher stages is illustrated by the life history of Muhammad Ali Jinnah. His case shows how communalism is an inclined plane on which a constant slide down becomes inevitable unless counter steps are taken. Once the basic digits of communal ideology are accepted, the ideology takes over a person bit by bit, independent of the subjective desires of the person. This is how a person who started as the ambassador of Hindu-Muslim unity ended up by demanding Pakistan. M.A. Jinnah came back to India after becoming a barrister in 1906 as a secular, liberal nationalist, a follower of Dadabhai Naoroji. On his return, he immediately joined the Congress and acted as Dadabhai's secretary at the Calcutta session of the Congress in 1906. He was an opponent of the Muslim League then being founded. The Aga Khan, the first president of the League, was to write later that Jinnah was our toughest opponent in 1906 and that he came out in bitter hostility toward all that I and my friends had done and were trying to do. He said that our principle of separate electorates was dividing the nation against itself. From 1906 onwards, Jinnah propagated the theme of national unity in the meetings that he addressed, earning from Sarojini Naidu the title, Ambassador of Hindu-Muslim Unity. The first step towards communalism was taken without any desire of his own and perhaps against his own wishes when he entered the Central Legislative Council from Bombay as a Muslim member under the system of separate electorates. The real slide down began when from a nationalist pure and simple he became a communal nationalist in 1913 when he joined the Muslim League. This, of course, meant that he was still basically a nationalist. He remained in the Congress and still opposed separate electorates, arguing that it would divide India into two watertight compartments. But he also started assuming the role of a spokesperson of the Muslim community as a whole. These dual roles reached the height of their effectiveness in the Lucknow Congress League Pact, of which he and Tilak were the joint authors. Acting as the spokesperson of Muslim communalism, he got the Congress to accept separate electorates and the system of communal reservations. But he still remained fully committed to nationalism and secular politics. He resigned from the Legislative Council as a protest against the passing of the Rollout Bill. He refused the communal assumption that self-government in India would lead to Hindu rule, and argued that the real political issue in India was home rule or transfer of power from bureaucracy to democracy. In 1919-20, the Congress took a turn towards mass politics based on the peaceful breaking of existing laws. Jinnah disagreed and did not find it possible to go along with Gandhi. Along with many other liberals who thought like him, persons such as Surendranath Banerjee, Bipin Chandra, Tej Bahadur Supru, C. Sankaran Nair, and many more, Jinnah left the Congress. But he could also see that mere liberal politics had no future, and he was not willing to go into political oblivion. Unlike most of the other liberals, he turned to communal politics. He became a liberal communalist. The logic of communalism had asserted itself and transformed him first from a nationalist into communal nationalist and then into a liberal communalist. During the 1920s, Jinnah's nationalism was not fully swallowed by communalism. He revived the Down and Out Muslim League in 1924 and started building it upon and around the demand for safeguarding the interests and rights of the Muslims. His politics were now based on the basic communal idea that Muslims should organize themselves, stand united, and should press every reasonable point for the protection of their community. 3. At the same time, he still pleaded for Hindu-Muslim unity on the basis of a fresh Lucknow Pact so as to fight the British together, and he cooperated with the Swarajists in opposing government policies and measures in the Central Legislative Assembly. As late as 1925, he told a young Muslim, who said that he was a Muslim first, "My boy, no, you are an Indian first and then a Muslim." For in 1927-28, he supported the boycott of the Simon Commission, though he would not join in the mass demonstrations against it. But by now his entire social base comprised communal-minded persons. He could not give up communalism without losing all political influence. This became apparent in 1928-29 during the discussions on the Nehru Report. Step by step he surrendered to the more reactionary communalists, led by the Aga Khan and M. Shafi, and in the end became the leader of Muslim communalism as a whole, losing in the bargain the support of nationalist leaders like M.A. Ansari, T.K. Shirwani, Syed Mahmood, and his own erstwhile lieutenants like M.C. Chagla. His slide down was symbolized by his becoming the author of the famous 14 Demands, incorporating the demands of the most reactionary and virulent sections of Muslim communalism. Jinnah was further alienated from the main currents of nationalism as the Congress organized the massive mass movement of 1930 and started moving towards a more radical socio-economic program. Moreover, the Muslim masses, especially the younger generation, were increasingly shifting to nationalist and left-wing politics and ideologies. Jinnah was faced with a dilemma. He saw little light and decided to stay mostly in Britain. But Jinnah was too much of a man of action and of politics to stay there. He returned to India in 1936 to once again revive the Muslim League. He initially wanted to do so on the basis of liberal communalism. Throughout 1936, he stressed his nationalism and desire for freedom and spoke for Hindu-Muslim cooperation. For example, he said at Lahore in March 1936, "Whatever I have done, let me assure you there has been no change in me, not the slightest, since the day when I joined the Indian National Congress. It may be I have been wrong on some occasions, but it has never been done in a partisan spirit. My sole and only object has been the welfare of my country. I assure you that India's interest is and will be sacred to me, and nothing will make me budge an inch from that position." 5. On the one hand, he asked Muslims to organize separately. On the other hand, he asked them to prove that their patriotism is unsullied and that their love of India and her progress is no less than that of any other community in the country. 6. Jinnah's plan perhaps was to use the Muslim League to win enough seats to force another Lucknow Pact on the Congress. He also assumed that by participating in the 1937 elections the Congress was reverting to pre-Gandhian constitutional politics. Partially because of these assumptions and partially because the bag of communal demands was empty, nearly all the communal demands having been accepted by the communal award, Jinnah and the League fought elections on a semi-nationalist Congress type of program, the only Muslim demands being protection and promotion of the Urdu language and script, and adoption of measures for the amelioration of the general conditions of Muslims. But the poor election results showed that none of Jinnah's assumptions were correct. Jinnah had now to decide what to do, to stick to a semi-nationalist, liberal communal politics which seemed to have exhausted its potentialities, or to abandon communal politics. Both would mean going into political wilderness. The third alternative was to take to mass politics which in view of the semi-feudal and semi-loyalist social base of the League and his own socially, economically, and politically conservative views could only be based on the cries of Islam in danger and the danger of a Hindu Raj. Jinnah decided in 1937-38 to opt for his last option. And once he took this decision, he went all the way towards extreme communalism, putting all the force and brilliance of his personality behind the new politics based on themes of hate and fear. From now on, the entire political campaign among Muslims of this tallest of communal leaders would be geared to appeal to his co-religionist fear and insecurity and to drive home the theme that the Congress wanted not independence from British imperialism, but a Hindu Raj in cooperation with the British and domination over Muslims, and even their extermination as also the destruction of Islam in India. Let us take a few examples. In his presidential address to the League in 1938, Jinnah said, "The High Command of the Congress is determined, absolutely determined to crush all other communities and cultures in this country and establish Hindu Raj in this country." 7 In March 1940, he told the students at Aligarh, "Mr. Gandhi's hope is to subjugate and vassalize the Muslims under a Hindu Raj." 8. Again at Aligarh in March 1941, Pakistan is not only a practicable goal, but the only goal if you want to save Islam from complete annihilation in this country. 9 In his presidential address on April 1941, Jinnah declared that in a united India, the Muslims will be absolutely wiped out of existence. 10. Regarding the interim government in 1946, on August 18, Jinnah referred to the caste Hindu fascist Congress, which wanted to dominate and rule over Muslimans and other minor communities of India with the aid of British bayonets. 11 In 1946, asking Muslims to vote for the League, he said, "If we fail to realize our duty today, you will be reduced to the status of Sudras and Islam will be vanquished from India." 12. If a leader of the stature of Jinnah could take up politics and agitation at this low level, it was inevitable that the average communal propagandist would be often even worse. Men like Z.A. Suluri and F.M. Durrani surpassed themselves in Goebbelsian demagogy. 13. Even Fazl-ul-Haq, holding a responsible position as the Premier of Bengal, told the 1938 session of the League, in Congress provinces, riots had laid the countryside waste. Muslim life, limb and property have been lost and blood had freely flowed. There the Muslims are leading their lives in constant terror, overawed and oppressed by Hindus. Their mosques are being defiled and the culprit never found, nor is the Muslim worshipper unmolested. 14 M.H. Gazdar, a prominent League leader of Sindh, told a League meeting in Karachi in March 1941. The Hindus will have to be eradicated like the Jews in Germany if they did not behave properly. 15. Jinnah was however in no position to pull up such people, for his own speeches often skirted the same territory. The Muslim communalists now launched a vicious campaign against nationalist Muslims. Maulana Abul Kalam Azad and other nationalist Muslims were branded as showboys of the Congress, traitors to Islam and mercenary agents of the Hindus. They were submitted, during 1945-47, to social terror through appeals to religious fanaticism and even to physical attacks. Jinnah himself in his presidential address to the League in April 1943 described Khan Abdul Ghaffar Khan as being in charge of the Hinduizing influences and emasculation of the martial Pathans. 16. Religion was also now brought into the forefront of propaganda. In 1946, Muslims were asked to vote for the League because a vote for the League and Pakistan was a vote for Islam. League meetings were often held in the mosques after Friday prayers. Pakistan, it was promised, would be ruled under the Sharia. Muslims were asked to choose between a mosque and a temple. The Quran was widely used as the League's symbol, and the League's fight with the Congress was portrayed as a fight between Islam and Kufr, infidelity. Star operator. Hindu communalism did not lag behind. Its political trajectory was of course different. The two main liberal communal leaders during the 1920s were Lajpat Rai and Madan Mohan Malviya. Lajpat Rai died in 1928 and Malviya, finding himself in 1937 in the sort of situation in which Jinnah found himself in the same year, decided to retire from active politics, partly on grounds of health. But Hindu communalism would also not commit suicide, it too advanced to the extremist or the fascist phase. The logic of communalism brought other communal leaders to the fore. The Hindu Mahasabha made a sharp turn in the fascist direction under V.D. Savarkar's leadership. The RSS, Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh, had been from the very beginning organized on fascist lines. It now began to branch out beyond Maharashtra. Year after year, V.D. Savarkar warned Hindus of the dangers of being dominated by Muslims. He said in 1937 that Muslims want to brand the forehead of Hindu-dom and other non-Muslim sections in Hindustan with a stamp of self-humiliation and Muslim domination, and to reduce the Hindus to the position of helots in their own lands. 17. In 1938, he said that we Hindus are, already, reduced to be veritable helots throughout our land. 18. It was, however, the RSS which became the chief ideologue and propagator of extreme communalism. The head of the RSS, M.S. Golwalkar, codified the RSS doctrines in his booklet, We. In 1939, he declared that if the minority demands were accepted, Hindu national life runs the risk of being shattered. 19. Above all, the RSS attacked Muslims and the Congress leaders. Golwalkar attacked the nationalists for hugging to our bosom our most inveterate enemies, Muslims, and thus endangering our very existence. 20. Condemning the nationalists for spreading the view by which Hindus began to class ourselves with our old invaders and foes under the outlandish name, Indian, he wrote, we have allowed ourselves to be duped into believing our foes to be our friends. That is the real danger of the day, our self-forgetfulness, our believing our old and bitter enemies to be our friends. 21. To Muslims and other religious minorities, Golwalkar gave the following advice. The non-Hindu peoples and Hindus then must either adopt the Hindu culture and language, must learn to respect and hold in reverence Hindu religion, must entertain no ideas, but those of glorification of the Hindu race and culture, i.e., they must not only give up their attitude of intolerance and ungratefulness towards this land and its age-long traditions but must also cultivate the positive attitude of love and devotion instead. In one word, they must cease to be foreigners, or may stay in the country, wholly subordinated to the Hindu nation, claiming nothing, deserving no privileges, far less any preferential treatment, not even citizens' rights. 22. Going further, he wrote, we Hindus are at war at once with the Muslims on the one hand and British on the other. 23. He said that Italy and Germany were two countries where the ancient race spirit had re-arisen. Even so with us, our race spirit has once again roused itself, thus giving Hindus the right of excommunicating Muslims. 24. The RSS launched an even more vicious attack on the Congress leaders during 1946-47. Provocatively accusing the Congress leaders in the true fascist style of asking Hindus to submit meekly to the vandalism and atrocities of the Muslims and of telling the Hindu that he was imbecile, that he had no spirit, no stamina to stand on his own legs and fight for the independence of his motherland, and that all this had to be injected into him in the form of Muslim blood, he said in 1947, pointing his finger at Gandhiji. Those who declared no Swaraj without Hindu-Muslim unity have thus perpetrated the greatest treason on our society. They have committed the most heinous sin of killing the life spirit of a great and ancient people. He accused Gandhiji of having declared, there is no Swaraj without Hindu-Muslim unity, and the simplest way in which this unity can be achieved is for all the Hindus to become Muslims. 25. The Hindu communalists also tried to raise the cries of Hinduism in danger, Hindu faith in danger, and Hindu culture or Sanskriti in danger. Star Operator. The bitter harvest of this campaign of fear and hatred carried on by the Hindu and Muslim communalists since the end of the 19th century, and in particular after 1937, was reaped by the people in the Calcutta killings of August 1946, in which over 5,000 lost their lives within 5 days, in the butchery of Hindus at Noakhali in Bengal and of Muslims in Bihar, the carnage of the partition riots and the assassination of Gandhiji by a communal fanatic. But perhaps, the heaviest cost was paid by Muslims who remained in or migrated to Pakistan. Once Pakistan was formed, Jinnah hoped to go back to liberal communalism or even secularism. Addressing the people of Pakistan, Jinnah said in his presidential address to the Constituent Assembly of Pakistan on August 11, 1947, you may belong to any religion or caste or creed. That has nothing to do with the business of the state. We are starting with this fundamental principle that we are all citizens and equal citizens of one state. Now, I think we should keep that in front of us as our ideal, and you will find that in course of time Hindus would cease to be Hindus and Muslims would cease to be Muslims, not in the religious sense, because that is the personal faith of each individual, but in the political sense as citizens of the state. 26. But it was all too late. Jinnah had cynically spawned a monster which not only divided India, but would, in time, eat up his own concept of Pakistan and do more harm to Muslims of Pakistan than the most secular of persons could have predicted or even imagined. On the other hand, despite the formation of Pakistan and the bloody communal riots of 1947, nationalist India did succeed in framing a secular constitution and building a basically secular polity, whatever its weaknesses in this respect may be. In other words, ideologies have consequences. Star Operator. 2 major controversies have arisen in the last 30 years or so around the communal problem. One is the view that the communal problem would have disappeared or been solved if Jinnah had been conciliated during 1937-39 and, in particular, if a coalition government with the Muslim League had been formed in UP in 1937. The rebuff to Jinnah's political ambitions, it is said, embittered him and made him turn to separatism. Let us first look at the general argument. It entirely ignores the fact that before he was rebuffed, Jinnah was already a full-fledged liberal communalist. Second, every effort was made by the Congress leaders from 1937 to 1939 to negotiate with Jinnah and to conciliate him. But Jinnah was caught in the logic of communalism. He was left without any negotiable demands which could be rationally put forward and argued. Consequently, and it is very important to remember this historical fact, he refused to tell the Congress leaders what the demands were whose acceptance would satisfy him and lead him to join the Congress in facing imperialism. The impossible condition he laid down to even start negotiations was that the Congress leadership should first renounce its secular character and declare itself a Hindu communal body and accept the Muslim League as the sole representative of the Muslims. The Congress could not have accepted this demand. As Rajendra Prasad put it, for the Congress to accept that it was a Hindu body would be denying its own past, falsifying its history, and betraying its future. 27. In fact, it would be betraying the Indian people and their future. If the Congress had accepted Jinnah's demand and conciliated him, we might well have been living under a Hindu replica of Pakistan or a Hindu fascist state. So no serious negotiations could even begin. Jinnah, too, all the while, was following the logic of his ideology and politics. But this posture could also not be maintained for long. The motive towards Pakistan was then inevitable, for separatism was the only part of the communal ideological program left unfulfilled. The alternative was to abandon communal politics. And so Jinnah and the Muslim League took the ultimate step in early 1940 and, basing themselves on the theory that Hindus and Muslims were two separate nations which must have separate homelands, put forward the demand for Pakistan. Hindu communalism too had moved in the same direction. Its separatism could not take the form of demanding a part of India as Hindustan, that would be playing into the hands of Muslim communalism. It therefore increasingly asserted that Hindus were the only nation living in India and Muslims should either be expelled from India or live in it as second-class citizens. Something similar was involved in the decision of 1937. Jinnah and the League were firmly opposed to mass politics. To have joined hands with them would have meant retreating to constitutional politics in which people had little role to play. Much before the ministerial negotiations occurred or broke down, Jinnah had declared Muslims to be a distinct third party in India, as distinguished from the British and Indian nationalism represented by the Congress. As S. Gopal has put it, any coalition with the League implied the Congress accepting a Hindu orientation and renouncing the right to speak for all Indians. 28. It would have also meant the betrayal of nationalist Muslims, who had firmly taken their stand on the terrain of secular nationalism. Furthermore, it would have meant abandonment of the radical agrarian program adopted at Phasepur in 1936, to which the Congress ministry was fully committed, for the League was equally committed to the landlords' interests. With their representatives in the government, no pro-peasant legislation could possibly have been passed. In fact, it was the Congress Socialists and the Communists, quite important in the UP Congress at the time, who put pressure on Nehru to reject any coalition with the League and threatened to launch a public campaign on the issue if their demand was rejected. Interestingly, even before negotiations for the formation of a Congress ministry in UP had begun, the Muslim League had raised the cry of Islam in danger in its campaign against Congress candidates in the by-elections to UP Assembly during May 1937. Jinnah himself had issued appeals to voters in the name of Allah and the Quran. In any case, if a leader could turn into a vicious communalist and separatist because his party was not given 2 seats in a provincial ministry, then how long could he have remained conciliated? To argue in this fashion is, perhaps, to treat history and politics as a joke or as the play of individual whims. The fact is that communalism is basically an ideology which could not have been, and cannot be, appeased. It had to be confronted and opposed, as we have brought out earlier. The failure to do so was the real weakness of the Congress and the national movement. Interestingly, the Communists did try to appease the Muslim League from 1942 to 1946, hoping to wean away its better elements. They not only failed but in the bargain lost some of their best cadres to Muslim communalism. The effort to have a coalition with it turned out to be a one-way street from which the Communists had the wisdom to withdraw in 1946. In fact, the negotiations by the Congress leaders as also the left were based on the false assumption that liberal communalists could be conciliated and then persuaded to fight extreme communalism, which was anti-national. After 1937, it was only the nationalist Hindus and Muslims who firmly opposed communalism. Liberal communalists like Malviya, Shyama Prasad Mukherjee and N.C. Chatterjee failed to oppose Savarkar or the RSS. Similarly, the liberal Iqbal or other liberal communal Muslims did not have the courage to oppose the campaign of hatred that Jinnah, Suluri, Fazlul Huq and others unleashed after 1937. At the most, they kept quiet where they did not join it. Star operator. It is also not true that the Congress failure regarding communalism occurred in 1947 when it accepted the partition of the country. Perhaps there was no other option at the time. Communalism had already advanced too far. There was, it can be argued, no other solution to the communal problem left, unless the national leadership was willing to see the nation plunged in a civil war when the armed forces and the police were under the control of the foreign rulers and were themselves ready to join the civil war. The fact is that not all historical situations have an instant solution. Certainly, no such solution existed in 1947. There is never an instant solution to a socio-political problem like communalism. Conditions and forces for a solution have to be prepared over a number of years and even decades. This the Congress and the national movement failed to do. Despite their commitment to secularism, despite Gandhiji's constant emphasis on Hindu-Muslim unity and his willingness to stake his life for its promotion, and despite Nehru's brilliant analysis of the socio-economic roots of communalism, the Indian nationalists failed to wage a mass ideological political struggle against all forms of communalism on the basis of patient and scientific exposure of its ideological content, socio-economic roots, and political consequences. In fact, the Congress relied too heavily on negotiations with the communal leaders and failed to evolve a viable and effective long-term strategy to combat communalism at the political, ideological, and cultural levels. The Congress and its leadership have to be faulted on this count. 34. The crisis at Tripuri to the Cripps mission. The Congress victory in the 1937 election and the consequent formation of popular ministries changed the balance of power within the country vis-a-vis the colonial authorities. The growth of left-wing parties and ideas led to a growing militancy within the nationalist ranks. The stage seemed to be set for another resurgence of the nationalist movement. Just at this time, the Congress had to undergo a crisis at the top, an occurrence which plagued the Congress every few years. Star operator. Subhas Bose had been a unanimous choice as the president of the Congress in 1938. In 1939, he decided to stand again, this time as the spokesperson of militant politics and radical groups. Putting forward his candidature on January 21, 1939, Bose said that he represented the new ideas, ideologies, problems and programs that had emerged with the progressive sharpening of the anti-imperialist struggle in India. The presidential elections, he said, should be fought among different candidates on the basis of definite problems and programs. One on January 24, Sardar Patel, Rajendra Prasad, J.B. Kripalani and 4 other members of the Congress Working Committee issued a counter-statement, declaring that the talk of ideologies, programs and policies was irrelevant in the elections of a Congress president since these were evolved by the various Congress bodies such as the ACC and the Working Committee, and that the position of the Congress president was like that of a constitutional head who represented and symbolized the unity and solidarity of the nation. Point 2 With the blessings of Gandhiji, these and other leaders put up Pattabi Sitaramaiah as a candidate for the post. Subhas Bose was elected on January 29 by 1580 votes against 1377. Gandhiji declared that Sitaramaiah's defeat was more mine than his. But the election of Bose resolved nothing. It only brought the brewing crisis to a head at the Tripuri session of the Congress. There were 2 major reasons for the crisis. One was the line of propaganda adopted by Bose against Sardar Patel and the majority of the top Congress leadership whom he branded as rightists. He openly accused them of working for a compromise with the government on the question of federation, of having even drawn up a list of prospective central ministers, and therefore of not wanting a leftist as the president of the Congress, who may be a thorn in the way of a compromise and may put obstacles in the path of negotiations. He had, therefore, appealed to congressmen to vote for a leftist and a genuine anti-federationist. 3 In the second part of his autobiography, Subhas put forward his thinking of the period even more crudely, as Congress president. The writer did his best to stiffen the opposition of the Congress party to any compromise with Britain, and this caused annoyance in Gandhian circles who were then looking forward to an understanding with the British government. The Gandhiists, he wrote, did not want to be disturbed in their ministerial and parliamentary work, and were at that time opposed to any national struggle, for the Congress leaders, labeled as compromisers, resented such charges and branded them as a slander. They pointed out in a statement, Subhas Babu has mentioned his opposition to the Federation. This is shared by all the members of the Working Committee. It is the Congress policy. 5. After Subhas's election, they felt that they could not work with a president who had publicly cast aspersions on their nationalist bona fides. Earlier, Gandhiji had issued a statement on January 31 saying, I rejoice in this defeat, because Subhas Babu, instead of being president on the sufferance of those whom he calls rightists, is now president elected in a contested election. This enables him to choose a homogeneous cabinet and enforce his program without let or hindrance. 6 Jawaharlal Nehru did not resign along with the 12 other working committee members. He did not like the idea of confronting Bose publicly, but he did not agree with Bose either. Before the elections, he had said that in the election no principles or programs were at stake. He had been unhappy with Bose's aspersions on his colleagues, nor did he agree that the fight was between the left and the right. His letter to Subhas on February 4, 1939 would bear a long quotation, I do not know who you consider a leftist and who a rightist. The way these words were used by you in your statements during the presidential contest seemed to imply that Gandhiji and those who are considered as his group in the working committee are the rightist leaders. Their opponents, whoever they might be, are the leftists. That seems to me an entirely wrong description. It seems to me that many of the so-called leftists are more right than the so-called rightists. Strong language and a capacity to criticize and attack the old Congress leadership is not a test of leftism in politics. I think the use of the words left and right has been generally wholly wrong and confusing. If, instead of these words, we talked about policies, it would be far better. What policies do you stand for? Anti-federation, well and good. I think that the great majority of the members of the Working Committee stand for that, and it is not fair to hint at their weakness in this respect. 7 However, more importantly, Basic differences of policy and tactics were involved in the underlying Bose-Gandhian debate. They were partially based on differing perceptions of the political reality and differing assessments of the strength and weakness of the Congress and the preparedness of the masses for struggle. Differing styles regarding how to build up a mass movement were also involved. Subhas Bose believed that the Congress was strong enough to launch an immediate struggle and that the masses were ready for such struggle. He was convinced, as he wrote later, that the country was internally more ripe for a revolution than ever before and that the coming international crisis would give India an opportunity for achieving her emancipation, which is rare in human history. He, therefore, argued in his presidential address at Tripura for a program of immediately giving the British government a 6-month ultimatum to grant the national demand for independence and of launching a mass civil disobedience movement if it failed to do so. 9 Gandhiji's perceptions were very different. He, too, believed that another round for mass struggle was necessary to win freedom, for Indians were facing an impossible situation already. In the middle of July 1938, he had written, "The darkness that seems to have enveloped me will disappear, and that, whether with another battle more brilliant than the Dandi March or without, India will come to her own." But, he believed, the time was not yet ripe for an ultimatum because neither the Congress nor the masses were yet ready for struggle. Indians should first put our own house in order. Making his position clear in an interview on May 5, 1939, Gandhiji declared, he, Subhas Bose, holds that we possess enough resources for a fight. I am totally opposed to his views. Today we possess no resources for a fight. There is no limit to communal strife. We do not have the same hold among the peasants of Bihar as we used to. If today I am asked to start the Dandi March, I have not the courage to do so. How can we do anything without the workers and peasants? The country belongs only to them. I am not equipped to issue an ultimatum to the government. The country would only be exposed to ridicule. 11. Gandhiji's views were above all based on his assessment of the Congress organization. He was convinced that corruption and indiscipline had vitiated its capacity to fight. As we have seen earlier, during 1938 and early 1939, he repeatedly and publicly raised the issues of mutual rivalries and bickerings among congressmen, bogus membership and impersonation at party elections, efforts to capture Congress committees, and the general decline of authority in the Congress. Star operator. The internal strife reached its climax at the Tripura session of the Congress, held from 8 to March 12, 1939. Bose had completely misjudged his support and the meaning of his majority in the presidential election. Congressmen had voted for him for diverse reasons, and above all because he stood for militant politics, and not because they wanted to have him as the supreme leader of the national movement. They were not willing to reject Gandhiji's leadership or that of other older leaders who decided to bring this home to Subhas. Govind Ballabh Pant moved a resolution at Tripura expressing full confidence in the old working committee, reiterating full faith in Gandhiji's leadership of the movement and the Congress policies of the previous 20 years, and asking Subhas to nominate his working committee in accordance with the wishes of Gandhiji. The resolution was passed by a big majority, but Gandhiji did not approve of the resolution and refused to impose a working committee on Subhas. He asked him to nominate a committee of his own choice. Subhas Bose refused to take up the challenge. He had placed himself in an impossible situation. He knew that he could not lead the organization on his own, but he was also not willing to accept the leadership of the majority. To place the best construction on his policy, he wanted Gandhiji to be the leader of the coming struggle, but he wanted Gandhiji to follow the strategy and tactics laid down by him and the left-wing parties and groups. Gandhiji, on the other hand, would either lead the Congress on the basis of his own strategy and style of politics or surrender the position of the leader. As he wrote to Bose, "If your prognosis is right, I am a back number and played out as the generalissimo of Satyagraha, 12 in other words," as Rajendra Prasad later wrote in his autobiography. Gandhiji and the older leaders would not accept a situation where the strategy and tactics were not theirs, but the responsibility for implementing them would be theirs. 13 Bose could see no other way out but to resign from the presidentship. Nehru tried to mediate between the two sides and persuade Bose not to resign, while asking Gandhiji and the older leaders to be more accommodative. But Bose would not resile from his position. On the one hand, he insisted that the working committee should be representative of the new radical trends and groups which had elected him. On the other, he would not nominate his own working committee. He preferred to press his resignation. This led to the election of Rajendra Prasad in his place. The Congress had weathered another storm. Bose could also not get the support of the Congress Socialists and the Communists at Tripura or after, for they were not willing to divide the national movement and felt that its unity must be preserved at all costs. Explaining its position, the CPI declared after Tripura that the interests of the anti-imperialist struggle demanded not the exclusive leadership of one wing but a united leadership under the guidance of Gandhiji. 14 P.C. Joshi, General Secretary of the CPI, wrote in April 1939 that the greatest class struggle today is our national struggle, that the Congress was the main organ of this struggle, and that the preservation of its unity was a primary task. 15. Subsequently, in May, Subhas Bose and his followers formed the Forward Bloc as a new party within the Congress. And when he gave a call for an all-India protest on July 9 against an AACC resolution, the Working Committee took disciplinary action against him. removing him from the presidentship of the Bengal Provincial Congress Committee and debarring him from holding any Congress office for 3 years. Star operator. World War II broke out on September 1, 1939 when Nazi Germany invaded Poland. Earlier Germany had occupied Austria in March 1938 and Czechoslovakia in 1939. Britain and France, which had been following a policy of appeasement towards Hitler, were now forced to go to Poland's aid and declare war on Germany. This they did on September 3, 1939. The government of India immediately declared India to be at war with Germany without consulting the Congress or the elected members of the central legislature. The Congress, as we have seen earlier, was in full sympathy with the victims of fascist aggression, and its immediate reaction was to go to the aid of the anti-fascist forces. Gandhiji's reaction was highly emotional. He told the Viceroy that the very thought of the possible destruction of the House of Parliament and Westminster Abbey produced a strong emotional reaction in him, and that, fully sympathizing with the Allied cause, he was for full and unquestioning cooperation with Britain. But a question most of the Congress leaders asked was, how was it possible for an enslaved nation to aid others in their fight for freedom? The official Congress stand was adopted at a meeting of the Congress Working Committee held at Vertha from 10 to September 14 to which, in keeping with the nationalist tradition of accommodating diversity of opinion, Subhas Bose, Acharya Narendra Dev, and Jayaprakash Narayan were also invited. Sharp differences emerged in this meeting. Gandhiji was for taking a sympathetic view of the Allies. He believed that there was a clear difference between the democratic states of Western Europe and the totalitarian Nazi state headed by Hitler. The socialists and Subhas Bose argued that the war was an imperialist one since both sides were fighting for gaining or defending colonial territories. Therefore, the question of supporting either of the two sides did not arise. Instead, the Congress should take advantage of the situation to wrest freedom by immediately starting a civil disobedience movement. Jawaharlal Nehru had a stand of his own. He had been for several years warning the world against the dangers of Nazi aggression, and he made a sharp distinction between democracy and fascism. He believed that justice was on the side of Britain, France, and Poland. But he was also convinced that Britain and France were imperialist countries and that the war was the result of the inner contradictions of capitalism maturing since the end of World War I. He, therefore, argued that India should neither join the war till she herself gained freedom nor take advantage of Britain's difficulties by starting an immediate struggle. Gandhiji found that his position was not supported by even his close followers such as Sardar Patel and Rajendra Prasad. Consequently, he decided to support Nehru's position, which was then adopted by the Working Committee. Its resolution, while unequivocally condemning the Nazi attack on Poland as well as Nazism and fascism, declared that India could not be party to a war which was ostensibly being fought for democratic freedom while that freedom was being denied to her. If Britain was fighting for democracy and freedom, she should prove this in India. In particular, she should declare how her war aims would be implemented in India at the end of the war. Indians would then gladly join other democratic nations in the war effort to starting a mass struggle, but it warned that the decision could not be delayed for long. As Nehru put it, the Congress leadership wanted to give every chance to the Viceroy and the British government. The British government's response was entirely negative. Linlithgow, the Viceroy, in his well-considered statement of October 17, 1939 harped on the differences among Indians, tried to use the Muslim League and the princes against the Congress, and refused to define Britain's war aims beyond stating that Britain was resisting aggression. As an immediate measure, he offered to set up a consultative committee whose advice might be sought by the government whether it felt it necessary to do so. For the future, the promise was that at the end of the war the British government would enter into consultations with representatives of several communities, parties, and interests in India, and with the Indian princes as to how the Act of 1935 might be modified. In a private communication to Zetland, the Secretary of State, Linlithgow was to remark a few months later, "I am not too keen to start talking about a period after which British rule will have ceased in India. I suspect that that day is very remote, and I feel the least we say about it in all probability the better." 16 On October 18, Zetland spoke in the House of Lords and stressed differences among Indians, especially among Hindus and Muslims. He branded the Congress as a purely Hindu organization. 17 It, thus, became clear that the British government had no intention of loosening their hold on India during or after the war, and that it was willing, if necessary, to treat the Congress as an enemy. The reaction of the Indian people and the national leadership was sharp. The angriest reaction came from Gandhiji, who had been advocating more or less unconditional support to Britain. Pointing out that the British government was continuing to pursue the old policy of divide and rule, he said, "The Indian Declaration of the Viceroy shows clearly that there is to be no democracy for India if Britain can prevent it. The Congress asked for bread and it has got a stone." Referring to the question of minorities and special interests such as those of the princes, foreign capitalists, zamindars, etc., Gandhiji remarked, "The Congress will safeguard the rights of every minority so long as they do not advance claims inconsistent with India's independence." But, he added, "Independent India will not tolerate any interests in conflict with the true interests of the masses." 18 The Working Committee, meeting on October 23, rejected the vice-regal statement as a reiteration of the old imperialist policy, decided not to support the war, and called upon the Congress ministries to resign as a protest. This they did as disciplined soldiers of the national movement. But the Congress leadership still stayed its hand and was reluctant to give a call for an immediate and a massive anti-imperialist struggle. In fact, the Working Committee resolution of October 23 warned congressmen against any hasty action. Star operator. While there was agreement among congressmen on the question of attitude to the war and the resignation of the ministries, sharp differences developed over the question of the immediate starting of a mass satyagraha. Gandhiji and the dominant leadership advanced three broad reasons for not initiating an immediate movement. First, they felt that since the cause of the Allies, Britain and France, was just, they should not be embarrassed in the prosecution of the war. Second, the lack of Hindu-Muslim unity was a big barrier to a struggle. In the existing atmosphere, any civil disobedience movement could easily degenerate into communal rioting or even civil war. Above all, they felt that there did not exist in the country an atmosphere for an immediate struggle. Neither the masses were ready nor was the Congress organizationally in a position to launch a struggle. The Congress organization was weak and had been corrupted during 1938 to 39. There was indiscipline and lack of cohesion within the Congress ranks. Under these circumstances, a mass movement would not be able to withstand severe repressive measures by the government. It was, therefore, necessary to carry on intense political work among the people, to prepare them for struggle, to tone up the Congress organization and purge it of weaknesses, to negotiate with authorities till all the possibilities of a negotiated settlement were exhausted and the government was clearly seen by all to be in the wrong. The time for launching a struggle would come when the people were strong and ready for struggle. The Congress organization had been put on a sound footing, and the government took such aggressive action that the people felt the absolute necessity of going into mass action. This view was summed up in the resolution placed by the Working Committee before the Ramgar session of the Congress in March 1940. The resolution, after reiterating the Congress position on the war and asserting that nothing short of complete independence can be accepted by the people, declared that the Congress would resort to civil disobedience as soon as the Congress organization is considered fit enough for the purpose, or in case circumstances so shape themselves as to precipitate a crisis. 19 An alternative to the position of the dominant leadership came from a coalition of various left-wing groups, Subhas Bose and his forward bloc, the Congress Socialist Party, the Communist Party, the Royists, etc. The left characterized the war as an imperialist war and asserted that the war crisis provided the opportunity to achieve freedom through an all-out struggle against British imperialism. It was convinced that the masses were fully ready for action and were only waiting for a call from the leadership. They accepted that hurdles like the communal problem and weaknesses in the Congress organization existed, but they were convinced that these would be easily and automatically swept away once a mass struggle was begun. Organizational strength, they said, was not to be built up prior to a struggle, but in the course of the struggle. Making a sharp critique of the Congress leadership's policy of wait and see, the left accused the leadership of being afraid of the masses, of having lost the zest for struggle, and consequently of trying to bargain and compromise with imperialism for securing petty concessions. They urged the Congress leadership to adopt immediate measures to launch a mass struggle. While agreeing on the need for an immediate struggle, the left was internally divided both in its understanding of political forces and on the course of political action in case the dominant leadership of the Congress did not accept the line of immediate struggle. Subhas Bose wanted the left to split the Congress if it did not launch a struggle, to organize a parallel Congress, and to start a struggle on its own. He was convinced that the masses and the overwhelming majority of Congress would support the left-led parallel Congress and join the movement it would launch. The CSP and CPI differed from this view. They were convinced that Bose was grossly overestimating the influence of the left and no struggle could be launched without the leadership of Gandhiji and the Congress. Therefore, an attempt should be made not to split the Congress and thus disrupt the National United Front, but persuade and pressurize its leadership to launch a struggle. Jawaharlal Nehru's was an ambivalent position. On the one hand, he could clearly see the imperialistic character of the Allied countries. On the other, he would do nothing that might lead to the triumph of Hitler and the Nazis in Europe. His entire personality and political thinking led to the line of an early commencement of civil disobedience, but he would do nothing that would imperil the anti-Nazi struggle in Europe and the Chinese people's struggle against Japanese aggression. In the end, however, the dilemma was resolved by Nehru going along with Gandhiji and the majority of the Congress leadership. Star operator. But politics could not go on this placid note for too long. The patience of both the Congress leadership and the masses was getting exhausted. The government refused to budge and took up the position that no constitutional advance could be made till the Congress came to an agreement with the Muslim communalists. It kept issuing ordinance after ordinance taking away the freedom of speech and the press and the right to organize associations. Nationalist workers, especially those belonging to the left wing, were harassed, arrested, and imprisoned all over the country. The government was getting ready to crush the Congress if it took any steps towards a mass struggle. In this situation, the Indians felt that the time had come to show the British that their patience was not the result of weakness. As Nehru put it in an article entitled, "The Parting of the Ways," the British rulers believed that, in this world of force, of bombing aeroplanes, tanks, and armed men, how weak we are. Why trouble about us? But perhaps, even in this world of armed conflict, there is such a thing as the spirit of man, and the spirit of a nation, which is neither ignoble nor weak, and which may not be ignored, save at peril. 20 Near the end of 1940. The Congress once again asked Gandhiji to take command. Gandhiji now began to take steps which would lead to a mass struggle within his broad strategic perspective. He decided to initiate a limited satyagraha on an individual basis by a few selected individuals in every locality. The demand of a satyagrahi would be for the freedom of speech to preach against participation in the war. The satyagrahi would publicly declare, "It is wrong to help the British war effort with men or money. The only worthy effort is to resist all war with non-violent resistance." The satyagrahi would beforehand inform the district magistrate of the time and place where he or she was going to make the anti-war speech. The carefully chosen satyagrahis, Vinoba Bhave, was to be the first satyagrahi on October 17, 1940, and Jawaharlal Nehru II were surrounded by huge crowds when they appeared on the platform, and the authorities could often arrest them only after they had made their speeches. And if the government did not arrest a satyagrahi, he or she would not only repeat the performance, but move into the villages and start a trek towards Delhi, thus participating in a movement that came to be known as the Delhi Chalo Onwards to Delhi movement. The aims of the individual satyagraha conducted as S. Gopal has put it at a low temperature and in very small doses 21 were explained as follows by Gandhiji in a letter to the Viceroy. The Congress is as much opposed to victory for Nazism as any Britisher can be. But their objective cannot be carried to the extent of their participation in the war. And since you and the Secretary of State for India have declared that the whole of India is voluntarily helping the war effort, it becomes necessary to make clear that the vast majority of the people of India are not interested in it. They make no distinction between Nazism and the double autocracy that rules India. 22. Thus, the individual satyagraha had a dual purpose. While giving expression to the Indian people's strong political feeling, it gave the British government further opportunity to peacefully accept the Indian demands. Gandhiji and the Congress were, because of their anti-Nazi feelings, still reluctant to take advantage of the British predicament and embarrass her war effort by a mass upheaval in India. More importantly, Gandhiji was beginning to prepare the people for the coming struggle. The Congress organization was being put back in shape, opportunist elements were being discovered and pushed out of the organization, and above all the people were being politically aroused, educated and mobilized. By May 15, 1941, more than 25,000 satyagrahis had been convicted for offering individual civil disobedience. Many more, lower-level political workers, had been left free by the government. Star Operator. Two major changes in British politics occurred during 1941. Nazi Germany had already occupied Poland, Belgium, Holland, Norway and France as well as most of Eastern Europe. It attacked the Soviet Union on 22 June 1941. In the east, Japan launched a surprise attack on the American fleet at Pearl Harbor on December 7. It quickly overran the Philippines, Indochina, Indonesia, Malaysia, and Burma. It occupied Rangoon in March 1942. War was brought to India's doorstep. Winston Churchill, now the British Prime Minister, told the king that Burma, Ceylon, Calcutta, and Madras might fall into enemy hands. The Indian leaders, released from prisons in early December, were worried about the safety and defense of India. They also had immense concern for the Soviet Union and China. Many felt that Hitler's attack on the Soviet Union had changed the character of the war. Gandhiji had earlier denounced the Japanese slogan of Asia for Asiatics and asked the people of India to boycott Japanese products. Anxious to defend Indian territory and to go to the aid of the Allies, the Congress Working Committee overrode the objections of Gandhiji and Nehru and passed a resolution at the end of December offering to fully cooperate in the defense of India and the Allies if Britain agreed to give full independence after the war and the substance of power immediately. It was at this time that Gandhiji designated Jawaharlal as his chosen successor. Speaking before the ACC on January 15, 1941, he said, "Somebody suggested that Pundit Jawaharlal and I were estranged. It will require much more than differences of opinion to estrange us. We have had differences from the moment we became co-workers, and yet I've said for some years and say now that not Rajaji, C. Rajagopalachari, but Jawaharlal will be my successor. He says that he does not understand my language and that he speaks a language foreign to me. This may or may not be true. But language is no bar to union of hearts. And I know that when I am gone he will speak my language." 23. Star Operator. As the war situation worsened, President Roosevelt of the USA and President Chiang Kai-shek of China, as also the Labour Party leaders of Britain, put pressure on Churchill to seek the active cooperation of Indians in the war. To secure this cooperation, the British government sent to India in March 1942 a mission headed by a cabinet minister, Stafford Cripps, a left-wing Labourite who had earlier actively supported the Indian national movement. Even though Cripps announced that the aim of British policy in India was the earliest possible realization of self-government in India, the draft declaration he brought with him was disappointing. The declaration promised India dominion status and a constitution-making body after the war whose members would be elected by the provincial assemblies and nominated by the rulers in case of the princely states. The Pakistan demand was accommodated by the provision that any province which was not prepared to accept the new constitution would have the right to sign a separate agreement with Britain regarding its future status. For the present, the British would continue to exercise sole control over the defense of the country. Amory, the Secretary of State, described the declaration as in essence a conservative, reactionary and limited offer. 24. Nehru, a friend of Cripps, was to write later, "When I read those proposals for the first time I was profoundly depressed." 25 Negotiations between Cripps and the Congress leaders broke down. The Congress objected to the provision for dominion status rather than full independence, the representation of the princely states in the Constituent Assembly not by the people of the states, but by the nominees of the rulers, and above all by the provision for the partition of India. The British government also refused to accept the demand for the immediate transfer of effective power to the Indians and for a real share in the responsibility for the defense of India. An important reason for the failure of the negotiations was the incapacity of Cripps to bargain and negotiate. He had been told not to go beyond the draft declaration. Moreover, Churchill, the Secretary of State, Amory, the Viceroy, Linlithgow, and the Commander-in-Chief, Wavell, did not want Cripps to succeed and constantly opposed and sabotaged his efforts to accommodate Indian opinion. Stafford Cripps returned home in the middle of April, leaving behind a frustrated and embittered Indian people. Though they still sympathized with the anti-fascist forces, especially the people of China and the Soviet people, they felt that the existing situation in the country had become intolerable. The time had come, they felt, for a final assault on imperialism. 35. The Quit India Movement and the INA. Quit India, Bharat Karo. This simple but powerful slogan launched the legendary struggle, which also became famous by the name of the August Revolution. In this struggle, the common people of the country demonstrated an unparalleled heroism and militancy. Moreover, the repression that they faced was the most brutal that had ever been used against the national movement. The circumstances in which the resistance was offered were also the most adverse faced by the national movement until then. Using the justification of the war effort, the government had armed itself with draconian measures and suppressed even basic civil liberties. Virtually any political activity, however peaceful and legal, was at this time an illegal and revolutionary activity. Why had it become necessary to launch a movement in these difficult conditions when the possibility of brutal repression was a certainty? Star operator. For one, the failure of the Cripps mission in April 1942 made it clear that Britain was unwilling to offer an honorable settlement and a real constitutional advance during the war, and that she was determined to continue India's unwilling partnership in the war effort. The empty gesture of the Cripps offer convinced even those congressmen like Nehru and Gandhiji, who did not want to do anything to hamper the anti-fascist war effort, and who had played a major role in keeping in check those who had been spoiling for a fight since 1939, that any further silence would be tantamount to accepting the right of the British government to decide India's fate without any reference to the wishes of her people. Gandhiji had been as clear as Nehru that he did not want to hamper the anti-fascist struggle, especially that of the Russian and Chinese people. But by the spring of 1942, he was becoming increasingly convinced of the inevitability of a struggle. A fortnight after Cripps' departure, Gandhiji drafted a resolution for the Congress Working Committee calling for Britain's withdrawal and the adoption of nonviolent non-cooperation against any Japanese invasion. Congress edged towards Quit India while Britain moved towards arming herself with special powers to meet the threat. Nehru remained opposed to the idea of a struggle right till August 1942 and gave way only at the very end. 1. Apart from British obduracy, there were other factors that made a struggle both inevitable and necessary. Popular discontent, a product of rising prices and wartime shortages, was gradually mounting. High-handed government actions such as the commandeering of boats in Bengal and Orissa to prevent their being used by the Japanese had led to considerable anger among the people. The popular willingness to give expression to this discontent was enhanced by the growing feeling of an imminent British collapse. The news of Allied reverses and British withdrawals from Southeast Asia and Burma and the trains bringing wounded soldiers from the Assam-Burma border confirmed this feeling. Combined with this was the impact of the manner of the British evacuation from Malaya and Burma. It was common knowledge that the British had evacuated the white residents and generally left the subject people to their fate. Letters from Indians in Southeast Asia to their relatives in India were full of graphic accounts of British betrayal and their being left at the mercy of the dreaded Japanese. Was it not only to be expected that they would repeat the performance in India in the event of a Japanese occupation? In fact, one major reason for the leadership of the national movement thinking it necessary to launch a struggle was their feeling that the people were becoming demoralized and that in the event of a Japanese occupation might not resist at all. In order to build up their capacity to resist Japanese aggression, it was necessary to draw them out of this demoralized state of mind and convince them of their own power. Gandhiji, as always, was particularly clear on this aspect. The popular faith in the stability of British rule had reached such a low that there was a run on the banks and people withdrew deposits from post office savings accounts and started hoarding gold, silver, and coins. This was particularly marked in East UP and Bihar, but it also took place in Madras Presidency. So convinced was Gandhiji that the time was now ripe for struggle that he said to Louis Fisher in an interview in the beginning of June, "I have become impatient. I may not be able to convince the Congress. I will go ahead nevertheless and address myself directly to the people." Too, he did not have to carry out this threat, and as before, the Congress accepted the Mahatma's expert advice on the timing of a mass struggle. Star operator. Though Gandhiji himself had begun to talk of the coming struggle for some time now, it was at the Working Committee meeting at Wardha on July 14, 1942 that the Congress first accepted the idea of a struggle. The All India Congress Committee was then to meet in Bombay in August to ratify this decision. The historic August meeting at Galia Tank in Bombay was unprecedented in the popular enthusiasm it generated. Huge crowds waited outside as the leaders deliberated on the issue. And the feeling of anticipation and expectation ran so high that in the open session, when the leaders made their speeches before the many thousands who had collected to hear them, there was pin-drop silence. Gandhiji's speech, delivered in his usual quiet and unrhetorical style, recount many who were in the audience, had the most electrifying impact. He first made it clear that the actual struggle does not commence this moment. You have only placed all your powers in my hands. I will now wait upon the Viceroy and plead with him for the acceptance of the Congress demand. That process is likely to take 2 or 3 weeks. But, he added, you may take it from me that I am not going to strike a bargain with the Viceroy for ministries and the like. I am not going to be satisfied with anything short of complete freedom. Maybe he will propose the abolition of salt tax, the drink evil, etc. But I will say, nothing less than freedom. He followed this up with the now famous exhortation, do or die. To quote, here is a mantra, a short one, that I give you. You may imprint it on your hearts and let every breath of yours give expression to it. The mantra is, do or die. We shall either free India or die in the attempt. We shall not live to see the perpetuation of our slavery. Gandhiji's speech also contained specific instructions for different sections of the people. Government servants would not yet be asked to resign, but they should openly declare their allegiance to the Congress. Soldiers were also not to leave their posts, but they were to refuse to fire on our own people. The princes were asked to accept the sovereignty of your own people instead of paying homage to a foreign power, and the people of the princely states were asked to declare that they were part of the Indian nation and that they would accept the leadership of the princes if the latter cast their lot with the people, but not otherwise. Students were to give up studies if they were sure they could continue to remain firm till independence was achieved. On August 7th, Gandhiji had placed the instructions he had drafted before the Working Committee, and in these he had proposed that peasants, who have the courage and are prepared to risk their all, should refuse to pay the land revenue. Tenants were told that the Congress holds that the land belongs to those who work on it and to no one else. Where the zamindari system prevails, if the zamindar makes common cause with the riot, his portion of the revenue, which may be settled by mutual agreement, should be given to him. But if a zamindar wants to side with the government, no tax should be paid to him, for these instructions were not actually issued because of the preventive arrests, but they do make Gandhiji's intentions clear. Star operator. The government, however, was in no mood to either negotiate with the Congress or wait for the movement to be formally launched. In the early hours of August 9th, in a single sweep, all the top leaders of the Congress were arrested and taken to unknown destinations. The government had been preparing for the strike since the outbreak of the war itself, and since 1940 had been ready with an elaborate revolutionary movement ordinance. On August 8, 1940, the Viceroy, Linlithgow, in a personal letter to the governors made his intentions clear. I feel very strongly that the only possible answer to a declaration of war by any section of Congress in the present circumstances must be a declared determination to crush the organization as a while. 5. For 2 years, Gandhiji had avoided walking into the trap set for him by refusing to make a rash and premature strike, and had carefully built up the tempo through the individual civil disobedience movement, organizational revamping, and a consistent propaganda campaign. But now, the government was unwilling to allow him any more time to pursue his strategy. In anticipation of the ACC's passing the Quit India resolution, instructions for arrests and suppression had gone out to the provinces. The sudden attack by the government produced an instantaneous reaction among the people. In Bombay, as soon as the news of arrests spread, lakhs of people flocked to Galia Tank where a mass meeting had been scheduled, and there were clashes with the authorities. There were similar disturbances on August 9th in Ahmedabad and Pune. On the 10th, Delhi and many towns in UP and Bihar, including Kanpur, Allahabad, Varanasi, and Patna followed suit with hartals, public demonstrations, and processions in defiance of the law. The government responded by gagging the press. The National Herald and Harijan ceased publication for the entire duration of the struggle, others for shorter periods. Meanwhile, many provincial and local level leaders who had evaded arrest returned to their homes through devious routes and set about organizing resistance. As the news spread further in the rural areas, the villagers joined the townsmen in recording their protest. For the first 6 or 7 weeks after August 9th, there was a tremendous mass upsurge all over the country. People devised a variety of ways of expressing their anger. In some places, huge crowds attacked police stations, post offices, kucheries, courts, railway stations, and other symbols of government authority. National flags were forcibly hoisted on public buildings in defiance of the police. At other places, groups of satyagrahis offered arrest in Tahsil or district headquarters. Crowds of villagers, often numbering a few hundreds or even a couple of thousand, physically removed railway tracks. Elsewhere, small groups of individuals blew up bridges and removed tracks and cut telephone and telegraph wires. Students went on strike in schools and colleges all over the country and busied themselves taking out processions, writing, and distributing illegal news sheets. Hundreds of these patrikas came out all over the country. They also became couriers for the emerging underground networks. Workers too struck work. In Ahmedabad, the mills were closed for 3.5 months. Workers in Bombay stayed away from work for over a week following the August 9th arrests. In Jamshedpur, there was a strike for 13 days, and workers in Ahmednagar and Pune were active for several months. The reaction to the arrests was most intense in Bihar and eastern UP, where the movement attained the proportions of a rebellion. From about the middle of August, the news reached the rural areas through students and other political activists who fanned out from the towns. Students of the Banaras Hindu University decided to go to the villages to spread the message of Quit India. They raised slogans of Thana Jaleo, burn the police station, Station Funk Do, burn the railway stations, Angrez Bag Gaya, Englishmen have fled. They hijacked trains and draped them in national flags. In rural areas, the pattern was of large crowds of peasants descending on the nearest tahsil or district town and attacking all symbols of government authority. There was government firing and repression, but the rebellion only gathered in momentum. For 2 weeks, Tirhut division in Bihar was totally cut off from the rest of the country and no government authority existed. Control was lost over Patna for 2 days after firing at the secretariat. 80% of the police stations were captured or temporarily evacuated in 10 districts of north and central Bihar. There were also physical attacks on Europeans. At Fatwa, near Patna, 2 RF officers were killed by a crowd at the railway station and their bodies paraded through the town. In Munger, the crews of 2 RF planes that crashed at Pasraha on August 18th and Ruahar on August 30th were killed by villagers. Particularly important centers of resistance in this phase were Ajmagad, Bolia and Gorakhpur in East UP and Gaya, Bhagalpur, Saran, Purnia, Shahabad, Muzaffarpur and Champaran in Bihar. According to official estimates, in the first week after the arrests of the leaders, 250 railway stations were damaged or destroyed, and over 500 post offices and 150 police stations were attacked. The movement of trains in Bihar and eastern UP was disrupted for many weeks. In Karnataka alone, there were 1,600 incidents of cutting of telegraph lines, and 26 railway stations and 32 post offices were attacked. Unarmed crowds faced police and military firing on 538 occasions, and they were also gunned by low-flying aircraft. Repression also took the form of taking hostages from the villages, imposing collective fines running to a total of 90 rupees lakhs, which were often realized on the spot by looting the people's belongings, whipping of suspects and burning of entire villages whose inhabitants had run away and could not be caught. By the end of 1942, over 60,000 persons had been arrested. 26,000 people were convicted and 18,000 detained under the Defense of India rules. Martial law had not been proclaimed, but the army, though nominally working under the orders of the civilian authorities, often did what it wanted to without any reference to the direct officers. The repression was as severe as it could have been under martial law. Star Operator. The brutal and all-out repression succeeded within a period of 6 or 7 weeks in bringing about a cessation of the mass phase of the struggle. But in the meantime, underground networks were being consolidated in various parts of the country. An all-India underground leadership with prominent members such as Achyut Patwardhan, Aruna Asaf Ali, Ram Manohar Lohia, Sucheta Kripalani, Chudabai Puranik, Biju Patnaik, R.P. Goenka, and later, after his escape from jail, Jayaprakash Narayan had also begun to emerge. This leadership saw the role of the underground movement as being that of keeping up popular morale by continuing to provide a line of command and a source of guidance and leadership to activists all over the country. They also collected and distributed money as well as material like bombs, arms, and dynamite to underground groups all over the country. They, however, did not see their role as that of directing the exact pattern of activities at the local level. Here, the local groups retained the initiative. Among the places in which local underground organizations were active were Bombay, Pune, Satara, Baroda, and other parts of Gujarat, Karnataka, Kerala, Andhra, UP, Bihar, and Delhi. Congress socialists were generally in the lead, but also active were Gandhian Ashramites, forward bloc members, and revolutionary terrorists, as well as other congressmen. Those actually involved in the underground activity may have been few, but they received all manner of support from a large variety of people. Businessmen donated generously. Sumdi Morji, who later became India's leading woman industrialist, for example, helped Achyut Patwardhan to evade detection by providing him with a different car every day borrowed from her unsuspecting wealthy friends. Others provided hideouts for the underground leaders and activists. Students acted as couriers. Simple villagers helped by refusing information to the police. Pilots and train drivers delivered bombs and other material across the country. Government officials, including those in the police, passed on crucial information about impending arrests. Achyut Patwardhan testifies that one member of the 3-man high-level official committee formed to track down the Congress underground regularly informed him of the goings-on in that committee. 6. The pattern of activity of the underground movement was generally that of organizing the disruption of communications by blowing up bridges, cutting telegraph and telephone wires, and derailing trains. There were also a few attacks on government and police officials and police informers. Their success in actually disrupting communications may not have been more than that of having nuisance value, but they did succeed in keeping up the spirit of the people in a situation when open mass activity was impossible because of the superior armed might of the state. Dissemination of news was a very important part of the activity, and considerable success was achieved on the score, the most dramatic being the Congress radio operated clandestinely from different locations in Bombay City, whose broadcast could be heard as far as Madras. Ram Manohar Lohia regularly broadcast on this radio, and the radio continued till November 1942 when it was discovered and confiscated by the police. 7. Star Operator. In February 1943, a striking new development provided a new burst of political activity. Gandhiji commenced a fast on February 10 in jail. He declared the fast would last for 21 days. This was his answer to the government, which had been constantly exhorting him to condemn the violence of the people in the Quit India movement. Gandhiji not only refused to condemn the people's resort to violence, but unequivocally held the government responsible for it. It was the leonine violence of the state which had provoked the people, he said. And it was against this violence of the state, which included the unwarranted detention of thousands of congressmen, that Gandhiji vowed to register his protest, in the only way open to him when in jail, by fasting. 8. The popular response to the news of the fast was immediate and overwhelming. 9. All over the country, there were hartals, demonstrations, and strikes. Calcutta and Ahmedabad were particularly active. Prisoners in jails and those outside went on sympathetic fasts. Groups of people secretly reached Pune to offer satyagraha outside the Aga Khan Palace where Gandhiji was being held in detention. Public meetings demanded his release, and the government was bombarded with thousands of letters and telegrams from people from all walks of life, students and youth, men of trade and commerce, lawyers, ordinary citizens, and labor organizations. From across the seas, the demand for his release was made by newspapers such as the Manchester Guardian, New Statesman, Nation, News Chronicle, Chicago Sun, as well as by the British Communist Party, the Citizens of London and Manchester, the Women's International League, the Australian Council of Trade Unions, and the Ceylon State Council. The U.S. government, too, brought pressure to bear. A leaders' conference was held in Delhi on 19 to 20 February and was attended by prominent men, politicians, and public figures. They all demanded Gandhiji's release. Many of those otherwise unsympathetic to the Congress felt that the government was going too far in its obduracy. The severest blow to the prestige of the government was the resignation of the 3 Indian members of the Viceroy's Executive Council, MSNA, N.R. Sarkar and H.P. Modi, who had supported the government in its suppression of the 1942 movement, but were in no mood to be a party to Gandhiji's death. But the Viceroy and his officials remained unmoved. Guided by Winston Churchill's statement to his cabinet that this our hour of triumph everywhere in the world was not the time to crawl before a miserable old man who had always been our enemy, they arrogantly refused to show any concern for Indian feeling. The Viceroy contemptuously dismissed the consequences of Gandhiji's possible death, 6 months' unpleasantness, steadily declining in volume, little or nothing at the end of it. He even made it sound as if he welcomed the possibility India would be far more reliable as a base for operations. Moreover, the prospect of a settlement will be greatly enhanced by the disappearance of Gandhi, who had for years torpedoed every attempt at a settlement. 11 While an anxious nation appealed for his life, the government went ahead with finalizing arrangements for his funeral. Military troops were asked to stand by for any emergency. Generous provision was made for a plane to carry his ashes and for a public funeral and a half-day holiday in offices. 12. But Gandhiji, as always, got the better of his opponents and refused to oblige by dying. The fast had done exactly what it had been intended to do. The public morale was raised, the anti-British feeling heightened, and an opportunity for political activity provided. A symbolic gesture of resistance had sparked off widespread resistance and exposed the government's high-handedness to the whole world. The moral justification that the government had been trying to provide for its brutal suppression of 1942 was denied to it, and it was placed clearly in the wrong. Star Operator. A significant feature of the Quit India movement was the emergence of what came to be known as parallel governments in some parts of the country. The first one was proclaimed in Bolia, in East UP, in August 1942 under the leadership of Chitta Pandey, who called himself a Gandhian. Though it succeeded in getting the collector to hand over power and release all the arrested Congress leaders, it could not survive for long, and when the soldiers marched in, a week after the parallel government was formed, they found that the leaders had fled. 13. In Tamluk in the Midnapur district of Bengal, the Jatiya Sarkar came into existence on December 17, 1942 and lasted till September 1944. Tamluk was an area where Gandhian constructive work had made considerable headway, and it was also the scene of earlier mass struggles. The Jatiya Sarkar undertook cyclone relief work, gave grants to schools, and organized an armed Vidyut Vahini. It also set up arbitration courts and distributed the surplus paddy of the well-to-do to the poor. Being located in a relatively remote area, it could continue its activities with comparative ease. 14. Satara in Maharashtra emerged as the base of the longest-lasting and effective parallel government. From the very beginning of the Quit India movement, the region played an active role. In the first phase from August 1942, there were marches on local government headquarters, the ones on Karad, Tuscone, and Islampur involving thousands. This was followed by sabotage, attacks on post offices, the looting of banks, and the cutting of telegraph wires. YB Shivan, who had contacts with Achyut Patwardhan and other underground leaders, was the most important leader. But by the end of 1942, this phase came to an end with the arrest of about 2,000 people. From the very beginning of 1943, the underground activists began to regroup, and by the middle of the year, succeeded in consolidating the organization. A parallel government or Prati Sarkar was set up and Nani Patil was its most important leader. This phase was marked by attacks on government collaborators, informers and talodis, or lower-level officials, and Robin Hood-style robberies. Nyauddin Mundals or people's courts were set up and justice dispensed. Prohibition was enforced, and Gandhi marriages celebrated to which untouchables were invited and at which no ostentation was allowed. Village libraries were set up and education encouraged. The native state of Andhra, whose ruler was pro-nationalist and had got the constitution of his state drafted by Gandhiji, provided invaluable support by offering refuge and shelter to the Prati Sarkar activists. The Prati Sarkar continued to function till 1945.15. The Quit India movement marked a new high in terms of popular participation in the national movement and sympathy with the national cause. As in earlier mass struggles, the youth were in the forefront of the struggle. Students from colleges and even schools were the most visible element, especially in the early days of August. Probably the average age of participants in the 1942 struggle was even lower than that in earlier movements. Women, especially college and school girls, played a very important role. Aruna Asaf Ali and Sucheta Kripalani were two major women organizers of the underground, and Usha Mehta an important member of the small group that ran the Congress radio. Workers were prominent as well, and made considerable sacrifice by enduring long strikes and braving police repression in the streets. Peasants of all strata, well-to-do as well as poor, were the heart of the movement, especially in East UP and Bihar, Midnapur in Bengal, Satara in Maharashtra, but also in other parts including Andhra, Gujarat, and Kerala. Many smaller zamindars also participated, especially in UP and Bihar. Even the big zamindars maintained a stance of neutrality and refused to assist the British in crushing the rebellion. The most spectacular of these was the Raja of Darbhanga, one of the biggest zamindars, who refused to let his armed retainers be used by the government and even instructed his managers to assist the tenants who had been arrested. A significant feature of the pattern of peasant activity was its total concentration on attacking symbols of British authority and a total lack of any incidents of anti-zamindar violence, even when, as in Bihar, East UP, Satara, and Midnapur, the breakdown of government authority for long periods of time provided the opportunity. 16. Government officials, especially those at the lower levels of the police and the administration, were generous in their assistance to the movement. They gave shelter, provided information, and helped monetarily. In fact, the erosion of loyalty to the British government of its own officers was one of the most striking aspects of the Quit India struggle. Jail officials tended to be much kinder to prisoners than in earlier years, and often openly expressed their sympathy. While it is true that Muslim mass participation in the Quit India movement was not high, yet it is also true that even Muslim League supporters gave help by providing shelter to underground workers and did not act as informers. Also, there was a total absence of any communal clashes, a sure sign that though the movement may not have aroused much support from among the majority of the Muslim masses, it did not arouse their hostility either. The powerful attraction of the Quit India movement and its elemental quality is also demonstrated by the fact that hundreds of communists at the local and village levels participated in the movement despite the official position taken by the Communist Party. Though they sympathized with the strong anti-fascist sentiments of their leaders, yet they felt the irresistible pull of the movement and, for at least a few days or weeks, joined in it along with the rest of the Indian people. Star Operator. The debate on the Quit India movement has centered particularly on two issues. First, was the movement a spontaneous outburst or an organized rebellion? Second, how did the use of violence by the people in the struggle square with the overall Congress policy of non-violent struggle? First, the element of spontaneity in the movement of 1942 was certainly larger than in the earlier movements, though even in 1919-22, as well as in 1930-31 and 1932, the Congress leadership allowed considerable room for popular initiative and spontaneity. In fact, the whole pattern of the Gandhian mass movements was that the leadership chalked out a broad program of action and left its implementation at the local level to the initiative of the local and grassroots level political activists and the masses. Even in the civil disobedience movement of 1930, perhaps the most organized of the Gandhian mass movements, Gandhiji signaled the launching of the struggle by the Dandi March and the breaking of the Salt Law. The leaders and the people at the local levels decided whether they were going to stop payment of land revenue and rent, or offer satyagraha against forest laws, or picket liquor shops, or follow any of the other items of the program. Of course, in 1942, even the broad program had not yet been spelt out clearly since the leadership was yet to formally launch the movement. But, in a way, the degree of spontaneity and popular initiative that was actually exercised had been sanctioned by the leadership itself. The resolution passed by the ACC on August 8, 1942, clearly stated, "A time may come when it may not be possible to issue instruction or for instructions to reach our people, and when no Congress committees can function. When this happens, every man and woman who is participating in this movement must function for himself or herself within the four corners of the general instructions issued. Every Indian who desires freedom and strives for it must be his own guide." 17. Apart from this, the Congress had been ideologically, politically, and organizationally preparing for the struggle for a long time. From 1937 onwards, the organization had been revamped to undo the damage suffered during the repression of 1932 to 34. In political and ideological terms as well, the ministries had added considerably to Congress support and prestige. In East UP and Bihar, the areas of the most intense activity in 1942 were precisely the ones in which considerable mobilization and organizational work had been carried out from 1937 onwards. 18. In Gujarat, Sardar Patel had been touring Bardoli and other areas since June 1942, warning the people of an impending struggle and suggesting that no revenue campaigns could well be a part of it. Congress socialists in Pune had been holding training camps for volunteers since June 1942. 19. Gandhiji himself, through the individual civil disobedience campaign in 1940-41, and more directly since early 1942, had prepared the people for the coming battle, which he said would be short and swift. 20. In any case, in a primarily hegemonic struggle as the Indian national movement was, preparedness for struggle cannot be measured by the volume of immediate organizational activity, but by the degree of hegemonic influence that the movement has acquired over the people. How did the use of violence in 1942 square with the Congress policy of nonviolence? For one, there were many who refused to use or sanction violent means and confined themselves to the traditional weaponry of the Congress. But many of those, including many staunch Gandhians who used violent means in 1942, felt that the peculiar circumstances warranted their use. Many maintained that the cutting of telegraph wires and the blowing up of bridges was all right as long as human life was not taken. Others frankly admitted that they could not square the violence they used, or connived at, with their belief in nonviolence, but that they did it all the same. Gandhiji refused to condemn the violence of the people because he saw it as a reaction to the much bigger violence of the state. In Francis Hutchins' view, Gandhiji's major objection to violence was that its use prevented mass participation in a movement, but that, in 1942, Gandhiji had come round to the view that mass participation would not be restricted as a result of violence. 21. The great significance of this historic movement was that it placed the demand for independence on the immediate agenda of the national movement. After Quit India, there could be no retreat. Any future negotiations with the British government could only be on the manner of the transfer of power. Independence was no longer a matter of bargain. And this became amply clear after the war. Star Operator. With Gandhiji's release on May 6, 1944, on medical grounds, political activity regained momentum. Constructive work became the main form of Congress activity, with a special emphasis on the reorganization of the Congress machinery. Congress committees were revived under different names, Congress Workers' Assemblies or Representative Assemblies of Congressmen, rendering the ban on Congress committees ineffective. The task of training workers, membership drives, and fund collection was taken up. This reorganization of the Congress under the cover of the constructive program was viewed with serious misgivings by the government, which saw it as an attempt to rebuild Congress influence and organization in the villages in preparation for the next round of struggle. 22. A strict watch was kept on these developments, but no repressive action was contemplated, and the Viceroy's energies were directed towards formulating an offer, known as the Revolt offer or the Simla Conference, which would preempt a struggle by effecting an agreement with the Congress before the war with Japan ended. The Congress leaders were released to participate in the Simla Conference in June 1945. That marked the end of the phase of confrontation that had existed since August 1942. Star Operator. Before we end this chapter, a brief look at the Indian National Army is essential. The idea of the INA was first conceived in Malaya by Mohan Singh, an Indian officer of the British Indian Army, when he decided not to join the retreating British Army and instead went to the Japanese for help. The Japanese had till then only encouraged civilian Indians to form anti-British organizations, but had no conception of forming a military wing consisting of Indians. Indian prisoners of war were handed over by the Japanese to Mohan Singh, who then tried to recruit them into an Indian National Army. The fall of Singapore was crucial, for this brought 45,000 Indian POWs into Mohan Singh's sphere of influence. By the end of 1942, 40,000 men expressed their willingness to join the INA. It was repeatedly made clear at various meetings of leaders of the Indian community and of Indian Army officers that the INA would go into action only on the invitation of the Indian National Congress and the people of India. The INA was also seen by many as a means of checking the misconduct of the Japanese against Indians in Southeast Asia and a bulwark against a future Japanese occupation of India. The outbreak of the Quit India movement gave a fillip to the INA as well. Anti-British demonstrations were organized in Malaya. On September 1, 1942, the 1st Division of the INA was formed with 16,300 men. The Japanese were by now more amenable to the idea of an armed Indian wing because they were contemplating an Indian invasion. But by December 1942, serious differences emerged between the Indian army officers led by Mohan Singh and the Japanese over the role that the INA was to play. Mohan Singh and Niranjan Singh Gill, the senior-most Indian officer to join the INA, were arrested. The Japanese, it turned out, wanted only a token force of 2,000 men, while Mohan Singh wanted to raise an Indian national army of 20,000. The second phase of the INA began when Subhas Chandra Bose was brought to Singapore on July 2, 1943, by means of German and Japanese submarines. He went to Tokyo and Prime Minister Tojo declared that Japan had no territorial designs on India. Bose returned to Singapore and set up the Provisional Government of Free India on October 21, 1943. The Provisional Government then declared war on Britain and the United States, and was recognized by the Axis powers and their satellites. Subhas Bose set up two INA headquarters, in Rangoon and in Singapore, and began to reorganize the INA. Recruits were sought from civilians, funds were gathered, and even a women's regiment called the Rani Jhansi Regiment was formed. On July 6, 1944, Subhas Bose, in a broadcast on Azad Hind Radio addressed to Gandhiji, said, "India's last war of independence has begun. Father of our nation. In this holy war of India's liberation, we ask for your blessing and good wishes." 23. One INA battalion commanded by Shah Nawaz was allowed to accompany the Japanese army to the Indo-Burma front and participate in the Impul campaign. But the discriminatory treatment, which included being denied rations, arms, and being made to do menial work for the Japanese units, completely demoralized the INA men. The failure of the Impul campaign and the steady Japanese retreat thereafter quashed any hopes of the INA liberating the nation. The retreat, which began in mid-1944, continued till mid-1945 and ended only with the final surrender to the British in Southeast Asia. But when the INA men were brought back home and threatened with serious punishment, a powerful movement was to emerge in their defense. 24. 36. Post-war national upsurge. The end of World War II marked a dramatic change. From then till the dawn of freedom in 1947, the political stage witnessed a wide spectrum of popular initiative. We are constrained to leave out of our purview the struggles of workers, peasants, and people of the native states, which took the form of the countrywide strike wave, the Taphaga movement, the Warlis Revolt, the Punjab Kisan Morchas, the Travancore people's struggle, especially the Panapravalar episode, and the Telangana movement. These movements had an anti-imperialist edge, as the direct oppressors they challenged were also the vested interests that constituted the social support of the Raj, but they did not come into direct conflict with the colonial regime. We shall confine ourselves to that stream of anti-imperialist activity which directly challenged the legitimacy of British rule and was perceived to be doing so by the colonial authorities. Star Operator. The end of the war was greeted in India with a vast sigh of relief. Its few benefits, such as windfall gains and super profits for the capitalists and employment opportunities for the middle classes, were far outweighed by the ravages and miseries wrought by it. The colony reeled under the heavy yoke of the war effort. Famine, inflation, scarcity, hoarding, and black marketing plagued the land. The heroic action of a leaderless people notwithstanding, the Quit India movement was snuffled out in 8 weeks. Pockets of resistance, where the torch was kept ablaze, could not hold out for long. When Congress leaders emerged from jail in mid-June 1945, they expected to find a demoralized people, benumbed by the repression of 1942, bewildered by the absence of leadership and battered by the privations that the war brought. To their surprise, they found tumultuous crowds waiting for them, impatient to do something, restless and determinately anti-British. Repression had steeled the brave and stirred the conscience of the fence-sitter. Political energies were surfacing after more than 3 years of repression, and the expectations of the people were now heightened by the release of their leaders. The popular belief was that the release would mark the beginning of a period of rapid political progress. Crowds thronged the gates of Almora jail on hearing that Jawaharlal Nehru was to be released. They waited a long while outside Bankara jail where Maulana Azad was lodged. When the Congress Working Committee met, more than 500,000 people lined the streets of Bombay, braving the rain to welcome their leaders. Similar scenes were witnessed when the leaders went to Simla to attend the conference called by the Viceroy. Villagers from places far away from Simla converged and sat atop trees, waiting for hours to catch a glimpse of their leaders. The Labour Party, which had come to power in Britain after the war, was in a hurry to settle the Indian problem. As a result, the ban on the Congress was lifted and elections declared. People were elated at the prospect of popular ministries and turned out in large numbers at election meetings, 50,000 on an average, and 100,000 or so when all India leaders were expected. Nehru, a seasoned campaigner of the 1937 elections, confessed that he had not previously seen such crowds, such frenzied excitement. Except in constituencies where nationalist Muslims were put up, candidates did not really need to canvass for votes or spend money. The election results indicated that people had not only flocked to the meetings, but had rallied behind the Congress at the ballot box too. The Congress won over 90% of the general seats, including 23 of the 36 Labour seats, in the provincial elections, while the Muslim League made a similar sweep in the Muslim constituencies. But perhaps the most significant feature of the election campaign was that it sought to mobilize Indians against the British, not merely voters for the elections. This was evident from the two issues which were taken up and made the main plank of the election campaign: the repression in 1942 and the Indian National Army trials. The question of official excesses during 1942 was taken up by Congress leaders soon after release from jail. Glorification of martyrs was one side of the coin, condemnation of official action the other. Congressmen lauded the brave resistance offered by the leaderless people, martyrs' memorials were erected in many places, and relief funds organized for sufferers. Stories of repression were recounted in grim detail, the officials responsible condemned, often by name, promises of inquirers held out, and threats of punishment freely made. While such speeches, which the government failed to check, had a devastating effect on the morale of the services, what was more alarming for the officials was the rising crescendo of demands for inquiries into official actions. The forthcoming elections were likely to bring the Congress ministries back to power, significantly in those provinces where repression had been most brutal. The UP governor, Wiley, confessed on February 19, 1946 that officials in UP in 1942 used on occasion methods which I cannot condone, and which, dragged out in the cold light of 1946, nobody could defend. The viceroy concluded that only a gentleman's agreement with the Congress could resolve the matter. However, the issue which most caught the popular imagination was the fate of the members of Subhas Chandra Bose's Indian National Army, INA, who were captured by the British in the Eastern Theatre of War. An announcement by the government, limiting trials of the INA personnel to those guilty of brutality or active complicity, was due to be made by the end of August, 1945. However, before this statement could be issued, Nehru raised the demand for leniency at a meeting in Srinagar on August 16, 1945, making the proposed statement seem a response to his call rather than an act of generosity on the part of the government. Hailing them as patriots, albeit misguided, Nehru called for their judicious treatment by the authorities in view of the British promise that big changes are impending in India. Other Congress leaders soon took up the issue, and the AC, at its first post-war session held in Bombay from 21 to September 23, 1945, adopted a strong resolution declaring its support for the cause. The defense of the INA prisoners was taken up by the Congress, and Bhulabhai Desai, Tej Bahadur Supru, K.N. Kotju, Nehru and Asaf Ali appeared in court at the historic Red Fort trials. The Congress organized an INA Relief and Inquiry Committee, which provided small sums of money and food to the men on their release, and attempted, though with marginal success, to secure employment for these men. The Congress authorized the Central INA Fund Committee, the Mayor's Fund in Bombay, the ACC and the PCC offices, and Surat Bose to collect funds. The INA question was the main issue highlighted from the Congress platform in meetings held all over the country. In fact, very often it was difficult to distinguish between an INA and an election meeting. In view of Nehru's early championing of the INA cause and the varied involvement of the Congress later, the oft-made charge that the Congress jumped onto the INA bandwagon and merely used the issue as an election stunt does not appear to have any validity. Point 2. The INA agitation was a landmark on many counts. Firstly, the high pitch or intensity at which the campaign for the release of INA prisoners was conducted was unprecedented. This was evident from the press coverage and other publicity it got, from the threats of revenge that were publicly made, and also from the large number of meetings held. Initially, the appeals in the press were for clemency to misguided men, but by November 1945, when the first Red Fort trials began, there were daily editorials hailing the INA men as the most heroic patriots and criticizing the government stand. Priority coverage was given to the INA trials and to the INA campaign, eclipsing international news. Pamphlets, the most popular one being Patriots Not Traitors, were widely circulated. Jai Hind and Quit India were scrawled on walls of buildings in Ajmer. Posters threatening death to 20 English dogs for every INA man sentenced were pasted all over Delhi. In Banaras, it was declared at a public gathering that if INA men were not saved, revenge would be taken on European children. 160 political meetings were held in the central provinces and Berar alone in the first fortnight of October 1945, where the demand for clemency for INA prisoners was raised. INA Day was observed on November 12 and INA Week from 5 to November 11, 1945. While 50,000 people would turn out for the larger meetings, the largest meeting was the one held in Chapriya Park, Calcutta. Organized by the INA Relief Committee, it was addressed by Surat Bose, Nehru and Patel. Estimates of attendance ranged from 2 to 3 lakhs to Nehru's 5 to 7 lakhs. The second significant feature of the INA campaign was its wide geographical reach and the participation of diverse social groups and political parties. This had two aspects. One was the generally extensive nature of the agitation, the other was the spread of pro-INA sentiment to social groups hitherto outside the nationalist pale. The director of the Intelligence Bureau conceded, "There has seldom been a matter which has attracted so much Indian public interest, and, it is safe to say, sympathy, for anxious inquiries and profuse sympathies were forthcoming from the remotest villages from all men, irrespective of caste, color, and creed." Nehru confirmed the same. Never before in Indian history had such unified sentiments and feelings been manifested by various divergent sections of the Indian population as it had been done with regard to the question of the Azad Hind Fauj. 5. While the cities of Delhi, Bombay, Calcutta and Madras and the towns of UP and Punjab were the nerve centers of the agitation, what was more noteworthy was the spreading of the agitation to places as distant as Coorg, Baluchistan and Assam. Participation was of many kinds. Some contributed funds, others attended or organized meetings, shopkeepers downed shutters, and political parties and organizations raised the demand for the release of the prisoners. Municipal committees, Indians abroad and Gurdwara committees subscribed liberally to INA funds. The Shromni Gurdwara Prabandhak Committee, Amritsar donated 7,000 rupees and set aside another 10,000 rupees for relief. The Pune City Municipality, the Kanpur City Fund, and a local district board in Madras Presidency contributed 1,000 rupees each. More newsworthy contributions were those by film stars in Bombay and Calcutta, by the Cambridge Majlis and the Tongawalas of Amroti. Students, whose role in the campaign was outstanding, held meetings and rallies and boycotted classes from Salem in the south to Rawalpindi in the north. Commercial institutions, shops and markets stopped business on the day the first trial began, November 5, 1945, on INA Day and during INA Week. Demands for release were raised at Kisan conferences in Damangaon and Sholapur on November 16, 1945, and at the 10th session of the All India Women's Conference in Hyderabad on December 29, 1945. Even English intellectuals, birds of a year or two's sojourn in India, were taking a keen interest in the rights and wrongs, and the degrees of wrong of the INA men, according to General Tukur of the Eastern Command. Point 6. Diwali was not celebrated in some areas in Punjab in sympathy with the INA men. Calcutta Gurdwaras became a campaigning centre for the INA cause. The Muslim League, the Communist Party of India, the Unionist Party, the Akalis, the Justice Party, the RRs in Rawalpindi, the Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh, the Hindu Mahasabha and the Sikh League supported the INA cause in varying degrees. The Viceroy noted that all parties have taken the same line though Congress are more vociferous than the others. 7. The most notable feature of the INA agitation was the effect it had on the traditional bulwarks of the Raj. Significant sections of government employees, loyalist sections, and even men of the armed forces were submerged in the tide of pro-INA sentiment. Many officials saw in this a most disquieting trend. The governor of Northwest Frontier Province warned that every day that passes now brings over more and more well-disposed Indians to the anti-British camp. 8. The director of the Intelligence Bureau observed that sympathy for the INA is not the monopoly of those who are ordinarily against government, and that it was usually the case that INA men belonged to families which had traditions of loyalty. 9. In Punjab, to which province 48.07% of the INA men released till February 1946 belonged. The return of the released men to their villages stimulated interest among groups which had hitherto remained politically unaffected. Local interest was further fueled by virtue of many of the INA officers belonging to influential families in the region. P.K. Sehgal, one of the trio tried in the first Red Fort trial, was the son of Dewan Akru Ram, an ex-judge of the Punjab High Court. The gentlemen with titles who defended men accused of wartime treason did not glorify the action of INA men. They appealed to the government to abandon the trials in the interest of good relations between India and Britain. Government officials generally sympathized privately, but there were some instances, as in the central provinces and Berar, where railway officials collected funds. The response of the armed forces was unexpectedly sympathetic, belying the official perception that loyal soldiers were very hostile to the INA traitors. Royal Indian Air Force, RAF, men in Kohat attended Shah Nawaz's meetings and army men in UP and Punjab attended INA meetings, often in uniform. RAF men in Calcutta, Kohat, Allahabad, Bamrali and Kanpur contributed money for the INA defense, as did other service personnel in UP. Apart from these instances of overt support, a growing feeling of sympathy for the INA pervaded the Indian Army, according to the Commander-in-Chief. He concluded that the general opinion in the Army is in favor of leniency and recommended to Whitehall that leniency be shown by the government. Point 10. Interestingly, the question of the right or wrong of the INA men's action was never debated. What was in question was the right of Britain to decide a matter concerning Indians. As Nehru often stressed, if the British were sincere in their declaration that Indo-British relations were to be transformed, they should demonstrate their good faith by leaving it to Indians to decide the INA issue. Even the appeals by liberal Indians were made in the interest of good future relations between India and Britain. The British realized this political significance of the INA issue. The governor of Northwest Frontier Province advocated that the trials be abandoned, on the ground that with each day the issue became more and more purely Indian versus British. 11. Star Operator. The growing nationalist sentiment that reached a crescendo around the INA trials developed into violent confrontations with authority in the winter of 1945-46. There were 3 upsurges, one on November 21, 1945 in Calcutta over the INA trials, the second on February 11, 1946 in Calcutta to protest against the 7-year sentence given to an INA officer, Rashid Ali, and the third in Bombay of February 18, 1946 when the ratings of the Royal Indian Navy, RN, went on strike. The upsurges followed a fairly similar pattern: an initial stage when a group, such as students or ratings, defied authority and was repressed, a second stage when people in the city joined in, and finally a third stage when people in other parts of the country expressed sympathy and solidarity. The first stage began with the students and ratings' challenge to authority and ended in repression. On November 21, 1945, a procession of students, consisting of Forward Bloc sympathizers and joined by Students' Federation activists and Islamia College students, marched to Dalhousie Square, the seat of the government in Calcutta, and refused to disperse. Upon a lathi-charge, the processionists retaliated with stones and brickbats, which the police, in turn, met with firing, and 2 persons died, while 52 were injured. On February 11, 1946, Muslim League students led the procession, Congress and communist student organizations joined in, and this time some arrests were made on Daramatola Street. This provoked the large body of students to defy Section 144 imposed in the Dalhousie Square area, and more arrests, in addition to a lathi-charge, ensued. The RN Revolt started on February 18 when 1,100 naval ratings of HMS Talwar struck work at Bombay to protest against the treatment meted out to them, flagrant racial discrimination, unpalatable food and abuses to boot. The arrest of B.C. Dutt, a rating, for scrawling, "Quit India" on the HMS Talwar, was sorely resented. The next day, ratings from Castle and Fort Barracks joined the strike, and on hearing that the HMS Talwar ratings had been fired upon, which was incorrect, left their posts and went around Bombay in lorries, holding aloft Congress flags, threatening Europeans and policemen, and occasionally breaking a shop window or two. The second stage of these upsurges, when people in the city joined in, was marked by a virulent anti-British mood and resulted in the virtual paralysis of the 2 great cities of Calcutta and Bombay. Meetings and processions to express sympathy, as also strikes and hartals, were quickly overshadowed by the barricades that came up, the pitched battles fought from housetops and bylanes, the attacks on Europeans, and the burning of police stations, post offices, shops, tram depots, railway stations, banks, grain shops, and even a YMCA center. This was the pattern that was visible in all the 3 cases. The RN Revolt and popular fury in Bombay alone accounted for, according to official estimates, the destruction of 30 shops, 10 post offices, 10 police chowkis, 64 food grains shops, and 200 street lamps. Normal life in the city was completely disrupted. The communist call for a general strike brought lakhs of workers out of their factories into the streets. Hartals by shopkeepers, merchants and hotel owners, and strikes by student workers, both in industry and public transport services, almost brought the whole city to a grinding halt. Forcible stopping of trains by squatting on rail tracks, stoning and burning of police and military lorries, and barricading of streets did the rest. The third phase was characterized by a display of solidarity by people in other parts of the country. Students boycotted classes, hartals and processions were organized to express sympathy with the students and ratings and to condemn official repression. In the RN Revolt, Karachi was a major center, second only to Bombay. The news reached Karachi on February 19, upon which the HMS Hindustan, along with 1 more ship and 3 shore establishments, went on a lightning strike. Sympathetic token strikes took place in military establishments in Madras, Visakhapatnam, Calcutta, Delhi, Cochin, Jamnagar, the Andamans, Bahrain, and Aden. 78 ships and 20 shore establishments, involving 20,000 ratings, were affected. Our IF men went on sympathetic strikes in the Marine Drive, Andheri and Shaun areas of Bombay, and in Pune, Calcutta, Jessore, and Ambala units. Sepoys at Jabalpur went on strike, while the Colaba cantonment showed ominous restlessness. Star Operator. What was the significance of these events? There is no doubt that these 3 upsurges were significant in as much as they gave expression to the militancy in the popular mind. Action, however reckless, was fearless, and the crowds which faced police firing by temporarily retreating, only to return to their posts, won the Bengal governor's grudging admiration. The RN Revolt remains a legend to this day. When it took place, it had a dramatic impact on popular consciousness. A revolt in the armed forces, even if soon suppressed, had a great liberating effect on the minds of people. The RN Revolt was seen as an event which marked the end of British rule almost as finally as Independence Day, 1947. But reality and how men perceive that reality often proves to be different, and this was true of these dramatic moments in 1945 to 46. Contemporary perceptions and later radical scholarship have infused these historical events with more than a symbolic significance. Point 12. These events are imbued with an unrealized potential and a realized impact which is quite out of touch with reality. A larger-than-life picture is drawn of their militancy, reach, and effectiveness. India is seen to be on the brink of a revolution. The argument goes that the communal unity witnessed during these events could, if built upon, have offered a way out of the communal deadlock. When we examine these upsurges closely, we find that the form they took, that of an extreme, direct, and violent conflict with authority, had certain limitations. Only the most militant sections of society could participate. There was no place for the liberal and conservative groups which had rallied to the Aine cause earlier, or for the men and women of small towns and villages who had formed the backbone of the mass movements in earlier decades. Besides, these upsurges were short-lived, as the tide of popular fury surged forth, only to subside all too quickly. Interestingly, Calcutta, the scene of tremendous enthusiasm from 11 to February 13, 1946, was relatively quiet during the RN revolt a week later. 1 lakh workers went on a one-day strike, but the rest of the city, barring the organized working class, remained subdued, despite a 7-day raiding strike in Calcutta which had to be broken by a siege by troops. In addition, the upheavals were confined to a few urban centers, while the general INA agitation reached the remotest villages. This urban concentration made it easy for the authorities to deploy troops and effectively suppress the upsurge. The communal unity witnessed was more organizational unity than unity of the people. Moreover, the organizations came together only for a specific agitation that lasted a few days, as was the case in Calcutta on the issue of Rashid Ali's trial. Calcutta, the scene of the almost revolution, in February 1946, according to Gautam Chattopadhyaya 13, became the battleground of communal frenzy only 6 months later, on August 16, 1946. The communal unity evident in the RN revolt was limited, despite the Congress, League and Communist flags being jointly hoisted on the ship's masts. Muslim ratings went to the League to seek advice on future action, while the rest went to the Congress and the Socialists. Jinnah's advice to surrender was addressed to Muslim ratings alone, who duly heeded it. The view that communal unity forged in the struggles of 1945 to 46 could, if taken further, have averted partition, seems to be based on wishful thinking rather than concrete historical possibility. The unity at the barricades did not show this promise. Popular perceptions differ from reality when it comes to the response these upsurges, especially the RN revolt, evoked from the colonial authorities. It is believed that the RN revolt shook the mighty British Empire to its foundations. In fact, these upsurges demonstrated that despite considerable erosion of the morale of the bureaucracy and the steadfastness of the armed forces by this time, the British wherewithal to repress was intact. The soldier viceroy, Revolt, gave a clean chit to the army a few days after the naval strike. On the whole, the Indian army has been most commendably steady. 15 Those who believed that the British would succumb to popular pressure if only it was exerted forcefully were proved wrong. It was one thing for the British government to question its own stand of holding the INA trials when faced with opposition from the army and the people. It was quite another matter when they faced challenges to their authority. Challenges to the peace, the British were clear, had to be repressed. Events in November 1945 in Calcutta had the troops standing by, but the governor of Bengal preferred to and was able to control the situation with the police. Troops were called in on February 12, 1946 in Calcutta and 36 civilians were killed in the firing. Similarly, during the RN revolt, ratings were forced to surrender in Karachi and 6 of them were killed in the process. Contrary to the popular belief that Indian troops in Bombay had refused to fire on their countrymen, it was a Maratha battalion in Bombay that rounded up the ratings and restored them to their barracks. In Bombay, troops subdued not only the ratings, but also the people, who had earlier supported the ratings with food and sympathy and later joined them in paralyzing Bombay. The British Prime Minister, Attlee, announced in the House of Commons that Royal Navy ships were on their way to Bombay. Admiral Godfrey of the RN gave the ratings a stern ultimatum, after which troops circled the ships and bombers were flown over them. The Amrit Bazar Patrika referred to the virtual steel ring around Bombay. 228 civilians died in Bombay while 1046 were injured. The corollary to the above argument is the attribution of the sending of cabinet mission to the impact of the RN revolt. R.P. Dutt had yoked the two together many years ago. On February 18 the Bombay naval strike began. On February 19, Attlee in the House of Commons announced the decision to dispatch the cabinet mission. 16 This is obviously untenable. The decision to send out the mission was taken by the British cabinet on January 22, 1946, and even its announcement on February 19, 1946 had been slated a week earlier. Others have explained the willingness of the British to make substantial political concessions at this point of time to the combined impact of the popular, militant struggles. However, as we shall see in the next chapter, the British decision to transfer power was not merely a response to the immediate situation prevailing in the winter of 1945 to 46, but a result of their realization that their legitimacy to rule had been irrevocably eroded over the years. The relationship between these upsurges and the Congress is seen as one of opposition, or at best dissociation. These agitations are believed to have been led by the Communists, the Socialists, or Forward Blocists, or all of them together. The Congress role is seen as one of defusing the revolutionary situation, prompted by its fear that the situation would go out of its control or by the concern that disciplined armed forces were vital in the free India that the party would rule soon. The Congress is seen to be immersed in negotiations and ministry-making and hankering for power. The belief is that if the Congress leaders had not surrendered to their desire for power, a different path to independence would have emerged. In our view, the three upsurges were an extension of the earlier nationalist activity with which the Congress was integrally associated. It was the strong anti-imperialist sentiment fostered by the Congress through its election campaign, its advocacy of the INA cause, and its highlighting of the excesses of 1942 that found expression in the three upsurges that took place between November 1945 and February 1946. The Home Department's provincial-level inquiry into the causes of these disturbances came to the conclusion that they were the outcome of the inflammatory atmosphere created by the intemperate speeches of Congress leaders in the last 3 months. 17. The Viceroy had no doubt that the primary cause of the RN mutiny was the speeches of Congress leaders since September last. 18. In fact, the Punjab CID authorities warned the director of the Intelligence Bureau of the considerable danger, while dealing with the communists, of putting the cart before the horse and of failing to recognize Congress as the main enemy. 19. These 3 upsurges were distinguishable from the activity preceding them because the form of articulation of protest was different. They took the form of a violent, flagrant challenge to authority. The earlier activity was a peaceful demonstration of nationalist solidarity. One was an explosion, the other a groundswell. The Congress did not give the call for these upsurges. In fact, no political organization did. People rallied in sympathy with the students and ratings, as well as to voice their anger at the repression that was let loose. Individual congressmen participated actively, as did individual communists and others. Student sympathizers of the Congress Socialist Party, the Forward Bloc, and the Communist Party of India jointly led the November 21, 1945 demonstration in Calcutta. The Congress lauded the spirit of the people and condemned the repression by the government. It did not officially support these struggles as it felt their tactics and timing were wrong. It was evident to Congress leaders that the government was able and determined to repress. Vallabhbhai Patel asked the ratings to surrender because he saw the British mobilization for repression in Bombay. He wrote to Nehru on February 22, 1946. The overpowering force of both naval and military personnel gathered here is so strong that they can be exterminated altogether, and they have been also threatened with such a contingency. 20 Congress leaders were not the only ones who felt the need to restore peace. Communists joined hands with congressmen in advising the people of Calcutta in November 1945 and February 1946 to return to their homes. Communist and Congress peace vans did the rounds of Karachi during the RN revolt. The contention that fear of popular excesses made Congress leaders cling to the path of negotiations and compromise, and eventually even accept partition as a necessary price. 21 has little validity. Negotiations were an integral part of Congress strategy, a possibility which had to be exhausted before a mass movement was launched. As late as September 22, 1945, this had been reiterated in a resolution on Congress policy passed by the ACC. The method of negotiation and conciliation, which is the keynote of peaceful policy, can never be abandoned by the Congress, no matter how grave may be the provocation, any more than can that of non-cooperation, complete or modified. Hence, the guiding maxim of the Congress must remain: negotiations and settlement when possible, and non-cooperation and direct action when necessary. 22. In 1946, exploring the option of negotiation before launching a movement was seen to be crucial, since the British were likely to leave India within 2 to 5 years, according to Nehru. The Secretary of State's New Year statement and the British Prime Minister's announcement of the decision to send a cabinet mission on February 19, 1946 spoke of Indian independence coming soon. However, pressure had to be kept up on the British to reach a settlement, and to this end preparedness for a movement, built steadily through 1945 by refurbishing the organization, electioneering and spearheading the INA agitation, was sought to be maintained. But the card of negotiation was to be played first, that of mass movement was to be held in reserve. Gandhiji, in 3 statements that he published in Harijan on March 3, 1946, indicated the perils of the path that had been recently taken by the people. It is a matter of great relief that the ratings have listened to Sardar Patel's advice to surrender. They have not surrendered their honor. So far as I can see, in resorting to mutiny they were badly advised. If it was for grievance, fancied or real, they should have waited for the guidance and intervention of political leaders of their choice. If they mutinied for the freedom of India, they were doubly wrong. They could not do so without a call from a prepared revolutionary party. They were thoughtless and ignorant if they believed that by their might they would deliver India from foreign domination. Lokmanya Tilak has taught us that home rule or Swaraj is our birthright. That Swaraj is not to be obtained by what is going on now in Bombay, Calcutta, and Karachi. They who incited the mutineers did not know what they were doing. The latter were bound to submit ultimately. Aruna would rather unite Hindus and Muslims at the barricade than on the Constitution front. Even in terms of violence, this is a misleading proposition. If the union at the barricade is honest, there must be union also at the constitutional front. Fighters do not always live at the barricade. They are too wise to commit suicide. The barricade life has always to be followed by the constitutional. That front is not taboo forever. Gandhiji went on to outline the path that should be followed by the nation. Emphatically, it betrays one of foresight to disbelieve British declarations and precipitate a quarrel in anticipation. Is the official deputation coming to deceive a great nation? It is neither manly or womanly to think so. What would be lost by waiting? Let the official deputation prove for the last time that British declarations are unreliable. The nation will gain by trusting. The deceiver loses when there is correct response from the deceived. The rulers have declared their intention to quit in favor of Indian rule. But the nation too has to play the game. If it does, the barricade must be left aside, at least for the time being. 23. 37. Freedom and partition. The contradictory nature of the reality of August 15, 1947 continues to intrigue historians and torment people on both sides of the border to this day. A hard-earned, prized freedom was won after long, glorious years of struggle, but a bloody, tragic partition rent asunder the fabric of the emerging free nation. Two questions arise. Why did the British finally quit? Why was partition accepted by the Congress? The imperialist answer is that independence was simply the fulfillment of Britain's self-appointed mission to assist the Indian people to self-government. Partition was the unfortunate consequence of the age-old Hindu-Muslim rift, of the two communities' failure to agree on how and to whom power was to be transferred. The radical view is that independence was finally wrested by the mass actions of 1946 to 47, in which many communists participated, often as leaders. But the bourgeois leaders of the Congress, frightened by the revolutionary upsurge, struck a deal with the imperialist power by which power was transferred to them, and the nation paid the price of partition. These visions of noble design or revolutionary intent, frustrated by traditional religious conflict or worldly profit, attractive as they may seem, blur, rather than illumine, the somber reality. In fact, the independence-partition duality reflects the success-failure dichotomy of the anti-imperialist movement led by the Congress. The Congress had a twofold task: structuring diverse classes, communities, groups, and regions into a nation and securing independence from the British rulers for this emerging nation. While the Congress succeeded in building up nationalist consciousness sufficient to exert pressure on the British to quit India, it could not complete the task of welding the nation and particularly failed to integrate the Muslims into this nation. It is this contradiction, the success and failure of the national movement, which is reflected in the other contradiction, independence, but with it partition. Star operator. The success of the nationalist forces in the struggle for hegemony over Indian society was fairly evident by the end of the war. The British rulers had won the war against Hitler, but lost the one in India. The space occupied by the national movement was far larger than that over which the Raj cast its shadow. Hitherto unpoliticized areas and apolitical groups had fallen in line with the rest of the country in the agitation over the INA trials. As seen in the previous chapter, men in the armed forces and bureaucracy openly attended meetings, contributed money, voted for the Congress, and let it be known that they were doing so. The militancy of the politicized sections was evident in the heroic actions of 1942 and in the fearlessness with which students and others expressed their solidarity with INA and RN men. The success of the nationalist movement could be plotted on a graph of swelling crowds, wide reach, and deep intensity of nationalist sentiment and the nationalist fervor of the people. A corresponding graph could also be drawn of the demoralization of the British officials and the changing loyalties of Indian officials and loyalists, which would tell the same story of nationalist success, but differently. In this tale, nationalism would not come across as a force whose overwhelming presence left no place for the British. Rather, it would show the concrete way in which the national movement eroded imperialist hegemony, gnawed at the pillars of the colonial structure, and reduced British political strategy to a mess of contradictions. Point 1. An important point to be noted is that British rule was maintained in part on the basis of the consent or at least acquiescence of many sections of the Indian people. The social base of the colonial regime was among the zamindars and upper classes, etc. The loyalists, who received the main share of British favors and offices. These were the Indians who manned the administration, supported government policy, and worked the reforms the British reluctantly and belatedly introduced. The British also secured the consent of the people to their rule by successfully getting them to believe in British justice and fair play, accept the British officer as the maibap of his people, and appreciate the prevalence of Pax Britannica. Few genuinely believed in Angrezi Raj ki Barkatan, but it sufficed for the British if people were impressed by the aura of stolidity the Raj exuded and concluded that its foundations were unshakable. The Raj to a large extent ran on prestige, and the embodiment of this prestige was the district officer who belonged to the Indian Civil Service, ICS, that heaven-born service, much vaunted as the steel frame of the Raj. When the loyalists began to jump overboard, when prestige was rocked, when the district officer and secretariat official left the helm, it became clear that the ship was sinking, and sinking fast. It was the result of years of ravage wrought from two quarters, the rot within and the battering without. Paucity of European recruits to the ICS, combined with a policy of Indianization, partly conceded in response to popular demand, ended British domination of the ICS as early as the First World War. By 1939, British and Indian members had achieved parity. Overall recruitment was first cut in order to maintain this balance, and later stopped in 1943. Between 1940 and 1946, the total number of ICS officials fell from 1,201 to 939. That of British ICS officials from 587 to 429 and Indian ICS officials from 614 to 510. By 1946, only 19 British ICS officials were available in Bengal for 65 posts. Point 2. Besides, the men coming in were no longer Oxbridge graduates from aristocratic families whose fathers and uncles were old India hands and who believed in the destiny of the British nation to govern the child people of India. They were increasingly grammar school and polytechnic boys for whom serving the Raj was a career, not a mission. The war had compounded the problem. By 1945, war weariness was acute and long absences from home were telling on morale. Economic worries had set in because of inflation. Many were due to retire, others were expected to seek premature retirement. It was a vastly depleted war-weary bureaucracy, battered by the 1942 movement, that remained. However, much more than manpower shortage, it was the coming to the fore of contradictions in the British strategy of countering nationalism that debilitated the ICS and the Raj. The British had relied over the years on a twin policy of conciliation and repression to contain the growing national movement. But after the Cripps Offer of 1942, there was little left to be offered as a concession except transfer of power, full freedom itself. But the strategy of the national movement, of a multifaceted struggle combining nonviolent mass movement with working constitutional reforms, proved to be more than a match for them. When nonviolent movements were met with repression, the naked force behind the government stood exposed, whereas if government did not clamp down on sedition, or effected a truce, as in 1931 when the Gandhi-Irwin Pact was signed, or conceded provincial autonomy under the Government of India Act 1935, it was seen to be too weak to wield control, and its authority and prestige were undermined. On the other hand, the brutal repression of the 1942 movement offended the sensibilities of both liberals and loyalists. So did the government's refusal to release Gandhi, even when he seemed close to death during his 21-day fast in February-March 1943, and its decision to go ahead with the INA trials despite fervent appeals from liberals and loyalists to abandon them. The friends of the British were upset when the government appeared to be placating its enemies, as in 1945-46, when it was believed that the government was wooing the Congress into a settlement and into joining the government. The powerlessness of those in authority dismayed loyalists. Officials stood by, while the violence of Congress speeches rent the air. This shook the faith of the loyalists in the might of the Raj. If the loyalists' crisis was one of faith, the service's dilemma was that of action. Action could be decisive only if policy was clear-cut repression or conciliation, not both. The policy mix could not but create problems when the same set of officials had to implement both poles of policy. This dilemma first arose in the mid-1930s when officials were worried by the prospect of popular ministries as the congressmen they repressed during the civil disobedience movement were likely to become their political masters in the provincial ministries. This prospect soon became a reality in 8 provinces. Constitutionalism wrecked services morale as effectively as the mass movement before it, though this is seldom realized. If fear of authority was exorcised by mass nonviolent action, confidence was gained because of Congress Raj. People could not fail to notice that the British Chief Secretary in Madras took to wearing khadi, or that the Revenue Secretary in Bombay, on tour with the Revenue Minister, Morarji Desai, would scurry across the railway platform from his first-class compartment to the latter's third-class carriage so that the Honourable Minister may not be kept waiting. Among Indian officials, disloyalty was not evident, but where loyalty to the Raj was paraded earlier, it was the done thing to parade one's patriotism and, if possible, a third cousin twice removed who had been to jail in the civil disobedience movement. 3. But most importantly, the likelihood of Congress returning to power became a consideration with officials when dealing with subsequent Congress agitations. There was no refusal to carry out orders, but in some places this consideration resulted in half-hearted action against the individual disobedience movement in UP in 1940, and even against the 1942 rebels in East UP and Bihar. But action was generally harsh in 1942, and this was to create concrete entanglements between repression and conciliation at the end of the war when congressmen were released and provincial ministries were again on the cards. Morale of officials nosedived when congressmen's demands for inquiries and calls for revenge were not proceeded against on the ground that some latitude had to be allowed during electioneering. The previous Viceroy, Linlithgow, had pledged that there would be no inquiries, but the services had little faith in the government's ability to withstand Congress pressure. The then Viceroy, Revolt, confessed that inquiries were the most difficult issue posed by the formation of provincial ministries. By the end of the war, the portents were clear to those officials and policymakers who understood the dynamics of power and authority. The demand for leniency to INA men from within the army and the revolt in a section of the RN further conveyed to the far-sighted officials, as much as a full-scale mutiny would to others more brashly confident, that the storm brewing this time may prove irrepressible. The structure was still intact, but it was feared that the services and armed forces may not be reliable if Congress started a mass movement of the 1942 type after the elections, which provincial ministries would aid, not control. The Viceroy summed up the prospect: "We could still probably suppress such a revolt, but we have nothing to put in its place and should be driven to an almost entirely official rule, for which the necessary numbers of efficient officials do not exist." For once it was recognized that British rule could not survive on the old basis for long, a graceful withdrawal from India, to be effected after a settlement had been reached on the modalities of transfer of power and the nature of the post. Imperial relationship between Britain and India became the overarching aim of British policymakers. 5. The British government was clear that a settlement was a must both for good future relations and to bury the ghost of a mass movement. Since failure could not be afforded, the concessions had to be such as would largely meet Congress demands, with the Congress demand being that the British quit India. The cabinet mission went out to India in March 1946 to negotiate the setting up of a national government and to set into motion a machinery for transfer of power. It was not an empty gesture like the Cripps mission in 1942, the cabinet mission was prepared for a long stay. Star Operator. The situation seemed ripe for a settlement as the imperialist rulers were cognizant of the necessity of a settlement and the nationalist leaders were willing to negotiate with them. But rivers of blood were to flow before Indian independence, tacitly accepted in early 1946, became a reality in mid-1947. By early 1946, the imperialism-nationalism conflict, being resolved in principle, receded from the spotlight. The stage was then taken over by the warring conceptions of the post-imperial order held by the British, the Congress, and the Muslim League. The Congress demand was for transfer of power to one center, with minorities' demands being worked out in a framework ranging from autonomy to Muslim provinces to self-determination on secession from the Indian Union, but after the British left. The British bid was for a united India, friendly with Britain and an active partner in Commonwealth defense. It was believed that a divided India would lack depth in defense, frustrate joint defense plans, and be a blot on Britain's diplomacy. Pakistan was not seen by Britain as her natural future ally, as the government's policy of fostering the League ever since its inception in 1906 and the alignment today between Pakistan and the Western imperialist bloc may suggest. British policy in 1946 clearly reflected this preference for a united India, in sharp contrast to earlier declarations. Attlee's March 15, 1946 statement that a minority will not be allowed to place a veto on the progress of the majority was a far cry from Wavell's allowing Jinnah to wreck the Simla Conference in June-July 1945 by his insistence on nominating all Muslims. The cabinet mission was convinced that Pakistan was not viable and that the minority's autonomy must somehow be safeguarded within the framework of a united India. The mission plan conceived 3 sections, A comprising Madras, Bombay, Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, CP and Orissa, B consisting of Punjab, NWP and Sindh, and C of Bengal and Assam, which would meet separately to decide on group constitutions. There would be a common center controlling defense, foreign affairs and communications. After the first general elections, a province could come out of a group. After 10 years, a province could call for a reconsideration of the group or union constitution. Congress wanted that a province need not wait till the first elections to leave a group. It should have the option not to join it in the first place. It had Congress-ruled provinces of Assam and NWP, which were in Sections C and B respectively, in mind when it raised this question. The League wanted provinces to have the right to question the Union Constitution now, not wait for 10 years. There was obviously a problem in that the mission plan was ambivalent on whether grouping was compulsory or optional. It declared that grouping was optional but sections were compulsory. This was a contradiction, which rather than removing, the mission deliberately quibbled about in the hope of somehow reconciling the irreconcilable. The Congress and League interpreted the mission plan in their own way, both seeing it as a confirmation of their stand. Thus, Patel maintained that the mission's plan was against Pakistan, that the League's veto was gone and that one constituent assembly was envisaged. The League announced its acceptance of the plan on June 6 insofar as the basis of Pakistan was implied in the mission's plan by virtue of the compulsory grouping. Nehru asserted the Congress Working Committee's particular interpretation of the plan in his speech to the AACC on July 7, 1946. We are not bound by a single thing except that we have decided to go into the Constituent Assembly. 6. The implication was that the Assembly was sovereign and would decide rules of procedure. Jinnah seized the opportunity provided by Nehru's speech to withdraw the League's acceptance of the mission plan on July 29, 1946. The dilemma before the government was whether to go ahead and form the interim government with the Congress or await League agreement to the plan. Wavell, who had opted for the second course at the Simla Conference a year earlier, preferred to do the same again. But His Majesty's government, especially the Secretary of State, argued that it was vital to get Congress cooperation. Thus, the interim government was formed on September 2, 1946 with Congress members alone with Nehru as de facto head. This was against the League's insistence that all settlements be acceptable to it. The British in 1946, in keeping with their strategic interests in the post-independence Indian subcontinent, took up a stance very different from their earlier posture of encouraging communal forces and denying the legitimacy of nationalism and the representative nature of the Congress. Continuance of rule had demanded one stance, withdrawal and post-imperial links dictated a contrary posture. However, Jinnah had no intention of allowing the British to break with their past. His thinly veiled threat to Attlee that he should avoid compelling the Muslims to shed their blood by A. surrender to the Congresses had already been sent out and the weapon of direct action forged. Jinnah had become answerable to the wider electorate of the streets. 7. With the battle cry, Lekar Rahenj Pakistan, Lark Lenj Pakistan, Muslim communal groups provoked communal frenzy in Calcutta on August 16, 1946. Hindu communal groups retaliated in equal measure, and the cost was 5,000 lives lost. The British authorities were worried that they had lost control over the Frankenstein monster they had helped to create, but felt it was too late to tame it. They were frightened into appeasing the League by Jinnah's ability to unleash civil war. Wavell quietly brought the League into the interim government on October 26, 1946, though it had not accepted either the short or long-term provisions of the Cabinet Mission Plan and had not given up its policy of direct action. The Secretary of State argued that without the League's presence in the government, civil war would have been inevitable. Jinnah had succeeded in keeping the British in his grip. The Congress demand that the British get the League to modify its attitude in the interim government or quit was voiced almost from the time the League members were sworn in. Except Liaquat Ali Khan, all the League nominees were second-raters, indicating that what was at stake was power, not responsibility to run the country. Jinnah had realized that it was fatal to leave the administration in Congress' hands and had sought a foothold in the government to fight for Pakistan. For him, the interim government was the continuation of civil war by other means. League ministers questioned actions taken by Congress members, including appointments made, and refused to attend the informal meetings which Nehru had devised as a means of arriving at decisions without reference to Revolt. Their disruptionist tactics convinced Congress leaders of the futility of the interim government as an exercise in Congress-League cooperation. But they held on till February 5, 1947, when 9 members of the interim government wrote to the Viceroy demanding that the League members resign. The League's demand for the dissolution of the Constituent Assembly that had met for the first time on December 9, 1946, had proved to be the last straw. Earlier it had refused to join the Constituent Assembly despite assurances from His Majesty's government in their December 6, 1946 statement that the League's interpretation of grouping was the correct one. A direct bid for Pakistan, rather than through the mission plan, seemed to be the card Jinnah now sought to play. This developing crisis was temporarily defused by the statement made by Attlee in Parliament on February 20, 1947. The date for British withdrawal from India was fixed as June 30, 1948, and the appointment of a new viceroy, Lord Mountbatten, was announced. The hope was that the date would shock the parties into agreement on the main question and avert the constitutional crisis that threatened. Besides, Indians would be finally convinced that the British were sincere about conceding independence. However, both these hopes were introduced into the terminal date notion after it had been accepted. The basic reason why the Attlee government accepted the need for a final date was because they could not deny the truth of Revolt's assessment that an irreversible decline of government authority had taken place. They could dismiss the viceroy on the ground that he was pessimistic, which they did in the most discourteous manner possible. The news was common gossip in New Delhi before Revolt was even informed of it. But they could not dismiss the truth of what he said. So the February 20th statement was really an acceptance of the dismissed viceroy, Revolt's reading of the Indian situation. The anticipation of freedom from imperial rule lifted the gloom that had set in with continuous internal wrangling. The statement was enthusiastically received in Congress circles as a final proof of British sincerity to quit. Partition of the country was implied in the proviso that if the Constituent Assembly was not fully representative, i.e., if Muslim-majority provinces did not join, power would be transferred to more than one central government. But even this was acceptable to the Congress as it meant that the existing assembly could go ahead and frame a constitution for the areas represented in it. It offered a way out of the existing deadlock, in which the League not only refused to join the Constituent Assembly but demanded that it be dissolved. Nehru appealed to Liaquat Ali Khan. The British are fading out of the picture and the burden of this decision must rest on all of us here. It seems desirable that we should face this question squarely and not speak to each other from a distance. 8. There seems some chance of fulfillment of Attlee's hopes that the date would force the two political parties in India to come together. 9. This was an illusory hope, for Jinnah was more convinced than ever that he only had to bide his time in order to reach his goal. This is precisely what Conservative members of Parliament had warned would happen in the contentious debate that followed the February 20th statement. Godfrey Nicholson had said of Cripps' speech, if ever there was a speech which was a direct invitation to the Muslim League to stick their toes in and hold out for Pakistan, that was one. 10. The Punjab governor, Evan Jenkins, was equally emphatic. The statement will be regarded as the prelude to the final communal showdown, with everyone out to seize as much power as they can, if necessary by force. 11. Jenkins' prophecy took immediate shape with the League launching civil disobedience in Punjab and bringing down the Unionist Akali Congress coalition ministry led by Khizr Hayat Khan. Revolt wrote in his diary on March 13, 1947, Khizr's resignation was prompted largely by the statement of February 20. 12. This was the situation in which Mountbatten came to India as viceroy. He was the last viceroy and charged with the task of winding up the Raj by June 30, 1948. Mountbatten has claimed to have introduced the time limit into the February 20th settlement. I made the great point about it. I had thought of the time limit, and I had great difficulty in bringing him, Attlee, up to it. I think the time limit was fundamental. I believe if I'd gone out without a time limit, I'd still be there. 13. This is so obviously untrue that it should need no refutation. But Lapierre and Collins in Freedom at Midnight and others have passed off as history Mountbatten's self-proclamations of determining history single-handedly. The idea of a fixed date was originally Revolt's, March 31, 1948 being the date by which he expected a stage of responsibility without power to set in. Attlee thought mid-1948 should be the date aimed at. Mountbatten insisted it be a calendar date and got June 30, 1948. Mountbatten's claim of having plenipotentiary powers, such that he need make no reference back to London, is equally misleading. It is true that he had more independence than the viceroys preceding him and his views were given due consideration by the Labour government. Yet, he referred back to London at each stage of the evolution of his plan, sent his aide Ismay to London and finally went himself to get Attlee and his cabinet to agree to the June 3 plan. Mountbatten had a clear-cut directive from His Majesty's government. He did not write his own ticket, as he has claimed. He was directed to explore the options of unity and division till October 1947, after which he was to advise His Majesty's government on the form transfer of power should take. Here again he soon discovered that he had little real choice. The broad contours of the scenario that was to emerge were discernible even before he came out. Mountbatten found out within 2 months of his arrival that more flogging would not push the cabinet mission plan forward. It was a dead horse. Jinnah was obdurate that the Muslims would settle for nothing less than a sovereign state. Mountbatten found himself unable to move Jinnah from this stand. He gave the impression that he was not listening. He was impossible to argue with. He was, whatever was said, intent on his Pakistan. 14 The British could keep India united only if they gave up their role as mediators trying to effect a solution Indians had agreed upon. Unity needed positive intervention in its favor, including putting down communal elements with a firm hand. This they chose not to do. Attlee wrote later, "We would have preferred a united India. We couldn't get it, though we tried hard." 15. They in fact took the easy way out. A serious attempt at retaining unity would involve identifying with the forces that wanted a unified India and countering those who opposed it. Rather than doing that, they preferred to woo both sides into friendly collaboration with Britain on strategic and defense issues. The British preference for a united Indian subcontinent that would be a strong ally in Commonwealth defense was modified to 2 dominions, both of which would be Britain's allies and together serve the purpose a united India was expected to do. The poser now was, how was friendship of both India and Pakistan to be secured? Mountbatten's formula was to divide India but retain maximum unity. The country would be partitioned, but so would Punjab and Bengal, so that the limited Pakistan that emerged would meet both the Congress and League's positions to some extent. The League's position on Pakistan was conceded to the extent that it would be created, but the Congress position on unity would be taken into account to make Pakistan as small as possible. Since Congress were asked to concede their main point, i.e. a unified India, all their other points would be met. Whether it was ruling out independence for the princes or unity for Bengal or Hyderabad's joining up with Pakistan instead of India, Mountbatten firmly supported Congress on these issues. He got His Majesty's government to agree to his argument that Congress goodwill was vital if India was to remain in the Commonwealth. The Mountbatten Plan, as the June 3, 1947 plan came to be known, sought to effect an early transfer of power on the basis of dominion status to 2 successor states, India and Pakistan. Congress was willing to accept dominion status for a while because it felt it must assume full power immediately and meet boldly the explosive situation in the country. As Nehru put it, murder stalks the streets and the most amazing cruelties are indulged in by both the individual and the mob. 16 Besides dominion status gave breathing time to the new administration as British officers and civil service officials could stay on for a while and let Indians settle in easier into their new positions of authority. For Britain, dominion status offered a chance of keeping India in the Commonwealth, even if temporarily, a prize not to be spurned. Though Jinnah offered to bring Pakistan into the Commonwealth, a greater store was laid by India's membership of the Commonwealth, as India's economic strength and defense potential were deemed sounder and Britain had a greater value of trade and investment there. The rationale for the early date for transfer of power, August 15, 1947, was securing Congress agreement to dominion status. The additional benefit was that the British could escape responsibility for the rapidly deteriorating communal situation. As it is, some officials were more than happy to pack their bags and leave the Indians to stew in their own juice. As Patel said to the Viceroy, the situation was one where, you won't govern yourself, and you won't let us govern. 17. Mountbatten was to defend his advancing the date to August 15, 1947 on the ground, that things would have blown up under their feet had they not got out when they did. Ismay, the Viceroy's chief of staff, felt that August 1947 was too late, rather than too early. From the British point of view, a hasty retreat was perhaps the most suitable action. That does not make it the inevitable option, as Mountbatten and Ismay would have us believe. Despite the steady erosion of government authority, the situation of responsibility without power was still a prospect rather than a reality. In the short term the British could assert their authority, but did not care to, as Kripalani, then Congress President, pertinently pointed out to Mountbatten. 18 Moreover, the situation, rather than warranting withdrawal of authority, cried out for someone to wield it. If abdication of responsibility was callous, the speed with which it was done made it worse. The 72-day timetable, June 3 to August 15, 1947, for both transfer of power and division of the country, was to prove disastrous. Senior officials in India like the Punjab governor, Jenkins, and the commander-in-chief, Ahinlek, felt that peaceful division could take a few years at the very least. As it happened, the Partition Council had to divide assets, down to typewriters and printing presses, in a few weeks. There were no transitional institutional structures within which the knotty problem spilling over from division could be tackled. Mountbatten had hoped to be common Governor-General of India and Pakistan and provide the necessary link, but this was not to be as Jinnah wanted the position himself. Hence, even the joint defense machinery setup failed to last beyond December 1947, by which time Kashmir had already been the scene of a military conflict rather than a political settlement. The Punjab massacres that accompanied partition were the final indictment of Mountbatten. His loyal aide, Ismay, wrote to his wife on September 16, 1947, "Our mission was so very nearly a success. It is sad that it has ended up such a grim and total failure." 19 The early date, August 15, 1947. And the delay in announcing the Boundary Commission Award, both Mountbatten's decisions, compounded the tragedy that took place. A senior army official, Brigadier Bristow, posted in Punjab in 1947, was of the view that the Punjab tragedy would not have occurred had partition been deferred for a year or so. Lockhart, Commander-in-Chief of the Indian Army from August 15 to December 31, 1947, endorsed this view, had officials in every grade in the civil services and all the personnel of the armed services been in position in their respective new countries before Independence Day, it seems there would have been a better chance of preventing widespread disorder. 20. The Boundary Commission Award was ready by August 12, 1947, but Mountbatten decided to make it public after Independence Day so that the responsibility would not fall on the British. Independence Day in Punjab and Bengal saw strange scenes. Flags of both India and Pakistan were flown in villages between Lahore and Amritsar as people of both communities believed that they were on the right side of the border. The moral after freedom was to find them aliens in their own homes, exiled by executive fiat. Star operator. Why and how did the Congress come to accept partition? That the League should assertively demand it and get its Shylockian pound of flesh, or that the British should concede it, being unable to get out of the web of their own making, seems explicable. But why the Congress, wedded to a belief in one Indian nation, accepted the division of the country, remains a question difficult to answer. Why did Nehru and Patel advocate acceptance of the June 3 plan and the Congress Working Committee and AICC pass a resolution in favor of it? Most surprising of all, why did Gandhi acquiesce? Nehru and Patel's acceptance of partition has been popularly interpreted as stemming from their lust for quick and easy power, which made them betray the people. Gandhiji's counsels are believed to have been ignored, and it is argued that he felt betrayed by his disciples and even wished to end his life, but heroically fought communal frenzy single-handedly, a one-man boundary force, as Mountbatten called him. It is forgotten that Nehru, Patel and Gandhiji in 1947 were only accepting what had become inevitable because of the long-term failure of the Congress to draw in the Muslim masses into the national movement and stem the surging waves of Muslim communalism, which, especially since 1937, had been beating with increasing fury. This failure was revealed with stark clarity by the 1946 elections, in which the League won 90% Muslim seats. Though the war against Jinnah was lost by early 1946, defeat was conceded only after the final battle was mercilessly waged in the streets of Calcutta and Rawalpindi and the village lanes of Noakhali and Bihar. The Congress leaders felt by June 1947 that only an immediate transfer of power could forestall the spread of direct action and communal disturbances. The virtual collapse of the interim government also made Pakistan appear to be an unavoidable reality. Patel argued in the ACC meeting on June 14, 1947 that we have to face up to the fact that Pakistan was functioning in Punjab, Bengal, and in the interim government. Nehru was dismayed at the turning of the interim government into an arena of struggle. Ministers wrangled, met separately to reach decisions, and Liaquat Ali Khan as finance member hamstrung the functioning of the other ministries. In the face of the interim government's powerlessness to check governors from abetting the League and the Bengal provincial ministries' inaction and even complicity in riots, Nehru wondered whether there was any point in continuing in the interim government while people were being butchered. Immediate transfer of power would at least mean the setting up of a government which could exercise the control it was now expected to wield, but was powerless to exercise. There was an additional consideration in accepting immediate transfer of power to two dominions. The prospect of balkanization was ruled out as the provinces and princes were not given the option to be independent. The latter were, in fact, much to their chagrin, cajoled and coerced into joining one or the other dominion. This was no mean achievement. Princely states standing out would have meant a graver blow to Indian unity than Pakistan was. The acceptance of partition in 1947 was, thus, only the final act of a process of step-by-step concession to the League's intransigent championing of a sovereign Muslim state. Autonomy of Muslim-majority provinces was accepted in 1942 at the time of the Cripps Mission. Gandhiji went a step further and accepted the right of self-determination of Muslim-majority provinces in his talks with Jinnah in 1944. In June 1946, Congress conceded the possibility of Muslim-majority provinces, which formed Group B and C of the Cabinet Mission Plan, setting up a separate constituent assembly, but opposed compulsory grouping and upheld the right of NWFP and Assam not to join their groups if they so wished. But by the end of the year, Nehru said he would accept the ruling of the federal court on whether grouping was compulsory or optional. The Congress accepted without demur the clarification by the British Cabinet in December 1946 that grouping was compulsory. Congress officially referred to partition in early March 1947 when a resolution was passed in the Congress Working Committee that Punjab, and by implication Bengal, must be partitioned if the country was divided. The final act of surrender to the League's demands was in June 1947 when Congress ended up accepting partition under the June 3 plan. The brave words of the leaders contrasted starkly with the tragic retreat of the Congress. While loudly asserting the sovereignty of the Constituent Assembly, the Congress quietly accepted compulsory grouping and abandoned NWP to Pakistan. Similarly, the Congress leaders finally accepted partition most of all because they could not stop communal riots, but their words were all about not surrendering to the blackmail of violence. Nehru wrote to Revolt on August 22, 1946, "We are not going to shake hands with murder or allow it to determine the country's policy." 21 What was involved here was a refusal to accept the reality that the logic of their past failure could not be reversed by their present words or action. This was hardly surprising at the time, for hardly anybody had either anticipated the quick pace of the unfolding tragedy or was prepared to accept it as irrevocable. It is a fact that millions of people on both sides of the new border refused to accept the finality of partition long after it was announced, and that is one major reason why the transfer of population became such a frenzied, last-minute affair. Wishful thinking, clinging to fond hopes, and a certain lack of appreciation of the dynamics of communal feeling characterized the Congress stand, especially Nehru's. The right of secession was conceded by the Congress as it was believed that the Muslims would not exercise it but rather use it to shed their fears. 22 It was not realized that what was in evidence in the mid-1940s was not the communalism of the 1920s or even 1930s when minority fears were being assiduously fanned, but an assertive Muslim nation, led by an obdurate leader, determined to have a separate state by any means. The result was that each concession of the Congress, rather than cutting the ground from under the communalists' feet, consolidated their position further as success drew more Muslims towards them. Jinnah pitched his claim high, seeing that Congress was yielding. Hindu communalism got a chance to grow by vaunting itself as the true protector of Hindu interests, which, it alleged, the Congress was sacrificing at the altar of unity. Another unreal hope was that once the British left, differences would be patched up and a free India built by both Hindus and Muslims. This belief underestimated the autonomy of communalism by this time. It was no longer merely propped up by the British. In fact, it had thrown away that crutch and was assertively independent, defying even the British. Yet another fond hope was that partition was temporary. It had become unavoidable because of the present psyche of Hindus and Muslims, but was reversible once communal passions subsided and sanity returned. Gandhiji often told people that Pakistan could not exist for long if people refused to accept partition in their hearts. Nehru wrote to Cariappa, "But of one thing I am convinced, that ultimately there will be a united and strong India. We have often to go through the valley of the shadow before we reach the sunlit mountaintops." 23 The most unreal belief, given what actually happened, was the one that partition would be peaceful. No riots were anticipated, no transfers of population planned, as it was assumed that once Pakistan was conceded, what was there to fight over? Nehru continued to believe, as always, in the goodness of his people, despite the spate of riots which plagued India from August 1946 onwards. The hope was that madness would be exorcised by a clean surgical cut. But the body was so diseased, the instruments used infected, that the operation proved to be terribly botchy. Worse horrors were to accompany partition than those that preceded it. What about Gandhiji? Gandhiji's unhappiness and helplessness have often been pointed out. His inaction has been explained in terms of his forced isolation from the Congress decision-making councils and his inability to condemn his disciples, Nehru and Patel, for having succumbed to the lust for power, as they had followed him faithfully for many years, at great personal sacrifice. 24. In our view, the root of Gandhiji's helplessness was neither Jinnah's intransigence nor his disciples' alleged lust for power, but the communalization of his people. At his prayer meeting on June 4, 1947, he explained that Congress accepted partition because the people wanted it. The demand has been granted because you asked for it. The Congress never asked for it. But the Congress can feel the pulse of the people. It realized that the Khalsa as also the Hindus desired it. 25 It was the Hindus and Sikhs' desire for partition that rendered him ineffective, blind, impotent. The Muslims already considered him their enemy. What was a mass leader without masses who would follow his call? How could he base a movement to fight communalism on a communalized people? He could defy the leaders' councils, as he had done in 1942, when he saw clearly that the moment was right for a struggle. But he could not create a situation, as he honestly told N.K. Bose, who asked him to do so. His special ability, in his own words, only lay in being able to instinctively feel what is stirring in the hearts of the masses and giving a shape to what was already there. In 1947, there were no forces of good, which Gandhiji could seize upon to build up a program. Today I see no sign of such a healthy feeling. And therefore I shall have to wait until the time comes. 26 But political developments did not wait till a blind man, groping in the dark all alone, found a way to the light. The Mountbatten Plan confronted him, and Gandhiji saw the inevitability of partition in the ugly gashes left by riots on the country's face, and in the rigor mortis the interim government had fallen into. He walked bravely into the ACC meeting on June 14, 1947, and asked congressmen to accept partition as an unavoidable necessity in the given circumstances, but to fight it in the long run by not accepting it in their hearts. He did not accept it in his heart and kept alive, like Nehru, his faith in his people. He chose to plow a lonely furrow, walking barefoot through the villages of Noakhali, bringing confidence by his presence to the Muslims in Bihar and preventing riots by persuasion and threats of a fast in Calcutta. Ekla Cholo had long been his favorite song, If No One Heeds Your Call, Walk Alone, Walk Alone. He did just that. August 15, 1947, dawned revealing the dual reality of independence and partition. As always, between the two of them, Gandhiji and Nehru mirrored the feelings of the Indian people. Gandhiji prayed in Calcutta for an end to the carnage taking place. His close follower, Mridula Sarabhai, sat consoling a homeless, abducted 15-year-old girl in a room somewhere in Bombay. Gandhiji's prayers were reflective of the goings-on in the dark, the murders, abductions, and rapes. Nehru's eyes were on the light on the horizon, the new dawn, the birth of a free India. At the stroke of the midnight hour when the world sleeps, India shall awake to light and freedom. His poetic words, long years ago, we made a tryst with destiny, reminded the people that their angry bewilderment today was not the only truth. There was a greater truth, that of a glorious struggle, hard-fought and hard-won, in which many fell martyrs and countless others made sacrifices, dreaming of the day India would be free. That day had come. The people of India saw that too, and on August 15th, despite the sorrow in their hearts for the division of their land, danced in the streets with abandon and joy. 38. The long-term strategy of the national movement. 1. A very basic aspect of the long-term dynamics of the Indian national movement was the strategy it adopted in its prolonged struggle against colonial rule. The capacity of a people to struggle depends not only on the fact of exploitation and domination and on its comprehension by the people, but also on the strategy and tactics on which their struggle is based. The existing writings on the subject have failed to deal with, or even discuss, the strategy adopted by the national movement. It appears as if the movement was a mere conglomeration of different struggles or, in the case of its Gandhian phase, certain principles such as nonviolence and certain forms of struggle such as satyagraha, picketing, etc. But without an overall strategy. One reason for this failure in the existing writings on the subject is the largely untheorized character of the nationalist strategy. Unlike the leaders of the Russian and Chinese revolutions, the leaders of the Indian national movement were not theoretically inclined and did not write books and articles putting forth their political strategy in an explicit form. But, in fact, the various phases of the struggle, phases of constitutional activity, constructive work, basic political decisions, forms of struggle, nonviolence, satyagraha, etc., cannot be properly understood or historically evaluated unless they are seen as integral parts of a basic strategy. Large elements of the nationalist strategy were evolved during the moderate and the extremist phases of the movement. It was structured and came to fruition during the Gandhian phase of the movement and in Gandhiji's political practice. Historians and other social scientists, as also contemporary commentators, have tended to concentrate on Gandhiji's philosophy of life. But, in fact, his philosophy of life had only a limited impact on the people. It was as a political leader and through his political strategy and tactics of struggle that he moved millions into political action. Star operator. At the very outset, it is to be noted that the nationalist strategy was based on the specific nature and character of British rule and the colonial state. While fully grasping the exploitative and dominational character of colonial rule, Indian leaders also realized that the colonial state was semi-hegemonic and semi-authoritarian in character. It was not like Hitler's Germany or Tsarist Russia or Chiang Kai-shek's China or Batista's Cuba. Its character could, perhaps, be best described as legal authoritarianism. The colonial state was established by force and force remained its ultimate sanction. Naked force was often used to suppress peaceful movements. But it was not based just on force. It was also based on the creation of certain civil institutions, such as elected assemblies, local government institutions, courts, and schools and colleges, and, above all, on the rule of law. It provided a certain amount of civil liberties in non-movement periods. Moreover, often, even while suppressing popular opposition, it observed certain rules of law and codes of administration. In other words, it was semi-democratic, semi-authoritarian. The semi-hegemonic character of the colonial state arose from the fact that it relied very heavily for the acquiescence of the Indian people in their rule on two notions carefully inculcated over a long period of time. One was the notion that the foreign rulers were benevolent and just, that they were the maibap of the people, that they were economically and socially and culturally developing or modernizing India. The second notion was that the colonial rulers were invincible, that it was futile to oppose them, that the Indian people were too weak and disunited to oppose them successfully, that they would crush all opposition except to the extent they themselves permitted it, that all opposition had, therefore, to proceed along constitutional lines. The colonial rulers also offered constitutional, economic, and other concessions to popular movements and did not rely on their repression alone. They followed a policy of the carrot and the stick. It was in the context of and in opposition to this semi-hegemonic, semi-authoritarian colonial state that the national movement gradually evolved its strategy and tactics. Star operator. The basic strategic perspective of the national movement was to wage a long-drawn-out hegemonic struggle, or, in Gramscian terms, a war of position. By hegemonic struggle, we mean a struggle for the minds and hearts of men and women so that the nationalist influence would continuously grow among the people through different channels and through the different phases and stages of the national movement. The movement alternated between phases of extralegal or law-breaking mass movements and phases of functioning within the four walls of the law. But both phases were geared to expanding the influence of the national movement among the people. The basic strategy of the national movement was, moreover, not a strategy of gradual reform. It was a strategy of active struggle with the objective of wresting power from the colonial rulers. The effectiveness and validity of the nationalist strategy lay in the active participation of the masses in the movement. The masses had, therefore, to be politicized and activized. The political passivity of the masses, especially in the villages, consciously inculcated and nurtured by the colonial authorities, was a basic factor in the stability of colonial rule. A major objective of the movements of the Gandhian era was to bring the masses into active politics and political action. As Gandhiji repeatedly declared, people can have Swaraj for the asking when they have attained the power to take it. 2. The second objective of the nationalist strategy was to erode the hegemony or ideological influence of the colonial rulers inch by inch and in every area of life. Since the British did not rule primarily by force, but by a carefully organized belief system or ideology, it was necessary to undermine and overthrow this belief system. The battle then had to be one of ideas. The objective was to have more and more people adopt nationalist ideas and ideology. A major objective of the hegemonic colonial ideology was to hide the face of the real enemy, colonialism, that is, to hide the primary contradiction between the interests of the Indian people and colonialism. The basic task of the counter-hegemonic nationalist movement was to expose the face of the colonial enemy and the primary contradiction to the light of day. Hence, the most important element of nationalist strategy was its ideological political work. Above all, this meant the undermining of the twin notions of the benevolence and invincibility of British rule. The process of undermining the first, i.e., the notion of benevolence, and creating an intellectual framework for it was initiated and performed brilliantly by Dadabhai Naoroji, Justice Ranade, R.C. Dutt, and other moderates. This framework was carried to the lower middle classes by the extremists and to the masses during the Gandhian era. The sturdily independent newspapers of the late 19th century, the work in the legislative councils by leaders like Pherozeshah Mehta and G.K. Gokhale, the bold propaganda of Lokmanya Tilak, Aurobindo Ghosh and other extremists, and the death-defying deeds of the revolutionary terrorists frontally challenged the notion of the invincibility of the colonial state. But it was the law-breaking mass movements of the post-1918 period which basically performed the task among the mass of the Indian people. The basic objective of these movements was to destroy the notion that British rule could not be challenged, to create among the people fearlessness and courage and the capacity to fight and make sacrifices, and to inculcate the notion that no people could be ruled without their consent. A third objective of the Congress strategy was to undermine the hold of the colonial state on the members of its own state apparatuses, members of the civil services, the police, and the armed forces, and to win them over to the nationalist cause or at least to weaken their loyalty and obedience to the colonial regime. The nationalist movement was, in fact, quite successful in this task. Gradually, the behavior of the police and jail officials underwent a qualitative change. A large number of officials of all types actively helped the 1942 movement at great personal risk. As we have seen earlier, the virtual disappearance of loyalty among the police, army and bureaucracy after 1945 and the consequent disarray of the British administrative structure were major reasons for the British decision to finally quit India. The national movement, from the beginning, made efforts to weaken the hegemony of colonial ideology among the British people and public opinion. There was a basic continuity in this respect from the work of the British Committee of the National Congress during the 1890s, using the services of William Digby, William Wedderburn, and others, to the work of the India League, in which persons like V.K. Krishna Menon and Fenner Brockway were active. This, as well as efforts to win the support of non-Congress leaders and public opinion within India, also aided the achievement of a fourth objective of the nationalist strategy, to constantly expand the semi-democratic political space, and to prevent the colonial authorities from limiting the existing space within which legal activities and peaceful mass struggles could be organized. Star operator. The second major aspect of nationalist strategy was the long-drawn-out character of the hegemonic struggle. Under this strategy, which may be described as struggle-true struggle or SDS, a phase of vigorous extralegal mass movement and open confrontation with colonial authority was followed by a phase during which direct confrontation was withdrawn, and political concessions, if any, wrested from the colonial regime were worked and shown to be inadequate. During this latter, more passive phase, intense political and ideological work was carried on among the masses within the existing legal and constitutional framework, and forces were gathered for another mass movement at a higher level. The culmination of this strategy of SDS came with a call for quit India and the achievement of independence. Both phases of the movement were utilized, each in its own way, to undermine colonial hegemony, to recruit and train nationalist workers, and to build up the people's capacity to struggle. The entire political process of SDS was an upward spiraling one. This strategy also assumed advance through stages. Each stage represented an advance over the previous one. At the same time, it was realized that the task of national liberation was incomplete till state power was transferred. Even an advanced stage of constitutional reforms did not mean that freedom had been partially transferred. Freedom was a whole. Till it was fully won, it was not one at all. Any other view would tend to make Indians partners of colonialism during the reform phases of the movement, and the national movement would tend to be co-opted by the colonial state. The Indian nationalists avoided this trap by treating the non-mass movement phases also as phases of political, anti-colonial struggle. The working of the reforms was not equated with the working of the colonial system. A basic feature of the nationalist strategy was to move from stage to stage without getting co-opted by the colonial regime, which was opposed and struggled against at each stage. Only the form of struggle changed. In the extralegal mass movement phases, laws were broken and civil disobedience was practiced. In the non-mass movement or passive phases, there was mass agitation, intense ideological work, including extensive tours by leaders, organization of public meetings on an extensive scale, and the organization of workers, peasants and students and youth and their struggles, mostly by the left wing, during the late 1920s and the 1930s. Thus, both types of phases were seen as political phases of the anti-imperialist struggle, equally rich in anti-imperialist content, and parts of the same anti-imperialist strategy. So the political struggle was perpetual, only its forms underwent change. As Gandhiji put it, suspension of civil disobedience does not mean suspension of war. The latter can only end when India has a constitution of her own making. 3. Star operator. A basic question regarding the SDS strategy is, why did there have to be two types of phases in the national movement? Why should a phase of non-mass movement, or war of position, inevitably follow a phase of extralegal mass struggle, or war of movement, in Gramscian terms? Why could the national movement not take the form of one continuous mass struggle till freedom was won? Would this not have brought freedom much earlier? The nationalist strategy, under Gandhiji's leadership, was based on the assumptions that by its very nature a mass movement could not be carried on or sustained indefinitely or for a prolonged period, that a mass movement must ebb sooner or later, that mass movements had to be short-lived, and that periods of rest and consolidation, of breathing time, must intervene so that the movement could consolidate, recuperate and gather strength for the next round of struggle. This was so because the masses on whom the movement was based invariably got exhausted after some time. Their capacity to confront the state or to face state repression, imprisonment, brutal lathi charges, heavy fines, confiscation of houses, land, and other property, or to make sacrifices was not unlimited. The national leadership made continuous efforts to increase the people's capacity to sacrifice and face colonial repression through ideological work. Simultaneously, it recognized the limits of their capacity to suffer and therefore did not overstrain this capacity overmuch. It also based its tactics on the fact that the colonial state was not yet, at least till 1945, in disarray, that its state apparatuses were still loyal to it, that it was till 1945 a strong state, and that it had, consequently, a considerable capacity to crush a movement, as it did in 1932 to 33 and 1942. The strategic perspective that there should be two types of phases of the national movement was also based on the perception that though a mass movement needed a standing army, or steel frame, of whole-time political workers, it could not be based only on them. Its real striking power could come only from the masses. The national movement produced thousands of these whole-time workers who devoted their entire lives to the freedom struggle. They spent their entire lives in jails, or ashrams, or khadi bandars, or trade union and Kisan Sabha offices. But while they played a crucial role in organizing and mobilizing the masses, the movement had to be based on the masses. Consequently, recourse to a mass movement that confronted the colonial state and then its shift to a phase of non-confrontation were an inherent part of a strategy of political struggle that was based on the masses. The Gandhian strategy was thus based on a specific understanding of the limits to which both the people and the government could go. Once it was realized that the STS strategy of the mass movement required the launching of a massive mass movement as well as shifting it to a non-mass movement phase, the decision to shift from one phase to the other became a purely tactical one and not a matter of principle. The question then was, when was the decision to make the shift to be made in keeping with the reality on the ground? In two of the rare instances when Gandhiji theorized his political practice, he gave an inkling of how he perceived the role of leadership in this context. He wrote in 1938, "A wise general does not wait till he is actually routed, he withdraws in time in an orderly manner from a position which he knows he would not be able to hold." 4 and again in 1939. An able general always gives battle in his own time on the ground of his choice. He always retains the initiative in these respects and never allows it to pass into the hands of the enemy. In a satyagraha campaign, the mode of fight and the choice of tactics, e.g., whether to advance or retreat, offer civil resistance or organize nonviolent strength through constructive work and purely selfless humanitarian service, are determined according to the exigencies of the situation. 5. In other words, the very important question of the timing of starting or withdrawing a movement was decided by Gandhiji and the national leadership on the basis of their perception of the strength or weakness of the movement, the staying power of the masses, and the political and administrative reserves of the government. Similarly, the question was not whether negotiations with the government should or should not be held. The question was, when one negotiated, how did one choose the right psychological moment to negotiate? How did one actually negotiate? What did one negotiate about? What would the outcome of the negotiations be? And what would the terms on which a truce was signed be, if there was a truce? As the AACC Resolution on Congress Policy, adopted on September 22, 1945, stated, the method of negotiation and conciliation, which is the keynote of peaceful policy, can never be abandoned by the Congress, no matter how grave may be the provocation, any more than can that of non-cooperation, complete or modified. Hence, the guiding maxim of the Congress must remain, negotiation and settlement when possible and non-cooperation and direct action when necessary. 6. Star operator. Constructive work played an important role in Gandhian, and even pre-Gandhian, strategy. It was primarily organized around the promotion of khadi, spinning and village industries, national education and Hindu-Muslim unity, the struggle against untouchability and the social upliftment of the Harijans, and the boycott of foreign cloth and liquor. Constructive work was symbolized by hundreds of ashrams which came up all over the country, almost entirely in the villages. Constructive work was basic to a war of position. It played a crucial role during the passive, or non-mass movement phase in filling the political space left vacant by the withdrawal of civil disobedience. It solved a basic problem that a mass movement faces, the sustenance of a sense of activism in the non-mass movement phases of the struggle. Constructive work had also the advantage of involving a large number of people. Parliamentary and intellectual work could be done by relatively few. Constructive work could involve millions. Moreover, not all could go to jail. But constructive work was within the reach of all. The hardcore of constructive workers also provided a large cadre for the civil disobedience movement. They were Gandhiji's steel frame or standing army. Star operator. Constitutional reforms and legislative councils formed a basic element of the complex colonial strategy to meet the challenge of Indian nationalism. The Indians had to evolve an equally complex approach towards legislatures. Complexity also arose from the fact that, on the one hand, the constitutional structure and constitutional reforms represented instruments of colonial domination and of colonial efforts to co-opt and derail the national movement, while, on the other hand, they represented the fruits of the anti-colonial struggle of the Indian people, a measure of the changing balance of forces and the widening of the democratic space in which the national movement could operate. The colonial authorities hoped that constitutional work would weaken the nationalist urge to take to mass politics, promote dissensions and splits within the nationalist ranks on the basis of constitutionalist versus non-constitutionalist and right versus left. In opposing the colonial strategy, the national leaders had to follow the logic of the constitutional reforms as well as the logic of their own strategy. Once colonialism was forced to yield a political space, the space had to be occupied so that political ideological struggle against colonialism could be waged from it. The reforms had to be worked. The question was in what manner. The answer, found after a great deal of experimentation and debate within the nationalist ranks, was to work the reforms, but in a way that would upset imperialist calculations and advance the nationalist cause. In fact, the dominant sections of the national leadership from 1880 onwards looked upon the councils in the wider perspective of undermining colonial hegemony. Work in the legislative councils, municipal bodies, and after 1937, through popular ministries was also used to promote reform so as to give relief to the hard-pressed people, to build up confidence among the people in their capacity to govern themselves and to acquire prestige for the Congress and the national movement. For a people who had been for long deprived of political power and subjected to the colonial ideology that they were incapable of exercising political power or challenging the colonial rulers, the strong speeches of a Firoz Mehta, or a G.K. Gokhale, or a C.R. Das, or a Motilal Nehru in the legislative councils, the defeats of the government in the legislatures during the 1920s, the wielding of elements of state power in the 1930s by the Congress ministries, and the nationalist exercise of municipal power in numerous cities, towns and districts, provided a boost to their sense of self-worth and self-confidence. The nationalist strategy vis-a-vis legislative councils and constitutional reforms did register considerable success. Work in the councils did fill the political void at a time when the national movement was recouping its strength. And those working in the legislatures and municipal bodies did, on the whole, avoid getting co-opted or absorbed by the colonial state. They also successfully exposed the hollowness of colonial reforms and showed that India was, despite these reforms, being ruled from Britain in British interests and with the aid of lawless laws whenever the rulers found it in their interests to do so. The National Congress also successfully avoided a split once the lessons of the Surat split of 1907 had been learnt. All this was possible because congressmen after 1919 were as a whole committed to mass politics and not to constitutional politics. Whenever the mass upsurge came, congressmen abandoned the legislatures and plunged into the mass movement. They saw legislatures not as instruments of the gradual reform of the colonial structure, but as arenas for the struggle against, or rather the struggle for the overthrow of, the colonial state. Star operator. For Gandhiji, nonviolence was a matter of principle. But for most of his contemporaries in the Congress, C.R. Das, Motilal Nehru, Jawaharlal Nehru, Maulana Azad, Sardar Patel, Acharya Narendra Dev, and so on, it was a matter of policy. As policy and as a form of political action and behavior, it was an essential component of the overall strategy of the National Congress. In fact, nonviolence was in some essential ways integral to the nature of the Indian national movement as a hegemonic movement based on wide mass mobilization. It was because of this hegemonic and mass character of the national movement that nonviolence became one of its basic elements. The adoption of nonviolent forms of struggle enabled the participation of the mass of the people who could not have participated in a similar manner in a movement that adopted violent forms. This was particularly true of women's participation. Women would have found it difficult to join an armed struggle in large numbers. But when it came to undergoing suffering, facing lathi charges, picketing for hours on end in the summer or the winter, women were probably stronger than men. Nonviolence as a form of struggle and political behavior was also linked to the semi-hegemonic, semi-authoritarian character of the colonial state and the democratic character of the polity in Britain. Nonviolence meant above all fighting on the terrain of moral force. Nonviolent mass movements placed the colonial authorities in the wrong and exposed the underpinning of colonial state power in brute force when the authorities used armed force against peaceful satyagrahis. In fact, a nonviolent mass movement put the rulers on the horns of a dilemma. If they hesitated to suppress it because it was peaceful, they lost an important part of their hegemony, because the civil resistors did break existing colonial laws. Not to take action against them amounted to the abdication of administrative authority and a confession of the lack of strength to rule. If they suppressed the movement by use of force, they still lost, for it was morally difficult to justify the suppression of a peaceful movement and nonviolent lawbreakers through the use of force. They were in a no-win situation. The national movement had, on the other hand, a winning strategy. A semi-democratic rule had no answer to a mass movement that was nonviolent and had massive popular support. In practice, the colonial authorities constantly vacillated between the two choices, usually plumping in the end for suppression. By taking recourse to suppression of a nonviolent movement, they had to suffer constant erosion of hegemony by exposing the basic underpinnings of colonial rule in force and coercion. Consequently, the hegemony of colonial rule, or its moral basis, was destroyed bit by bit. The adoption of nonviolence was also linked to the fact that a disarmed people had hardly any other alternative. The colonial state had, through an elaborate system, completely disarmed the Indian people since 1858 and made it difficult, indeed nearly impossible, for them to obtain arms or training in their use. The leaders of the national movement understood from the beginning that Indians did not possess the material resources necessary to wage an armed struggle against the strong colonial state. In nonviolent mass struggle, on the other hand, it was moral strength and the force of massive and mobilized public opinion that counted. And here the disarmed Indian people were not at a disadvantage. In other words, in a war of position, the nonviolence of a mass movement was a way of becoming equal in political resources to the armed colonial state. Basic here was also the understanding that the disarmed Indian people would not be able to withstand massive government repression, and that the use of violence would provide justification to the government for launching a massive attack on the popular movement. Such heavy repression, it was believed, would demoralize the people and lead to political passivity. Two further remarks may be made in this context. First, the question whether a mass movement could assume a violent form or, as suggested by Jawaharlal Nehru and Bhagat Singh in short, but pregnant statements, do mass movements in which millions participate, as distinguished from cadre-based movements, have to be, by their very nature, nonviolent. Point 7. Second, in India's case, nonviolent struggle was as revolutionary in character as an armed struggle in other contexts, a part of a revolutionary strategy of hegemonic struggle, of a Gramscian war of position, for changes in the structure of state and society. Star operator. Once the basic character and objectives of the nationalist strategy are grasped, once it is realized that both phases of the national movement were geared to the twin tasks of winning the hearts and minds of the Indian people and making them active participants in the movement and makers of their own history, the successes and failures of the different phases of the movement and of its basic strategy have to be evaluated in a new manner. The criterion of success or failure here is the extent to which the colonial hegemony over the Indian people was undermined and the people were politicized and prepared for struggle. Judged in this light, we would see that these objectives were progressively achieved through successive waves of mass movements alternating with phases of truce. Even when the mass movements were suppressed, 1932, 1942, withdrawn, 1922, ignored and suppressed, 1940-41, or ended in compromise, 1930-31, and were apparently defeated in terms of their stated objectives of winning freedom, in terms of hegemony, these movements were great successes and marked leaps in mass political consciousness. Star operator. The strategic practice of the Indian national movement, especially during its leadership by Gandhiji, has a certain significance in world history comparable to that of the British, French, Russian, Chinese, Cuban, and Vietnamese revolutions. India's is the only actual historical example of a semi-democratic or democratic type of state structure being replaced or transformed, of the broadly Gramscian theoretical perspective of a war of position being successfully practiced. The study of its experience can yield many insights into the processes of historical change and state transformation, both in the past and the present, both to the historian and the political activist. It is the one concrete example of a long-drawn-out hegemonic struggle in which state power is not seized in a single historical moment of revolution, but through a prolonged political process, in which the main terrain of popular struggle is the national popular, that is, the moral, political, and ideological on a national or societal plane, in which the reserves of counter-hegemony are patiently built up over the years, in which mass movements are occasional but politics is perpetual, in which the struggle for state power goes through stages, each stage marking a step forward over the previous one, in which masses play an active part and do not depend upon a standing army of cadres, and yet the cadres play a critical role, in which the movement goes through the inevitable passive phases, but the popular political morale is not only kept up but enhanced. The problems of popular mobilization, of waging national popular and hegemonic struggle or a war of position in societies functioning within the confines of the rule of law and a democratic and basically civil libertarian polity have something in common with the problems and circumstances of the Indian national movement. It is unquestionable that the study of the rich experience of the Indian national movement and in particular of Gandhian political strategy and style of leadership, as distinguished from Gandhian philosophy, has a certain significance for the revolutionary, that is, basic transformation of democratic, hegemonic states and societies. 39. The Indian national movement, the ideological dimension. The Indian national movement was basically the product of the central contradiction between colonialism and the interests of the Indian people. The leadership of the movement gradually arrived at, and based itself on, a clear, scientific and firm understanding of colonialism, that the British were using their political control to subordinate the Indian economy and society to the needs of the British economy and society. It began to perceive that overall the country was regressing and underdeveloping. On this basis, it evolved an understanding of the Indian reality and gradually generated and formed a clear-cut anti-colonial ideology. Already, by the end of the 19th century, the founding fathers of the national movement had worked out a clear understanding of all the three modes of colonial exploitation, through plunder, taxation, and the employment of Englishmen in India, through free and unequal trade, and through the investment of British capital. They had also grasped that India's colonial relationship was not an accident of history or a result of political policy, but sprang rather from the very character of British society and India's subordination to it. Their entire critique of colonialism got its focus in the theory of the drain of wealth from India, the theory that a large part of India's capital and wealth were being transferred to Britain. This understanding of the complex economic mechanism of modern imperialism was further advanced after 1918 under the impact of the anti-imperialist mass movements and the spread of Marxist ideas. The nationalist leadership also understood that the central contradiction could be resolved only through the transformation or overthrow of colonial economic relations. Moreover, at each stage of the movement's development, the leadership linked its analysis to the analysis of colonialism. This anti-colonial worldview was fully internalized by the lowermost cadres of the national movement. During the Gandhian era of mass politics, they disseminated this critique of colonialism among the common people in the urban as well as the rural areas. The twin themes of the drain of wealth and the use of India as a market for Britain's manufactured goods and the consequent destruction of the Indian handicraft industries formed the very pith and marrow of their agitation. This agitation undermined the foundations of colonial rule in the minds of the Indian people. It destroyed the carefully inculcated colonial myth that the British ruled India for the benefit of Indians, that they were the maibab of the common people. Thus, if the primary contradiction provided the material or structural basis of the national movement, its grasping through the anti-colonial ideology provided its ideological basis. This opened the way to a firm and consistent anti-imperialist movement, which could follow highly flexible tactics precisely because of its rootedness in and adherence to the anti-colonial principle. This strong anti-colonial basis of the movement was also very important because in any mass movement ideology plays a crucial role. In normal politics, passive support or opposition to, or voting for and against, a regime do not require very strong motivation. But active participation in a mass movement, involving immense sacrifice, cannot take place only on the basis of a sense of being poor or being exploited. It requires a very strong ideological commitment based on an understanding of the causes of the social condition. Therefore, it was the movement's scientific anti-colonial ideology which became the prime mover in its anti-imperialist struggle. Along with the anti-colonial worldview, certain other ideological elements constituted the broad socio-economic political vision of the Indian national movement. Broadly speaking, this vision was that of bourgeois or capitalist independent economic development and a secular, republican, democratic, civil libertarian political order. Both the economic and political order to be based on principles of social equality. Interestingly, this vision was to remain unquestioned throughout. The only controversy was confined to the capitalist character of the economic order, which was questioned in a serious manner after 1920. Star operator. The national movement was fully committed to parliamentary democracy and civil liberties. It provided the soil and climate in which these two could root themselves at a time when the colonial rulers were preaching that because of India's climate, the historical traditions of the Indian people and the nature of their religious and social institutions, democracy was not suited to India, that Indians must be ruled in an authoritarian and despotic manner. The British also increasingly tampered with and attacked the freedoms of speech and the press. Consequently, it was left to the national movement to fight for democracy and to internalize and indigenize it, that is, to root it in the Indian soil. From the beginning, it fought for the introduction of a representative form of government on the basis of popular elections. Tilak and other nationalists before 1920 and, then, Gandhiji and the Congress demanded the introduction of adult franchise so that all adult men and women could vote. From its inception, the Indian National Congress was organized along democratic lines. All its resolutions were publicly debated and then voted upon. The Congress permitted and encouraged minority opinion to freely express itself. Some of the most important decisions in its history were taken after heated debates and on the basis of open voting. For example, the decision to start the non-cooperation movement was taken in 1920 at Calcutta, with 1886 voting for and 884 against Gandhiji's resolution. Similarly, at the Lahore Congress in 1929, a resolution sponsored by Gandhiji condemning the revolutionary terrorist bomb attack on the Viceroy's train was passed by a narrow majority of 942 to 794. In 1942, 13 communist members of the ACC voted against the famous Quit India resolution. But instead of condemning these 13, Gandhiji, at the very beginning of his famous Do or Die speech, said, "I congratulate the 13 friends who voted against the resolution. In doing so, they had nothing to be ashamed of." For the last 20 years, we have tried to learn not to lose courage even when we are in a hopeless minority and are laughed at. We have learned to hold on to our beliefs in the confidence that we are in the right. It behoves us to cultivate this courage of conviction, for it ennobles man and raises his moral stature. I was, therefore, glad to see that these friends had imbibed the principle which I have tried to follow for the last 50 years and more. 1. Star Operator. The national movement was from the beginning zealous in defense of civil liberties. From the beginning, the nationalists fought against attack by the colonial authorities on the freedom of the press, speech and association, and other civil liberties. Lokmanya Tilak, for instance, often claimed that liberty of the press and liberty of speech give birth to a nation and nourish it. Gandhiji's commitment to civil liberties was also total. At the height of the non-cooperation movement, he wrote in the Young India in January 1922, "Swaraj, the Khilafat, the Punjab occupy a subordinate place to the issues sprung upon the country by the government. We must first make good the right of free speech and free association before we can make any further progress towards our goal. We must defend these elementary rights with our lives." In another article soon after, he went on to explain these rights. Liberty of speech means that it is unassailed even when the speech hurts. Liberty of the press can be said to be truly respected only when the press can comment in the severest terms upon and even misrepresent matters. Freedom of association is truly respected when assemblies of people can discuss even revolutionary projects. 3. One other quotation from Gandhiji on the subject is of great relevance. Civil liberty consistent with the observance of nonviolence is the first step towards Swaraj. It is the breath of political and social life. It is the foundation of freedom. There is no room there for dilution or compromise. It is the water of life. 4. Jawaharlal Nehru was, perhaps, the strongest champion of civil liberties. He assigned as much importance to them as he did to economic equality and socialism. The resolution on fundamental rights, passed by the Karachi Congress in 1931 and drafted by him, guaranteed the rights of free expression of opinion through speech and the press and the freedom of association. In August 1936, as a result of his efforts, the Indian Civil Liberties Union was formed on non-party, non-sectarian lines to mobilize public opinion against all encroachments on civil liberties. He declared at this time, if civil liberties are suppressed, a nation loses all vitality and becomes impotent for anything substantial. 5. And again in March 1940, the freedom of the press does not consist in our permitting such things as we like to appear. Even a tyrant is agreeable to this type of freedom. Civil liberty and freedom of the press consist in our permitting what we do not like, in our putting up with criticisms of ourselves, in our allowing public expression of views which seem to us even to be injurious to our cause itself. 6. Thus, over the years, the nationalist movement successfully created an ideology and culture of democracy and civil liberties based on respect for dissent, freedom of expression, the majority principle, and the right of minority opinions to exist and grow. Star Operator. Secularism was from the beginning made a basic constituent of the nationalist ideology, and a strong emphasis was laid on Hindu-Muslim unity. Although the national movement failed to eradicate communalism and prevent the partition of the country, this was due not to its deviance from a secular ideology, but to weaknesses in its strategy for fighting communalism and its failure to fully grasp the socio-economic and ideological roots of communalism. The national movement also opposed caste oppression and after 1920 made abolition of untouchability a basic constituent of its program and political work, though in this aspect, too, serious ideological flaws remained. In particular, a strong anti-caste ideology was not formed and propagated. The cause of women's liberation was also not taken up seriously. The national movement fully recognized the multifaceted diversity of the Indian people. That India was not yet a developed or structured nation, but a nation in the making, was accepted and made the basis of political and ideological work and agitation. It was fully grasped that common subjection to colonial rule provided the material and emotional basis for nation-making, and that one of the functions of the movement was to structure the nation through a common struggle against colonialism. It was also seen that the political and ideological practices of the movement would play a crucial role in the process of nation in the making. Furthermore, it was clearly understood that the objective of unifying the Indian people into a nation would have to be realized by taking into account regional, religious, caste, ethnic, and linguistic differences. The cultural aspirations of the different linguistic groups were given full recognition. From 1921, the Congress organized its provincial or area committees along linguistic lines, and not according to the British-created multilingual provinces. Star operator. The Indian national movement accepted from the beginning, and with near unanimity, the objective of a complete economic transformation of the country on the basis of modern industrial and agricultural development. From Justice Ranade onwards, the nationalists were agreed that industrialization was the only means of overcoming the poverty of the people. Gandhiji was to some extent an exception to this unanimous opinion, but not wholly so. Nor did he counterpose his opinion to that of the rest of the national leadership. Moreover, his stand on the use of machines and large-scale industry has been grossly distorted. He was opposed to machines only when they displaced the labor of the many or enriched the few at the expense of the many. On the other hand, he repeatedly said that he would prize every invention of science made for the benefit of all. He repeatedly said that he was not opposed to modern large-scale industry so long as it augmented and lightened the burden of human labor and not displaced it. Moreover, he laid down another condition: all large-scale industry should be owned and controlled by the state and not by private capitalists. Point 7. The nationalists were fully committed to the larger goal of independent, self-reliant economic development to be based on independence from foreign capital, the creation of an indigenous capital goods or machine-making sector, and the foundation and development of independent science and technology. Ever since the 1840s, British economists and administrators had argued for the investment of foreign capital as the major instrument for the development of India. Point 8. The Indian nationalists, from Dadabhai Naoroji and Tilak to Gandhiji and Nehru, disagreed vehemently. Foreign capital, they argued, did not develop a country but underdeveloped it. It suppressed indigenous capital and made its future growth difficult. It was also, the nationalists said, politically harmful because, sooner or later it began to wield an increasing and dominating influence over the administration. Point 9. Starting with Dadabhai Naoroji and Ranade, the nationalists visualized a crucial role for the public sector in the building of an independent and modern economy. In the 1930s, Jawaharlal Nehru, Gandhiji, and the left wing also argued for the public sector, especially in large-scale and key industries, as a means of preventing the concentration of wealth in a few hands. In the late 1930s, the objective of economic planning was also widely accepted. In 1938, the Congress, then under the presidentship of Subhas Chandra Bose, set up the National Planning Committee under the chairmanship of Nehru to draw up a development plan for free India. During World War II, several other plans were devised, the most important being the Bombay Plan drawn up by the Big Three of the Indian capitalist world, J.R.D. Tata, G.D. Birla, and Sri Ram. This plan too visualized far-reaching land reforms, a large public sector, and massive public and private investment. As brought out earlier, the world outlook of the national movement based on anti-colonialism, anti-fascism, peace, and national independence was a powerful element of its overall ideology. Star operator. From its early days, the national movement adopted a pro-poor orientation. The entire economic agitation of the moderates and their critique of colonialism was linked to the growing poverty of the masses. This orientation was immensely strengthened by the impact of the Russian Revolution of 1917, the coming of Gandhiji on the political stage, and the growth of powerful left-wing parties and groups during the 1920s and 1930s. The movement adopted policies and a program of reforms during various stages of the struggle that were quite radical by contemporary standards. Compulsory primary education, the lowering of taxation on the poor and middle classes, the reduction of the salt tax, land revenue and rent, relief from indebtedness and the provision of cheap credit to peasants, the protection of tenants' rights, workers' right to a living wage and a shorter working day, higher wages for low-paid government servants, including policemen, the defense of the right of workers and peasants to organize themselves, the protection and promotion of village industries, the promotion of modern science and technical education, the eradication of the drink evil, the improvement of the social position of women including their right to work and education and to equal political rights, the initiation of legal and social measures for the abolition of untouchability, and the reform of the machinery of law and order were some of the major reforms demanded by the Indian national movement. The basic pro-people or pro-poor orientation of the national movement and the notion that politics must be based on the people, who must be politicized, activized, and brought into politics, also made it easier to give it a socialist orientation. But still, as pointed out earlier, the nationalist developmental perspective was confined within bourgeois parameters, that is, independent economic development was visualized within a capitalist framework. After 1919, when the national movement became a mass movement, Gandhiji evolved and propagated a different, non-capitalist, basically peasantist artisanist outlook, but his socio-economic program and thought were not capable of challenging the basic hegemony of bourgeois ideology over the national movement. It is true that the national movement, as an anti-colonial movement in a colony in which the primary contradiction pitted the entire society against colonialism, was a popular, people's movement. It was a multi-class movement which represented the interests of the different classes and strata of Indian society. However, the Indian people, though unified against colonialism and in the anti-imperialist struggle, were at the same time divided into social classes which had their own contradictions with colonialism as well as with each other. Different classes and strata had different levels and degrees of contradiction with colonialism, as also different extent and manner of participation in the anti-imperialist struggle. The result was that the anti-colonial struggle could have several different class consequences. The final outcome of the struggle could see several different balances of class or political and ideological forces. This balance of forces would help decide in whose class interests would the primary contradiction get resolved as a result of the anti-imperialist struggle, that is, what sort of India would come into existence after freedom. In other words, freedom could result in a socialist or a capitalist societal order. Beginning with the 1920s, a powerful socialist trend developed in the national movement. The bourgeois developmental perspective of the national movement was challenged in a serious manner by early communist groups, Jawaharlal Nehru, Subhash Chandra Bose, and a large number of socialist-minded groups and individuals. The struggle for the spread of socialist ideas was intensified in the 1930s when these were joined by the Congress Socialist Party, a reorganized communist party, and the Royists. The Great Depression of the 1930s in the capitalist world, the Russian Revolution, and the success of the Soviet five-year plans, and the anti-fascist wave the world over during the 1930s made socialist ideas attractive. Most of the leaders of the youth movement of the late 1920s and a large number of revolutionary terrorists also made the turn to socialism. Throughout the 1920s, 1930s, and 1940s, the youthful nationalist cadres were increasingly turning to socialist ideas. The left wing tried to popularize the idea that constant class struggles were going on within India between peasants and landlords and workers and capitalists. It tried to organize these struggles through their class organizations, Kisan Savas, and trade unions. But above all, it struggled to transform the national movement in a leftward, socialist ideological direction, to impart to the movement a vision of socialist India after independence. Jawaharlal Nehru played a very important role in popularizing the vision of a socialist India both within the national movement and in the country at large. Nehru argued that political freedom must mean the economic emancipation of the masses. Throughout the 1930s, he pointed to the inadequacy of the existing nationalist ideology and the hegemony of bourgeois ideology over the national movement, and stressed the need to inculcate a new socialist or basically Marxist ideology, which would enable the people to study their social conditions scientifically and to give the Congress a new socialist ideological orientation. The 1930s were highly favorable to socialist ideas, and they spread widely and rapidly. But though the left wing and socialist ideas grew in geometric proportions, they did not succeed in becoming the dominant ideological trend within the national movement. They did, however, succeed in becoming a basic constituent of the national movement and in constant shifting it leftward. The national movement continuously defined itself further and further in a radical direction in terms of the popular element. Increasingly, freedom was defined in socio-economic terms which went far beyond the mere absence of foreign rule. By the late 1930s, the Indian national movement was one of the most radical of the national liberation movements. This radicalism found reflection in the Congress resolutions at Karachi, Lucknow, and Firozpur in 1931 and 1936, in the election manifestos of 1936 and 1945-46, and in the economic and social reforms of the Congress ministries from 1937 to 39. In fact, the Congress progressively evolved in a radical socio-economic political direction and increasingly adopted most of the demands put forward by the left, though with a time lag of a few years. The politics of the left and workers' and peasant struggles, of course, played a crucial role in this evolution. One result was that even the Congress right was not only firmly anti-imperialist, but also committed to basic changes in political and economic power, even though it was opposed to socialism. It remained bourgeois in outlook, but with a reformist outlook. This becomes evident when we study the evolution of the agrarian policy of the Congress, for after all, the key question in India was that of the social condition of the peasant. The Congress had always fought for the peasant demands vis-a-vis the colonial state. But goaded by the left wing and the peasant movements, the Congress accepted at Firozpur in 1936 a program of substantial reduction in rent and revenue, abolition of feudal dues and forced labor, fixity of tenure and a living wage for agricultural laborers. The Congress ministries passed legislation, which varied in its radical content from province to province, to protect tenants' rights and prevent expropriation by the moneylenders. Finally, in 1945, the Congress Working Committee accepted the policy of the abolition of landlordism and of land belonging to the tiller when it declared, "The reform of the land system involves the removal of intermediaries between the peasant and the state." 10. Star operator. A major ideological dimension of the national movement was the overall social outlook of Gandhiji and the Gandhians. Gandhiji did not accept a class analysis of society and the role of class struggle. He was also opposed to the use of violence even in defense of the interests of the poor. But his basic outlook was that of social transformation. He was committed to basic changes in the existing system of economic and political power. Moreover, he was constantly moving in a radical direction during the 1930s and 1940s. In 1933, he agreed with Nehru that, without a material revision of vested interests, the condition of the masses can never be improved. 11. He was beginning to oppose private property and thus radicalize his theory of trusteeship. He repeatedly argued for the nationalization of large-scale industry. He condemned the exploitation of the masses inherent in capitalism and landlordism. He was highly critical of the socio-economic role played by the middle classes. 12. His emphasis on the removal of distinction and discrimination between physical and mental labor. His overall emphasis on social and economic equality and on the self-activity of the masses, his opposition to caste inequality and oppression, his active support to women's social liberation, and the general orientation of his thought and writing towards the exploited, the oppressed, and the downtrodden tended in general to impart a radical ideological direction to the national movement. The most remarkable development was Gandhiji's shift towards agrarian radicalism. In 1937, he said, that the land today does not belong to the people is too true. But land and all property is his who will work it. Unfortunately, the workers are or have been kept ignorant of this simple fact. 13. In 1942, he again declared that the land belongs to those who will work on it and to no one else. 14. Similarly, in June 1942, Gandhiji told Louis Fisher in answer to his question, "What is your program for the improvement of the lot of the peasantry?" that the peasants would take the land. We would not have to tell them to take it. They would take it. And when Fisher asked, would the landlords be compensated? He replied, no, that would be fiscally impossible. Fisher asked, well, how do you actually see your impending civil disobedience movement? Gandhiji replied, in the villages, the peasants will stop paying taxes. They will make salt despite official prohibition. Their next step will be to seize the land. With violence? Asked Fisher. Gandhiji replied, there may be violence, but then again the landlords may cooperate. They might cooperate by fleeing. Fisher said that the landlords might organize violent resistance. Gandhiji's reply was, there may be 15 days of chaos, but I think we could soon bring that under control. Did this mean, asked Fisher, that there must be confiscation without compensation? Gandhiji replied, of course. It would be financially impossible for anybody to compensate the landlords. 15. Star operator. Thus the national movement based itself on a clear-cut anti-colonial ideology and the vision of a civil libertarian, democratic, secular, and socially radical society. The Indian economy was to be developed along independent, self-reliant lines. It was this vision, combined with anti-colonial ideology and a pro-poor radical socio-economic orientation that enabled the national movement to base itself on the politically awakened and politically active people and to acquire the character of a popular people's movement. Notes. Introduction. 1. Anil Seal, The Emergence of Indian Nationalism, Cambridge, 1968.